Xiantian City, North, Elixir Yang Sect. After settling Su Xiaoning down, Tang Yu sent another order for all Elixir Yang Sect cultivators to be on their guard and watch out for anyone suspicious. She was extremely wary of Poison Sect. After all, it was hard to guarantee that Poison Sect wouldn't do anything extreme for revenge after losing a core disciple who could release the Purple Corpse corrosion poison. It was never wrong to plan ahead. Furthermore, after what happened, Tang Yu had an uneasy feeling. In fact, it was like a premonition that something big was about to happen. The atmosphere within Elixir Yang Sect became tense after Tang Yu's series of orders. Almost all the cultivators were activated. 10 people formed a small team while 100 people formed a large team as they took turns to patrol Elixir Yang Sect's area. Right then, 2 cultivators came together, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman looked cold. They were Ji Chengtian and Leng Ro. Ji Chengtian was originally cultivating in his room, but he heard a commotion outside for a long time, as if something big had happened. He came out and asked around before finding out the news that Xiaoning was attacked and Su Zimo had returned. Instantly, he hurried forth to find out more about the details. Leng Ro was originally cultivating in Thousand Crane Sect and had only found out about this when she heard Thousand Crane Sect cultivators discussing about it. By the time she got here, she bumped into Ji Chengtian. When Tang Yu saw the two of them, she greeted and nodded. "Fellow Taoists, you're just in time. I was about to warn you guys to watch out. Your group has been targeted by Poison Sect." "How is Xiaoning? I heard that she was poisoned," Ji Chengtian asked. "She's fine now," Tang Yu smiled. "She's currently asleep. I reckon she'll recover after resting for a couple of days." "What about Zimo?" Leng Ro suddenly asked. Tang Yu replied, "He said that he's going out for a walk. I guess he'll be back soon. Do you guys want to wait here for a while?" When they heard that, Ji Chengtian and Leng Ro's expressions changed. The two of them exchanged glances, both could tell of the worry in the other's eyes. "What's wrong?" Sensing something amiss through their gazes, Tang Yu could not help but ask. Ji Chengtian said deeply with a solemn expression, "Zimo has most likely gone to cause trouble for Poison Sect." "Ah?" Tang Yu was stunned for a brief moment before replying hesitantly, "It can't be, right?" Sighing gently, Ji Chengtian shook his head. "You haven't known Zimo for long, so I guess you don't understand his character too well yet. Although he looks calm and gentle, he has a sharp edge in his bones. If it was anybody else, they might be able to suck it up after considering about Poison Sect's strength. But not Zimo," Leng Ro added. "Furthermore, Poison Sect targeted Xiaoning. Dragons possessed reverse scales, and anyone who touches it will die." Xiaoning was equivalent to Su Zimo's reverse scale. Recalling Su Zimo's attitude before he left, Tang Yu frowned. However, he seemed like he was rather calm and did not have any strong killing intent. "How is that possible?" Ji Chengtian and Leng Ro shook their heads. Given Su Zimo's personality, there was no way he would let things go, especially after something happened to Xiaoning. Ji Chengtian asked, "What did Zimo say to you before leaving?" "Nothing much. I urged him to calm down and told him that he would only be seeking a moment of pleasure even if he killed a few Poison Sect cultivators. Not only would it not help, he would even incur Poison Sect's maniacal revenge." After thinking, Tang Yu continued, "Furthermore, he even agreed to my viewpoint at that time and said that I was right." Ji Chengtian's expression changed slightly as he took a deep breath of air. "There should be no mistake. Zimo has definitely gone to Poison Sect." "Huh?" Tang Yu was confused. "I'm guessing that Zimo merely said half of what's on his mind. He did not verbally say out the second half." "What half?" Tang Yu asked subconsciously. "You are right, so I'll go and kill everyone from Poison Sect." "Everyone?" Tang Yu's expression changed starkly, and her eyes were filled with shock. "This fellow Taoist Su is alone. Wouldn't he most likely die by going there? There's bound to be countless hidden weapons and traps at Poison Sect's residence. Tang Yu was panicked and murmured, "Fellow Taoist Su is way too reckless. Even though he's indeed strong, Poison Sect cultivators are extremely sinister in their methods. He hasn't even heard of Poison Sect's 7 lethals. There's no doubt he'll be disadvantaged. I don't know whether he'll be disadvantaged. Ji Chengtian shook his head. But what I do know is that this is something Su Zimo will definitely do. That's the type of reaction he should have. I'll go back and ask for backups from the 1,000 Crane Sect cultivators. Without wasting time, Leng Ro turned to leave. Tang Yu composed herself and said in a deep voice, I'll gather forces right now and try to head to the city's south as soon as possible. I hope I'm not too late. City's south, Poison Sect. In a spacious hall, the doors were tightly shut. Although it was noon and the sun was scorching outside, there was not much light within the hall and it seemed dark and creepy. In the darkness deep within the hall, a voice sounded from the center. How long has Lu Ong been gone for? The voice was sharp and feminine with a hint of coldness that made one shudder. Senior Brother Du, it's been almost 4 hours. A cultivator appeared and cupped his hands. That's long. The dark feminine voice sounded again, seemingly impatient. From what I know, there are 3 people in the city's north. Apart from Su Xiaoning, there's also Ji Chengtian and Leng Ro. It'll probably take him some time to poison all 3 of them to death. The person who spoke was Wei Qi, a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator of Poison Sect. The person hidden in the darkness was the commander of Poison Sect's expedition, 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, Du Kai. Those are just small fries. The person I want to kill is Su Zimo. Du Kai's voice was filled with endless killing intent. Anyone who dares to touch anybody from Poison Sect will have to enjoy the taste of our methods. A short moment later, Du Kai asked again, Where did that Su Zimo go to? Why isn't he back to the city yet? Don't worry, Senior Brother Du his sister is in Xiantian City, so he'll definitely be back. Wei Qi replied with certainty. Right then, a commotion could vaguely be heard outside. Du Kai frowned and did not take it to heart. This was the territory of Poison Sect. Even super sects such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect wouldn't dare to tread lightly. However, the commotion grew closer before long and there were screams and cries of pain mixed in it. Du Kai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Wei Qi, go and see what's happening outside. Understood. As soon as Wei Qi stood up, there was a loud bang and the ground shook. The entire hall was on the verge of collapse as dust rustled down. Suddenly, the door exploded and countless gravel flew in all directions. Sunlight spilled in, restoring some light in the hall. At the entrance of the hall, under the sunlight, stood a figure that, although wasn't too tall, was filled with a sharp killing intent and a torrential aura. Who is Du Kai? The person's gaze was burning and was even brighter than the scorching sun outside. In the hall, Wei Qi dodged multiple incoming rocks and looked extremely wretched as he turned his gaze towards the door. When he saw the intruder, he exclaimed in shock, Ah! It's Su Zimo. Du Kai was initially extremely composed deep in the hall. When he heard that name, his eyes narrowed to a slit and shone with a cold glint as he smirked cruelly. Su Zimo's eyes shifted onto Wei Qi's face and shone brightly with a sharp killing intent. In a flash, he appeared before the latter. It was too fast. Wei Qi merely felt his vision blur and his throat clamp up. He was lifted entirely from the ground with Su Zimo choking his throat. You've seen me before? Su Zimo asked coldly with a razor gaze. Poison Sect had only entered Xiantian City a couple of days ago, and during that time, Su Zimo was not in the city. He was on the Saber Mountain. It was normal for Poison Sect to have heard of his name. However, it was strange if someone knew his identity at first glance. With Su Zimo choking him, Wei Qi could barely breathe and looked extremely terrible. His eyes turned bloodshot and bulged out from their sockets as his tongue stuck out. I saw you before. In that cave abode. Wei Qi stuttered with fear in his eyes. He knew extremely well that the person before him was going to snap his throat if he hesitated even slightly. Oh! Su Zimo nodded and understood instantly. There had always been a doubt in his mind. How did Poison Sect that was in the ancient battlefield know about him killing a cultivator of theirs in the Golden Core Cave abode? So, There was a second poison sect cultivator in the crowd back then. In other words, the final statement made by the poison sect cultivator before his death was for this cultivator so as to send a message back to the sect to take revenge for the former. Very well. You can die now. Exerting strength in his palm, Su Zimo crushed Wei Qi's throat and tossed the corpse aside. Right from the beginning, Du Kai sat deep in the hall without moving, watching everything curiously with a mocking gaze. Outside the hall, poison sect cultivators from all over the place were starting to gather. Su Zimo, you've got balls. To think that you would dare barge into the territory of poison sect. Du Kai laughed sinisterly, like a violent ghost in the dark. Poison sect. Su Zimo sneered. I can come and leave as I please. Who can stop me? Ha ha ha. How brazen. Do you really think that you can kill our cultivators just like that? Du Kai burst into laughter and stood up, declaring coldly, Poison sect cultivators are filled with poison from head to toe. You must have a death wish for killing our cultivator with your bare hands. Why don't you take a look at your palm and see if it's starting to turn black? I urge you. Su Zimo raised his palm and Du Kai's voice stopped. His palm was still jade-like white and looked pristine without any traces of poison. Instantly, Du Kai's face darkened. Although the poison coated on Wei Qi's body was not one of the 7 lethals, it was more than enough to kill more than 10 ancient remnant beasts. In fact, even pure-blooded ferocious beasts might be half dead against this poison. However, Su Zimo was completely fine. He was completely unaffected. Du Kai had seen everything clearly. There was no glove or protective equipment on Su Zimo's palm. Even if he racked his brains, he would not have imagined that Su Zimo possessed such terrifying power in his bloodline. The toxic poison that could eliminate ancient remnant beasts was completely washed away by Su Zimo's immensely terrifying bloodline right after entering his body. Everyone else viewed Poison Sect as a great threat, but they were nothing much to Su Zimo. The 7 lethals of Poison Sect were the only things that could threaten him. Du Kai, was it? You don't have to wait for that Poison Sect cultivator to return anymore. He has already died on the long street in the city's north. Striding widely, Su Zimo advanced towards Du Kai. Additionally, my sister's life is in no danger. Sorry to disappoint you. Du Kai's gaze turned cold and suddenly. He stomped his feet just as Su Zimo was closing in. Instantly, a warning flashed through Su Zimo's mind as his legs stumbled. The floor had suddenly sunk in. It was already too late to summon his flying sword by then. With a whoosh, a pair of gigantic spirit wings extended from Su Zimo's back. Although there was nothing beneath his feet, he could soar through the air. Shoo! 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 Swift sounds shot through the air continuously and were extremely soft. Su Zimo might not have heard them if he hadn't cleared his ear orifices. The moment the floor slab beneath his feet sank in, a poison needle as thin as cow's hair shot up from the darkness below. It was the heart-seeking spike, one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals. With his spirit perception's warning, Su Zimo had already activated his wings a moment earlier and charged towards Du Kai, who was in the depths of the hall. A blue heart-seeking spike brushed by Su Zimo, missing by a bare inch. At the entrance of the hall, many Poison Sect cultivators swarmed in, summoning their spirit weapons one after another. Most of the Poison Sect cultivators were using weapons that were extremely cunning. The only thing they had in common was that they were all coated with poison, reflecting in rainbow colors against the sunlight. In midair, Su Zimo slapped his storage bag. Buzz! 18 supreme-grade flying swords were summoned, buzzing and gleaming with spirit light as they emitted an endless sharpness. Swoosh! 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 Speeding through the air, the 18 flying swords left behind streams of sword chi that shone brightly. It was the candlelight sword formation. Su Zimo did not show any mercy at all. He started off right away with his strongest immortality cultivation killing move, the candlelight sword formation. Even if they did not form a sword formation, the power of 18 supreme-grade flying swords bursting forth together was already sufficiently terrifying, let alone the might of a sword formation. Now that Su Zimo was already at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, the strength of the candlelight sword formation increased as well. Even ordinary 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the killing might of the sword formation. The advantage of poison sect cultivators was in their usage of poisons. However, in terms of actual strength, they were similar to cultivators of ordinary sections. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward and hollered softly. Right after, the 18 flying swords gathered together with their tips pointing outwards in unison, forming a gigantic sword-shaped circular disc. 18 rays of sword chi were released like a blazing sun and was extremely dazzling. The moment the sword formation entered the crowd, a gaping hole was formed. The strongest of the poison sect cultivators were only at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. None of them could withstand the rush of the candlelight sword formation as a blood mist formed with broken limbs flying everywhere. Most of the poison sect cultivators had their lives hanging on a thread and could not spare any attention to deal with Su Zimo. While releasing the candlelight sword formation, Su Zimo withdrew a gigantic blood-colored saber from his storage bag that emitted a boundless might. Clang! Clang! The saber quivered, buzzing with a murderous metallic sound. In that instant, Su Zimo had already lunged in front of Du Kai. Swinging blood quencher, he descended from the skies with a loud roar. Die! Du Kai was calm in the face of Su Zimo's ferocious slash. With a flicker in his eyes, he retreated while flicking his sleeves, spreading a purplish-green powder towards the direction that Su Zimo was arriving in. It was one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals, the Purple Corpse corrosion poison. Throughout history, there had been countless geniuses that were much stronger than Poison Sect cultivators of the same level. However, many of them died against the Purple Corpse corrosion poison as well. Each of the 7 lethals was made by crushing countless corpses and bones and was extremely notorious. Su Zimo was fearless against any other poison. However, he did not dare to be careless against the Purple Corpse corrosion poison. He recalled the saber stance he had learned back in the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea and retracted his saber before slashing out again. Swoosh! The sound of a surging tide gushed forth from Blood Quencher's blade. A massive tsunami and a countercurrent force burst forth, as if a massive wave was about to crush down in a terrifying manner. How is that possible? Finally, Du Kai's expression changed as he exclaimed. While he did not recognize the origin of that saber technique, he could tell that Su Zimo's attack had already surpassed the first mastery level in the way of the saber and was at the level of force. This was a level that most cultivators could not reach even if they spent their entire lives. Even if cultivators could comprehend the force, almost all of them were golden cores. On the one hand, it was because one would achieve indescribable wonders upon forming a core that was a state of returning to nature and simplifying everything. On the other hand, it was also because forming a golden core was equivalent to breaking free of the shackles of heaven and earth for the first time, allowing a cultivator to gain a lifespan of 500 years. A sufficiently long lifespan also meant that the cultivator would have more time and energy to spend on comprehending the Tao of Sabers, thus gaining enlightenment on the state of force. Of course, throughout history, there would always be cultivators in every generation who could manage to gain enlightenment of that level even at Foundation establishment realm. However, those cultivators were extremely rare and each of them were the top paragons of their respective sects. This Su Zimo that was before Du Kai was a nobody, a mere cultivator who had arrived from a remote place in Tianhuang mainland, and yet he managed to cultivate to that state. Against the countercurrent force, the Purple Corpse corrosion poison powder was blown away completely, and there was not a speck to be found on Su Zimo's body. Du Kai avoided that slash and a look of fear flashed through his eyes. Su Zimo was far scarier than he had imagined. On the other side, Candlelight Sword formation spiraled on and had already sliced more than 100 poison sect cultivators into pieces. No one could even last a single round against the sword formation that was charging left and right. The Candlelight Sword formation alone was enough to block the poison sect cultivators at the entrance. Although there were some spirit weapons that managed to get through, their impact towards Su Zimo was almost negligible. Du Kai found himself stuck in a situation where he was alone without reinforcements. After realizing the terror of Su Zimo's strength, Du Kai wielded daggers in each hand that shone with a faint green light. Instead of fighting Su Zimo head-on, He was dodging repeatedly and sending out hidden weapons from time to time just to drag things out. On the surface, Su Zimo was the one that was suppressing Du Kai and had the advantage. However, in reality, their fight was extremely treacherous and shuddering. Du Kai had hidden weapons everywhere, and he could throw out one of them that was coated with poison with every move. Every single portion of Du Kai's body contained the possibility of a hidden weapon flying. In fact, even his hair could send forth heart-seeking spikes with a single fling, so it was almost impossible to defend against everything. Any other ordinary 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator would have died multiple times during this period of time. However, Su Zimo was able to suppress Du Kai by relying on his spirit perception to avoid danger time and again. At the same time, Su Zimo had something else in mind. Although he had memorized the 5 stances of sea calming, he was not too familiarized with the moves. Even countercurrent, which he had managed to gain comprehension of its force, wasn't at a point where he could release it flawlessly. Since it was rare for him to meet with such an opponent, Su Zimo had nothing else on his mind and was thoroughly immersed in practicing his saber technique. Although sea calming seemed like it merely consisted of 5 stances, each stance possessed an endless secret to it, and one could even dissect it to 100 or 1,000 different stances. Apart from the final stance that he was still unable to produce, Su Zimo practiced the first 4 stances one after another, becoming increasingly familiar with the saber technique, increasingly sharper and increasingly natural. Du Kai was now Su Zimo's whetstone. In that period of time, the 100-odd poison sect cultivators were mostly done in by the candlelight sword formation, and the remaining cultivators escaped hurriedly. They hid outside the hall, watching from the darks. If Du Kai won, they would enter at the appropriate moment. As such, they wouldn't be considered as deserters and wouldn't receive punishment. However, if Su Zimo won, there was only a single word: escape. As time passed by, Su Zimo's saber technique became increasingly refined, flowing like fluid without any delays. He was no longer as amateurish as before. With that, it became increasingly difficult for Du Kai to defend. Furthermore, what was the difference between Su Zimo and Du Kai's physique? Su Zimo fought fiercer as the battle dragged on and was filled with energy. His bloodline churned within his body, surging faster and faster as the faint sounds of tsunami coupled with the surging tides of his saber technique harmonized with one another. With a pale face, sweat was pouring down from Du Kai's forehead and he was panting. What a sicko! Du Kai cursed internally. There was no way he knew that Su Zimo was merely using him as a whetstone to refine his saber techniques on. He thought that Su Zimo was doing it on purpose to torment him endlessly, trying to wear him down by attrition. How bloody evil! Gritting his teeth, Du Kai's eyes turned cold and his expression was malicious. The look in his eyes was turning more hysterical by the moment. Bloody hell! I'll fight you with everything. He heaved a deep breath of air and suddenly lunged towards Su Zimo. Raising both daggers, he wielded towards the latter's throat. Spinning horizontally with his saber, Su Zimo slashed against the 2 daggers and used vortex instinctively. A spiral energy burst forth instantly, and Du Kai's daggers were sent flying as his palms split apart with blood oozing out. After vortex, Su Zimo slashed in reverse like a ripple on the surface of the ocean. It swiped towards Du Kai's chest in a seemingly gentle motion. Ripple stance. If countercurrent represented might, ripple represented tenderness. Seemingly gentle, it permeated every single pore as the saber force pushed on relentlessly. It was almost impossible for anyone involved in it to escape, and it would eventually kill them. Du Kai could not and did not want to avoid that slash. He was now completely maniacal as he rushed forward with complete disregard towards Su Zimo's blood quencher. His eyes shone with wrath as he yelled, "Kill!" A sense of danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. At that moment, Su Zimo snapped out of his mechanical practice mode instantly. Du Kai's hidden weapon was hidden in his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, a chain of thin blue needles with a nauseating aura shot forth, almost suffocating Su Zimo. It was a killing blow. That was also Du Kai's killing move that was made in exchange with his own life. Although he had the warning from his spirit perception, Su Zimo was immersed in his saber technique practice. By the time he snapped out of it, he was still a bit too late. The moment Du Kai opened his mouth, heart-seeking spikes as thin as a cow's hair had already arrived before Su Zimo in a cluster. The distance between them was too close. By then, it was already too late for Su Zimo to dodge, let alone use Blood Quencher to defend. Poof! Du Kai's chest was slashed first. The massive wound almost split his body into two as fresh blood gushed. However, as if he couldn't feel any pain, Du Kai's eyes were fervent as he laughed menacingly. Even if I have to die, I'll drag you. Kill! Suddenly, Du Kai's sentence was interrupted by a loud shout and he could no longer continue. A boom sounded in his mind as his ears rang repeatedly, as though he was struck by lightning. The stinging pain was unbearable and his mind went momentarily blank. If there was a mirror that Du Kai could see himself in at this moment, he would find his ears gushing with fresh blood and his eyes ruptured. Thunderclap kill. Su Zimo knew of a sonic secret skill that, although couldn't match with the power of his blood chi and spirit arts, could be used instantaneously and produce mystifying effects. Initially, the might of Su Zimo's thunderclap kill would have never been able to get to this stage. However, after clearing his 7 orifices, the strength of his mouth orifice increased exponentially, and the might of thunderclap kill evolved to a state where it couldn't be ignored. Furthermore, the two of them were too close together and Du Kai's 7 orifices bled instantly against the shock of Su Zimo's voice. The true terror was still awaiting. Su Zimo had not only used his mouth orifice for that roar, but also the immense power of his 5 organs. The moment he opened his mouth, there was a massive air current. The heart-seeking spikes that were about to strike Su Zimo paused in their tracks and reversed at an even faster speed. Du Kai's pupils constricted as he was blinded by a bright blue light. Poof! 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 The sounds of sharp objects piercing into flesh echoed as the chain of heart-seeking spikes buried themselves into Du Kai's face, disappearing in an instant without any blood at all. Du Kai staggered in retreat. He had barely taken a few steps when his face turned ink-black with blood oozing from the side of his lips. Collapsing stiffly, he died on the spot. Since he was young, Du Kai had been playing with poison and there were countless cultivators who had died against that move of his. However, he had never expected himself to die in the hands of his own ultimate move. Su Zimo's figure descended as well as he heaved a sigh of relief. What happened earlier had given him a shock as well. If he hadn't had a secret skill like Thunderclap Kill, he would have been the one lying on the floor right now. Turning around, Su Zimo smiled coldly at the poison sect cultivators that were watching from outside the hall. In a flash, he charged into the crowd with Blood Quencher. Poison sect had crossed Su Zimo's bottom line by laying their hands on Xianxia. The moment he stepped into this place, he had no intention of letting anyone off. Ji Chengtian's guess was right. Su Zimo's motive was to exterminate them from the roots. Su Zimo had to remove every single trace of danger from Xianxia's side. Night Spirit was imperceptibly strong. At the very least, even Su Zimo wouldn't dare to claim that he would be victorious in a life-and-death battle against it. However, he had only entrusted Night Spirit with a single task upon entering the ancient battlefield: to take care of Xianxia. Even if he was facing immense danger, he did not need Night Spirit to assist him. That fact alone was enough to tell how much Xianxia mattered to Su Zimo. The massacre continued. Although Su Zimo was alone, the remaining poison sect cultivators had already given up all thoughts of retaliating and scurried hurriedly. Cities East, Glass Palace. Reportee. A Glass Palace cultivator sprinted the entire way and arrived at a mansion. Greeting the handsome man before him with cupped fists, he said, "Senior Brother Pei, a massive battle has broken out at the city's south in Poison Sect's territory. Somebody witnessed Su Zimo returning to the city early this morning. Not long after, he arrived at the city's south and barged into Poison Sect." Oh! Pei Chunyu raised his brow with a slightly curious expression. Barging into the territory of Poison Sect? How many people did Su Zimo take along with him? The person replied, "He's alone." Alone. Frowning, Pei Chunyu pondered for a moment. He couldn't help but shake his head in light laughter as he remarked in a leisurely manner, Poison sect is filled with traps, and there are more than 100 cultivators standing guard. There's even Dukai, that poison man, around. Su Zimo definitely has a death wish for barging into poison sect alone. Fufu. If I had known that Su Zimo would be so reckless and dumb, I wouldn't have needed to waste my efforts on him. Pei Chunyu could not help but feel a tinge of regret as he thought about Lu Yun, who had yet to return from the hunt of Su Zimo. It was more than 10 days, and Lu Yun's radio silence probably represented his doom. The thought of Lu Yun failing and being killed by Su Zimo instead had crossed Pei Chunyu's mind too. However, he felt that Lu Yun was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment after all. In terms of strength, he was the only one above Lu Yun. Given the strength that Su Zimo displayed in that battle on the Long Street, there was no way that person could be a threat to Lu Yun. Pei Chunyu said, "Since we've got nothing on, let's go and watch the show." City's west, malevolent Earth sect. In a dark and sinister palace, a malevolent Earth sect cultivator knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Su Zimo returned to the city today. Not long after, he barged into Poison sect alone and created a massacre. The current state of the battle is unknown." The fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect, Shuiyang, opened his eyes with a flicker of mockery. Even the gods can't save somebody that's looking to die. Barging into Poison sect alone? Fufu? Standing up, Shuiyang remarked darkly, "Go. Let's go and help him collect his corpse." The long street connecting Shentian cities north and south. More than 1,000 cultivators of Elixir Yang sect and 1,000 Crane sect flew towards the city south on their flying swords. The dense group attracted countless gazes. That group of cultivators was around half of the sect's strength in the ancient battlefield. Their leaders were Tang Yu of Elixir Yang sect and Feng Manman of 1,000 Crane sect. Ji Changtian and Lung Ro followed behind the two of them with grim expressions silently. In truth, 1,000 Crane sect did not have to be involved in this. Part of the reason why Feng Manman was able to lead so many cultivators forward was due to the close ties between the two sects and as a favor for Tang Yu. At the same time, it was due to Lung Ro's insistent pleads. Tang Yu was flustered and there was sweat on her forehead. She declared as she rode on her flying sword, "Fellow Taoists, please follow my orders later on. Our priority is to rescue fellow Taoist Su. Let's try our best to avoid fighting the Poison sect cultivators head-on." "That's right," Feng Manman added. "This is a rescue mission, not a battle." Thereafter, Feng Manman whispered consolingly, "Xiao Yu, don't be worried. Fellow Taoist Su is extraordinarily strong and the heavens will bless him. Perhaps we might be able to make it in time." In truth, Feng Manman no longer bore any hope despite what she said. To her, they would only make it in time to help Su Zimo collect his corpse. "Thank you, Sister Manman." Tang Yu forced a smile and expressed her thanks. In a split second, all the factions in Shentian City were alerted and moved towards Poison sect at the city's south one after another. In the skies, more than 10 figures rode on their flying swords. Their leader was a handsome man in luxurious robes. With eyes that were crystalline like glass, he exuded a unique aura that attracted everyone's attention. He was none other than the commander for Glass Palace's expedition, Pei Chunyu. Glass Palace's group was about to arrive at Poison sect at the city's south. At the same time, another group of cultivators rode on their flying swords from the direction opposite of Glass Palace. Wearing black robes, they were none other than malevolent Earth sect cultivators. The two major sects were not far from one another and could even see the other through the skies. Reporty. Right then, a Glass Palace cultivator sped over with a frantic expression. His eyes could barely contain his shock as he gulped before struggling to say, "Senior Brother Pei, Poison sect is no more." "Oh," Pei Chunyu replied and wasn't too bothered. After a slight pause, he frowned and returned to his senses. Gazing at his underling's face, he asked slowly with an increasingly sharp expression, "What did you just say? Repeat yourself." The other Glass Palace cultivators looked at that person confusedly, thinking that they had heard wrongly. The reporting cultivator chuckled bitterly and shook his head. "Poison sect's faction in the ancient battlefield is gone. Almost all the poison sect cultivators were massacred by Su Zimo. The Glass Palace group was shocked. How is that possible? Almost at the same time, Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang felt their hearts skip a beat as they exclaimed. They exchanged glances through the void. There was a malevolent earth sect cultivator standing in front of Shui Yang as well, relaying the same message. Realizing that they had lost their composure, both of them took a deep breath and calmed themselves down. Pei Chunyu gripped his fists tightly and narrowed his eyes, asking with grit teeth, "What about Dukai of Poison Sect? What about their traps? What about the 7 lethals? The 100-odd cultivators of Poison Sect? This?" The Glass Palace cultivator paused for a moment before sighing. "They're all gone. They're all gone." Those 3 simple words revealed a hint of exasperation, shock, fear, and endless emotions. Poison Sect, one of the 5 heretical doctrines. A faction that even Glass Palace wasn't willing to provoke personally, was destroyed by that person alone. Everyone present stood dumbfounded on their flying swords in midair with agape mouths. The 3 words lingered in their minds and they couldn't snap out of it. All the Glass Palace and malevolent Earth sect cultivators quietened down. In the vast skies, the atmosphere was strangely tense. A moment later, a Glass Palace cultivator could not help but ask warily, "Senior Brother Pei, are we still going to watch the show?" Initially, they were accompanying Pei Chunyu to watch how tragically Su Zimo would die. But now, everyone gave up on that thought upon receiving the news. Pei Chunyu's gaze flickered and his expression was indeterminate. Pondering briefly, Pei Chunyu's eyes shone with immense killing intent as he remarked darkly, "Go! All the more we have to go check things out because of this." At the same time, the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect, Shui Yang, made a similar decision on the other side. Both of them thought about the same thing. Poison Sect was one of the 5 heretical doctrines after all, and had more than 100 cultivators, with 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators among them. Even if Su Zimo managed to exterminate Poison Sect, it must have been an arduous battle. Even if Su Zimo wasn't severely injured right now, he was most likely at his weakest and might even be riddled with poison from head to toe. This was the best time to kill that man. Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were immortal and fiend sects respectively. Throughout history, immortals and fiends have always been on opposing ends and would never join forces in the open. However, at that moment, Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang exchanged glances and had a tacit understanding. "Let's go," Pei Chunyu ordered and sped forth with the Glass Palace cultivators towards Poison Sect at the city's south. On the long street connecting north and south, speeding with the large group of cultivators, Tang Yu and Feng Manman arrived in the vicinity of Poison Sect before long. There was a large crowd of cultivators before them, packed densely and watching keenly. It was unknown what the cultivators saw, but their eyes were filled with shock. When Tang Yu's group arrived, a passage was immediately squeezed out for them. Suddenly, a fat and rotund figure charged through the crowd, greeting them with delight. "Senior Brother Ji, Sister Lung, you guys are here too." That was none other than Little Fatty, who had just joined Tomb Sect. Shi Jian, who had just joined Puppet Sect, was at the side as well. The two of them had not changed much during that 10-odd days. Little Fatty seemed like he had grown a little fatter, and Shi Jian still looked foolish as ever. Tomb Sect and Puppet Sect were part of the 5 heretical doctrines and were situated at the city's south to begin with. When something happened to Poison Sect, it was natural that the both of them were the first to arrive. "How's everything inside?" Ji Chengtian asked softly with a grim expression. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. Pouting his lips, Little Fatty laughed with raised brows. "You guys are too late and missed everything. Tragic. It's truly tragic." "Ah!" When she heard that, Tang Yu's eyes dimmed as she mumbled to herself as if she had lost her soul. "We were still too late. It's my fault. I should have guessed it. I could have stopped you." Tang Yu was flustered and did not notice Little Fatty's expression and tone. However, Ji Chengtian and Lung Ro frowned. In theory, Little Fatty should be more anxious and sadder than anyone else if something had happened to Su Zimo. Why would he be in such a gloating mood? Little Fatty was stunned when he saw Tang Yu's reaction. At the side, Feng Manman raised her brow lightly and pulled Tang Yu into her embrace. Glaring at little Fatty, she chided, "Fatty, shut up." Little Fatty was even more stunned. Was I wrong? Unable to comprehend what was going on, he turned to Shi Jian and asked, "Silly Jian, what's going on?" Shi Jian was puzzled as well as he scratched his head. Looking at Ji Chengtian and the others, he asked in seriousness, "Brother Ji, why did you guys bring so many people along to watch the show? Man, anyone who didn't know better might think that you guys are out for a fight." Ji Chengtian could not help but roll his eyes. "Zimo is fine? Yeah, alive and hopping," Little Fatty replied. "Ah?" Bouncing from Feng Manman's embrace, Tang Yu blinked and asked without wiping the tears from her eyes, But you said that it was tragic?" "Truly tragic. I meant that it was tragic for Poison Sect." Everyone was dumbfounded and froze on the spot, unable to take the facts in for a moment. Right then, a Poison Sect cultivator stained with blood ran in their directions, staggering with a frightful face. Swoosh! He had not gotten far when a cold light flashed behind him. An arrow pierced his back with a swoosh, protruding out from his chest with blood everywhere. The person's eyes dimmed and took a couple more steps forward before collapsing to his death. Everyone turned instinctively towards the direction where the arrow came from. At the entrance of Poison Sect's residence, a green-robed cultivator strode over with a calm expression and a bright gaze. In fact, there weren't even any traces of blood on him as he put away the moon-colored gigantic bow in his hands into his storage bag with a calm expression. At the same time, the Glass Palace and malevolent Earth Sect groups arrived to witness that scene. Arriving in midair, Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang looked down from above to witness Poison Sect in a wretched state with corpses strewn all over the floor. Warm blood flowed everywhere. It was a living hell beneath them. Poison Sect was truly destroyed. How could this be? The same doubt flashed through the both of their minds. In that bloody battle on the long street, the strength that Su Zimo displayed was far from enough to destroy Poison Sect. Could that man have broken through once more and increased his strength significantly in more than 10 days? A look of caution flickered through their eyes. Of course, the most shocking thing for them was Su Zimo's current condition. Steadied breathing and a calm expression. He did not seem like he had just been through a massive battle. This should have been a battle that was tougher and more dangerous than the bloody battle on the long street. However, neither of them could spot any signs of fatigue on Su Zimo's face nor wounds on his body. Was it all a farce while the truth was that he was at the end of the road? Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang glared intently at Su Zimo, wanting to expose his true weakened self. However, a moment later the two of them gave up. They couldn't read him at all. That man looked to be a frail scholar when he was calm. One could only experience the terrifying strength emitted from his body after he made a move, and it was even fiercer than ancient ferocious beasts. Pei Chunyu took a deep breath of air and turned his gaze towards Tang Yu's group. When he saw their size, he gave up on his idea. No matter what Su Zimo's current condition was, it would be difficult for him to attempt to kill Su Zimo at this moment. Of course, that did not mean that Glass Palace was afraid of Elixir Yang Sect. In a head-on battle, the strength of the four unorthodox groups would never match the Immortal and Fiend sects as well as the Buddhist monasteries. Right now, the Elixir Pool sect ruins had yet to appear and they hadn't seen any treasures yet. There was no need for him to fight anyone to the death since outsiders could seize the opportunity to take advantage of them while they were weak. Subtly, Pei Chunyu turned to leave with his group from Glass Palace. On the other side, the fiend heir of malevolent Earth sect, Shui Yang, made the same decision expressionlessly and returned to the city's west. In reality, Su Zimo's appearance was truly not faked. After attaining lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section, the bit of strength he had expended was nothing to him. The battle had turned into a one-sided massacre after Du Kai's death. Making use of his movement technique's speed and ethereal wings, Su Zimo killed brashly, and no one could hold out a single round against him. For some of the cultivators that escaped further, Su Zimo hunted them down with the moon concealment bow. In this battle, more than 100 Poison Sect cultivators were completely annihilated with no survivors. Little Fatty, Shi Jian, and the others took it relatively well. However, Feng Man, Thousand Crane Sect, and Elixir Yang Sect were completely stunned as they froze on the spot. Earlier on, Tang Yu was reminding them repeatedly that after entering the battlefield, their priority was rescue instead of fighting. However, their plans could not catch up to the changes. By the time they arrived, they didn't even have the chance even if they wanted to fight poison sect cultivators. Although Tang Yu had high regards for Su Zimo's strength, she could not believe that he could overwhelm poison sect, one of the 5 heretical doctrines, single-handedly. Su Zimo strode over leisurely and arrived before Tang Yu and the others, smiling gently. I've caused you guys worries. I'm fine. In that short period of time, Tang Yu went through a roller coaster of emotions. Initially, she was only worried about Su Zimo. After seeing that he was fine, she felt like a load was lifted off her shoulders. Right after, she felt indignant as she looked at him in a huff, revealing a hint of a maiden's attitude that was extremely charming. Tang Yu merely felt that the person before her was extremely horrible to create empty worries for her, causing her to lose her composure time and again. Why you? Didn't you say that you were merely going out for a walk? Initially, Tang Yu wanted to give Su Zimo a good lecture. However, when she saw the latter's smile, her words sounded like the grumble of a cute couple at odds. Feng Man eyed Tang Yu strangely. The two of them had known one another for many years, but she had never seen Tang Yu take that tone with anyone else. Su Zimo replied, I did walk around the city, but I ended up here somehow. The more I thought about your words, the more I felt that they made sense, so I went ahead and destroyed Poison Sect. Everyone looked at Tang Yu in surprise and could not contain their shock. Su Zimo's reply made everyone assume subconsciously that Poison Sect was destroyed because of what Tang Yu said. With a stunned expression, Tang Yu asked, What did I say? You told me that killing a few Poison Sect cultivators was useless and would even make me a target for them to take revenge on. So, you decided to destroy Poison Sect instead? Yes. Tang Yu's frown tightly and nearly exploded on the spot. What I meant was for you to not provoke Poison Sect, but you went ahead and destroyed them instead. Taking a deep breath of air, Tang Yu composed herself. She had lost her composure multiple times in less than 2 hours. She must not continue communicating with that person before her in the same manner. Turning around, she looked towards Feng Man at the side and said apologetically, Sister Man, I'm sorry. I've caused you to make a wasted trip. It's fine. Feng Man smiled and swept away a few strands of hair covering her forehead flirtatiously before remarking meaningfully. I've only found out about young Master Su's strength today. You've really got good judgment, Xiaoyu. By now, Tang Yu had already composed herself as she smiled in return. Let's head back to the city's north. Along the way, Tang Yu suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, Right, I didn't have time to ask. Did you manage to gain anything from your trip to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, fellow Taoist Su? Feng Man and the others turned as well towards Su Zimo. I did. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Hearing Su Zimo's ambiguous reply, Tang Yu knew that he didn't manage to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance. Furthermore, nobody thought that anybody could obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance since there was already the impression of someone else doing so. If it was any other time, Tang Yu wouldn't have continued pressing unless Su Zimo looked bad. However, for some reason, she wanted to see him embarrassed today. With a teasing glance, she continued asking, So, what did you manage to gain? Could you have perhaps gotten the Saber Emperor's inheritance? Her way of asking was extremely obvious. That's right. Su Zimo continued smiling and replied naturally, as though it was real. When she heard that, Feng Man pouted and thought to herself, Although this man is capable, he's dishonest and wants to put on appearances. Tang Yu pursed her lips and smiled before shaking her head without asking anything more. When everyone was about to arrive at the city's north, a cultivator sped over from outside the city gates, yelling the moment he entered the city, Big news! After 1,000 years, somebody managed to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance again. The Saber Mountain collapsed and the Spirit Sea dried up, The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea has vanished from the ancient battlefield completely. Suddenly, Tang Yu's group slowed down and turned quiet. That piece of news was enough to stir up the entire ancient battlefield. In fact, it would cause a stir in the cultivation world as well after they left the ancient battlefield. Theoretically, everyone should start to discuss and wonder about who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance thereafter. However, at that moment everyone went silent. That was because someone among them had just admitted to obtaining the Saber Emperor's inheritance. If both events had happened separately with some time in between, no one would have connected the dots. But now that someone had just admitted to it, the news spread to the city. Everyone looked towards Su Zimo instinctively with strange expressions. Was it for real? It was a fleeting thought as everyone denied it internally right after. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea was formed in the ancient era. Since then, countless geniuses had attempted and yet, only a single person had managed to pass the test and obtain the inheritance. It was obvious how difficult it was. It was not ridiculous to call the fiend sect cultivator 1,000 years ago a peerless paragon. Could a peerless paragon exist among their midst as well? It was a mysterious and surreal feeling. Everyone, I'll go check on Xiaoning. Right then, Su Zimo spoke and bid farewell with cupped fists before floating off. After Su Zimo was far away, Feng Man suddenly asked, Xiao Yu, do you think that he was speaking the truth? I have no idea as well. Tang Yu chuckled bitterly and shook her head. For the next period of time, news of Poison Sect being destroyed was taken over completely by the news of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea vanishing. Nearly everyone in Xianxia City was discussing who the cultivator who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance was. While everyone had different sayings and guesses, none of them had an accurate answer. Among them, there were people who said that a green-robed cultivator obtained the inheritance. That saying did not mean anything much to outsiders. However, Tang Yu and the others thought of Su Zimo instantly the moment they heard that. However, Su Zimo had been in seclusion during this period of time and Tang Yu did not have the chance to verify the facts. As time passed by, the atmosphere in Xianxia City became more tense. Recently, many foreign faces appeared in the city and they possessed extraordinary strength. The seal of Elixir Pool sect was about to disperse. Previously, things were relatively fine between the major factions in Xianxia City. However, once the seal was dispelled and treasures revealed themselves, it would definitely bring about an apocalyptic and bloody battle royale. This day, an Elixir Yang sect disciple knocked on Su Zimo's door, requesting for him to gather at the front hall. Su Zimo sat in a lotus position on his bed with blood quencher placed horizontally before him. Letting out a deep breath, he opened his eyes that shone clear as water with a calm expression. He knew that Tang Yu would not disturb him unless necessary. Now that they were knocking on his door, it was most likely because something big was happening at the Elixir Pool sect ruins. Descending to the ground, Su Zimo followed the Elixir Yang sect disciple and arrived at the front hall before long. The front hall was already filled with people by now. At a single glance, there were close to 1,000 people. Su Zimo finally understood what was meant by a major sect. Before entering the ancient battlefield, the Emperor of Great Zhou mentioned that the Great Zhou dynasty's strength was enough to teleport 50 cultivators at most. However, some of Tianhuang mainland's top factions could send hundreds to thousands of cultivators into the ancient battlefield. As one of the 4 unorthodox groups, although Elixir Yang sect wasn't specialized in combat, their sect had strong foundations and mighty figures to support them. That was why they could send more than 1,000 cultivators in. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Tang Yu nodded in greeting when she saw Su Zimo enter. Unlike his ordinary self, Uncle Liang, who was behind Tang Yu, took the initiative to smile at Su Zimo as well. Ji Chengtian and Xiaoning had arrived long ago. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a hostile intent and could not help but frown. Turning around, he glared over without being subtle. It was Yan Jun. 10 days ago, Yan Jun fainted after receiving a slap from Su Zimo. In reality, Yan Jun was not severely injured because Su Zimo showed mercy. Thanks to the miraculous elixirs of Elixir Yang sect, Yan Jun recovered within a couple of days. When he saw Su Zimo looking in his direction, Yan Jun turned away hurriedly and avoided the former's gaze, looking somewhat shifty and fearful. Everyone. Right then, Tang Yu's voice sounded and the chatter in the crowd softened gradually to silence. Tang Yu said in a deep voice, "In at most 2 days, the seal of Elixir Pool sect will be dispelled entirely. At that time, a cruel battle awaits everyone. Please be prepared." Elixir Pool sect is located in a valley 5 kilometers south of Xianxia City. Due to its terrain, the valley is covered in fog that cannot be dispersed throughout the year and visibility is extremely low. That is also the reason why the Elixir Pool sect ruins haven't been discovered till now. These were extremely valuable news and everyone listened attentively. The dispelling of the Elixir Pool sect's ruin seal does not mean that we can have a smooth journey and arrive safely. According to the scouting of a few junior brothers, the valley is home to many pure-blooded ferocious beasts, ancient remnant beasts and extinct ancient life forms with terrifying strength. The lifespan of demon beasts is much longer than that of humans. These pure-blooded ferocious beasts have not been able to form inner cores due to the rules of the ancient battlefield. However, their strengths are at the peak of Foundation establishment and they are extremely terrifying. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Through those simple statements, he could tell how dangerous it was and that the situation was not to be underestimated. First, although they had the advantage in numbers with close to 1,000 cultivators, they could not compare with the pure-blooded ferocious beasts and ancient life forms that have resided and reproduced in the ancient battlefield for countless years. Second, this place was deep in the ancient battlefield. Pure-blooded ferocious beasts aside, even the most ordinary ancient life forms possessed terrifying strength. Third, environment. The environment was extremely unfavorable for them. The intelligence of those pure-blooded ferocious beasts was not inferior to humans. The reason why they rarely attacked the city was because they knew that the humans had the terrain advantage and they couldn't win. However, the situation was reversed this time round. The demon beasts had the terrain advantage. All the factions had limited knowledge about the valley and did not know much about the terrain within. However, these demon beasts that had lived inside for countless years knew everything. Apart from that, there was an even scarier reality, night. Tang Yu said, "With the fog surrounding the valley, our vision is reduced and it's hard for us to fight at maximum strength. When night arrives, our vision of sight will be further reduced. At that time, if we're surrounded by pure-blooded ferocious beasts." Tang Yu did not go on, but everyone felt a chill run down their spines. After a brief pause, Tang Yu continued, "That is why we have to enter the territory of the Elixir Pool sect ruins before the first night. Once night falls, we will sleep in the valley forever without being able to see the light of the second day." The test of the ancient battlefield was finally about to arrive. It was easy for one to cultivate in reclusive seclusion within Xianxia City and tide through the year. However, the cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield were all geniuses of the younger generation of their respective sects. Each of them had their ambitions. They did not enter the ancient battlefield to cultivate. They did it to gain opportunities, treasures, and many long-lost secret cultivation techniques. Back in the glorious period of the ancient era, Elixir Pool sect was also a renowned supersect. A sect as such was buried by the sands of time, sealed through eternity, and was only seeing the day of light again now. Within, there were bound to be countless treasures and opportunities awaiting everyone. All the major factions of Xianxia City will be gathered this time round, including sects like Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. There will definitely be a bloody battle when the time comes, Tang Yu said solemnly with a stern expression. Elixir Yang sect can give up on other treasures if the situation seems bad. However, we must fight and get our hands on Elixir Pool sect's recipes. Most of those recipes may have already been lost through the times. Once they appeared, they would definitely cause a huge stir within Tianhuang mainland and Elixir Yang sect status would naturally rise. Everyone go back and wait. Get ready and prepare to set off at any moment. After Tang Yu finished speaking, many cultivators dispersed and returned to their rooms. Fellow Taoist Su, fellow Taoist Ji, please wait up. Tang Yu held back Su Zimo and Ji Qingtian and they took their seats after everyone left. "Have you guys heard of the sealer?" Tang Yu did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Su Zimo and Ji Chengtian were slightly stunned, exchanging gazes before shaking their heads. Their understanding of the ancient battlefield was far inferior to these disciples of supersections. Tang Yu had expected that and wasn't surprised. If Su Zimo hadn't even heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, it was only logical that he wouldn't know about sealers. Tang Yu explained, "Apart from geniuses at Foundation Establishment Realm, some major sects of Tianhuang mainland will teleport golden cores here as well." "What?" Su Zimo and Ji Chengtian were shocked. Su Zimo had heard from Demonist Ji that the ancient battlefield was a separate dimension of its own, formed by fragments left behind by an apocalyptic war back in the ancient era. There were elementary, intermediate, and advanced ancient battlefields. Right now, they were in the elementary ancient battlefield. The 3 grades of the ancient battlefields were decided based on their relative stabilities. The elementary ancient battlefield was the most unstable. If the energy fluctuation is too great, it would cause a dimensional tear, devouring the cultivator entirely and releasing him into the voids to be shredded by the void currents. After countless years of testing, the breaking point was decided at the Golden Core realm. As long as the cultivators were below the Golden Core realm, they would not cause a dimensional tear. As for the dimension of the intermediate ancient battlefield, it was stabler and golden cores can enter and attack freely within it. A dimensional tear would not be caused as long as their cultivation realms were lower than nascent soul. As a world of its own, the ancient battlefield possessed self-preservation instincts and could reject cultivators with power beyond the breaking point. Take the elementary ancient battlefield for example. Golden cores had no way of entering it. It was more like a rule that could not be defied. But now, Tang Yu's statement had overthrown Su Zimo's previous understanding. Tang Yu explained, "Some of the major sects with strong foundations and had been around for ages have mighty figures among them with supreme methods. These people can secretly seal a golden core's cultivation temporarily and send them into the ancient battlefield. These golden cores are referred to as sealers." Su Zimo and Ji Chengtian's eyes were filled with shock when they heard that. Methods that could defy a world's rules were truly supreme. However, Ji Chengtian was puzzled right after and asked with a frown, "Even if they are able to send sealers in secretly, these people would only be able to exert the strength of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. What's the point of spending so much effort?" Without replying, Tang Yu smiled and looked at Su Zimo in a testing manner. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he said slowly, "More so to intimidate." When he heard that, Uncle Liang nodded to himself with a look of admiration in his eyes. "That's right," Tang Yu replied. "Sealers are not limited to the strength of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. They are golden cores and can release the full strength of a golden core as well. However, the price for that would be for them to be swallowed by the dimensional tear and die on the spot. Therefore, most of the time, sealers are only there to intimidate others, and they will not release the strength of a golden core unless absolutely necessary." Ji Chengtian asked, "How do we distinguish sealers then?" Tang Yu did not reply and looked towards Su Zimo with a pursed smile. Clearly, she still wanted to test him. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled that night back in the Great Zhou dynasty. Sealers should be elderly golden cores in their twilight years coming to an end of their lifespans. Under normal circumstances, sealers would not release their strength as a golden core in the ancient battlefield. Once they did, it would mean death for them. Only golden cores at the end of their lifespans would agree to entering with the risk of dying at any moment. That night, back in the Great Zhou dynasty, the reason why those 2 golden cores disregarded the imperial notice and tried to assassinate Su Zimo despite knowing that they would die was because they were at the end of their lives without many years to live anyways. Tang Yu looked at Su Zimo with her mouth agape in shock. She had not expected him to reveal one of the secrets behind it with just a single sentence. Su Zimo continued, "Since sealers are there to intimidate, they should be by the side of the respective sex commanders to protect them as well." With that said, he turned to look at Uncle Liang who was behind Tang Yu, smiling gently. "Uncle Liang, you're a sealer, right?" "Haha, bravo." Uncle Liang stroked his beard and laughed while praising. In reality, Su Zimo had deduced Uncle Liang's identity long ago. Normally, those who entered the ancient battlefield were all young geniuses. It was truly strange for an elderly man with white hair such as Uncle Liang to appear in the ancient battlefield. Tang Yu continued, since sealers are old with failing physique and weak stamina, they rarely fight even without using the strength of a golden core. Pondering for a moment, Ji Chengtian asked again, if that's the case, why don't you send more sealers? That amount of strength should be enough to sweep through the ancient battlefield. It won't. Tang Yu shook her head. First, there aren't many golden cores in their twilight years. Second, sending a sealer has already disrupted the balance of the ancient battlefield. If the golden cores truly wage war and cause multiple dimensional tears, the world would be even more unstable and might even be destroyed. The result of a destroyed dimension would be for all beings in it, regardless of whether they were alive, to be reduced to dust and returned to chaos. In order to prevent the ancient battlefield from being destroyed, the major sects had an agreement that they would only send a single sealer in each time. After a slight pause, Tang Yu turned to Su Zimo. What I want to remind you is that Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang each have a sealer by their sides as well. Tang Yu knew that Su Zimo wanted to fight for the perfect meridian unlocking elixir. However, Pei Chunyu and the others were bound to fight for a perfect meridian unlocking elixir as well. At that time, a massive battle would break out, and Su Zimo's enemies were not only Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang, but their sealers as well. It was obvious that Tang Yu was implying for Su Zimo to back off. Su Zimo's current strength was enough for him to go against Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang. However, even without using their strength as golden cores, sealers were equivalent to 8 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators just by releasing the strength at peak Foundation Establishment. That was more than enough to suppress Su Zimo. No matter what, Su Zimo did not stand a chance at all. If he persisted and enraged the sealers, causing them to release their strength as golden cores, Su Zimo was bound to die. Su Zimo smiled but did not comment. No matter what, he had to get his hands on a perfect meridian unlocking elixir. This concerned his future accomplishments, and no one could stand in his way. After a brief moment, Tang Yu added, right, there's one more thing. The trip to the Elixir Pool Sect ruins is extremely dangerous, and we don't know what's going to happen. How about letting Xiaoning stay in Xiantian City? It might be safer for her. To Tang Yu, Xiaoning was merely at late-stage Foundation establishment and wouldn't be of much help even if she followed them to the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. It's fine, let her come along. Su Zimo shook his head. Don't worry. Xiaoning won't be a burden for you guys with Night Spirit protecting her. Normally, it would indeed be much safer for Xiaoning to stay in Xiantian City. However, Su Zimo decided to take Xiaoning along with him after taking into account that mysterious elixir furnace she had in her possession. Su Zimo believed that given his and Night Spirit's strength, he would be able to ensure Xiaoning's safety no matter how dangerous it was. After chatting a little more, they dispersed and waited for news of the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. A day later, after 5 p.m., nearing dusk, 5 kilometers away from the south of Xiantian City, a violent quake happened as beams of light shot into the skies before disappearing. The seal of Elixir Pool Sect had dispersed. Many cultivators came out of seclusion in Xiantian City and countless figures soared into the skies, heading towards the valley 5 kilometers to the south on their flying swords. Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, Tomb Sect, Puppet Sect, and various other sects made their moves, and in the blink of an eye, the entire Xiantian City was in an uproar. Because Su Zimo and the others were prepared, they assembled at the front hall swiftly the moment they saw the phenomenon. Tang Yu gazed up at the skies with a dark expression and worry in her eyes. Su Zimo knew what was on her mind. Right now, it was evening and there were only 2 hours left till night. It was relatively dangerous for them to barge into the valley right now. If they did not manage to pass the defenses of the ferocious beasts and arrive at the Elixir Pool Sect ruins before nightfall, all of them might end up dying in the valley. However, if they were to stay here and another sect broke through the ferocious beasts and arrived first, all the treasures inside Elixir Pool Sect were bound to be wiped clean. Junior sister, let's go. Glass Palace and the other sects have already set off. We'll be too late if we don't move. Yan Jun urged at the side. Sighing internally, Tang Yu waved her hand. Let's go. Everyone rode on their flying swords and sped towards the south. Among the crowd, Yan Jun glanced at Su Zimo with a killing intent flickering briefly past his eyes. Su Zimo sensed it the moment it appeared. Although he did not turn back, his expression was cold as he slowed down and came to Yan Jun's side. Without even looking at him, Su Zimo remarked indifferently, "A word of advice. It's best if you don't harbor any designs on me." At that moment, Yan Jun felt as though his heart was being grabbed by someone and had stopped beating. How did he realize it? His expression was frightfully pale as sweat poured down his forehead. He could not understand how he was found out when he had merely glanced at Su Zimo once with a fleeting killing intent. Yan Jun's legs were trembling slightly. He tried to control them, but he could not do so. Taking a deep breath of air, he pretended to be calm as he faked a laugh at Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist, who are you talking to? I merely knocked you out with that slap from before, but the next time your head will explode. After a slight pause, Su Zimo continued, Oh, right, this is not a threat. It's just a reminder. Without looking at him still, Su Zimo sped up after that statement and returned to the front of the group. In that short dozens of seconds, Yan Jun felt as though he had been through dozens of years. It was as if he had passed through Hell's Gates and was now drenched with sweat, shivering when the wind blew at him. Burying his head deeply, Yan Jun no longer dared to look at Su Zimo. At that moment, his expression was menacing and his eyes were hysterical. From the bottom of his heart, he howled internally, Su Zimo, you embarrassed me thoroughly in front of everyone back then. Today you're even threatening me. I'll make sure the Fog Valley will be your burial ground. The group rode on their flying swords and could see the massive fog shrouding the valley from afar. Gray and hazy, it rolled in an illusory manner. Surrounding the valley, the fog was like a wild beast in a hazy night, opening its bloody mouth and waiting to enjoy a feast. Given their speed, they covered the distance of 5 kilometers extremely quickly. Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, and many other sects were at the valley's entrance, arriving not long ago as well. Outside the crowd, there were some itinerant cultivators waiting for an opportunity, wanting to mix in with the crowd after the major sects entered and lured away the attention of the ferocious beasts. Xiao Yu, you've arrived. Feng Man of Thousand Cranes sect walked over and greeted with a nod. Su Zimo could clearly tell that Feng Man was not relaxed either. The two of them discussed for a while and Tang Yu stood out. She cupped her fists in the direction of Glass Palace and asked loudly, Fellow Taoist Pei, it's already late and night will arrive in less than 2 hours. It's way too dangerous for us to enter the valley now. Why don't we return to the city to rest and set out tomorrow morning to enter the valley? What do you think? In reality, her words struck a common chord with many cultivators. The valley was extremely huge, and nobody knew the exact location of Elixir Pool Sect. If they did not manage to find the Elixir Pool Sect ruins before nightfall, many lives would be lost. However, everyone had already arrived here and were worried that someone else might seize the opportunity before them if they were to leave. Raising his chin slightly, Pei Chunyu replied, I don't have much objections towards your suggestion, fellow Taoist. However, Pei Chunyu did not continue, but he looked towards Malevolent Earth Sect. The fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect, Shuiyang, sneered, Don't come to the valley if you're afraid of death. Return to Shentian City obediently, and you're guaranteed to be snug and safe for a year. Rubbish! How can a small valley stop the great ambitions of Glass Palace? Many Glass Palace disciples shouted. Smirking coldly, Shuiyang waved his hand and declared, Follow me into the valley. Before his sentence was completed, Shuiyang took the first step and led the Malevolent Earth Sect group forward and disappeared into the fog. There's naturally no way Glass Palace would want to fall behind as Pei Chunyu ordered. Into the valley! The actions of the two sects affected all the factions that were hesitating outside the valley. Various sects took action at the same time and gushed inside. Greed often causes one to lose their rationality. At that moment, all the cultivators rushing into the valley were fervent with burning gazes. The only thing left in their eyes were the treasures of Elixir Pool sect. They had instinctively forgotten about the latent dangers in the valley. None of them wanted to be left behind. Elixir Yang sect did not make a move still. Standing at the front, Tang Yu frowned with a hesitant expression. Her decision affected the lives of more than 1,000 cultivators behind her. Night will descend entirely in less than 2 hours. At that time, under the foggy night, each of them would experience weakened senses. However, the ancient lifeforms, remnant beasts and ferocious beasts wouldn't be affected much by the environment. Young master, let's hurry and enter the valley. Stop hesitating. If they find the Elixir Pool sect ruins first, the treasures are going to be wiped clean. By then, we'll have to return empty-handed. That's right. Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect have already entered. All of us cultivators add up to thousands in total. Do you think that we'll lose to the animals? When he heard that, Su Zimo scoffed internally and shook his head. Even if they had hundreds of thousands of cultivators, they wouldn't be able to compete against the number of demon beasts that lived and reproduced here, let alone the thousands of them. Be it in terms of timing or environment, they had no advantage. After a moment, Tang Yu finally relented against the chatter of the cultivators behind her. With exasperation in her heart, she waved her hand. Let's go. Into the valley. Elixir Yang sect was the final group to enter the valley. According to the original plan, the 1,000-odd Elixir Yang sect cultivators were supposed to form a cone-shaped formation. Those with the weakest combat strength, such as Su Xiaoning and some other Elixir refinement masters, would be in the middle of the formation. The outer perimeter of the formation would be formed with the Battle Hall cultivators. The topmost and sharpest end of the cone formation would be formed with Su Zimo, Ji Chengtian, and Yan Jun. Su Zimo was in the middle and Ji Chengtian and Yan Jun were slightly behind him, supporting from both sides. The moment they entered the valley, Su Zimo summoned 18 supreme-grade flying swords that hovered around him, ready to strike at any moment. The visibility is so low. That's right. I can only see 100 feet or so. Many cultivators started discussing in hushed whispers after entering. Ji Chengtian was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Gazing around, he nodded. I can only see 100-odd feet around me at most. What about you, Zimo? Around the same, Su Zimo replied ambiguously. In reality, after clearing his 7 orifices, Su Zimo's vision was extremely powerful. Even in the fog, he could see things thousands of feet away. If the fog before him had a very small effect on demonic beasts, it was equivalent to not affecting Su Zimo at all. Many cultivators groped and proceeded forward. Not long after, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed in the valley, mixed with heartbreaking cries. The sounds were frightening and unsettling. Has someone already encountered a ferocious beast? Probably. Some cultivators discussed softly among the crowd. With the obstruction to their vision and the continuous howls of beasts in the valley, everyone's excitement gradually died down and they started feeling restless. Suddenly, Su Zimo's voice sounded. Everyone, watch out! There's a large number of ancient blood mosquitoes around. Everyone was shocked. Blood mosquitoes were one of the most common spirit beasts in Tianhuang mainland. They were around the size of a fist and loved sucking the blood of other living beings, humans included. While blood mosquitoes were weak, ancient blood mosquitoes were much more terrifying. Ancient blood mosquitoes were life forms of the ancient era and were long extinct in Tianhuang mainland. Massive in size, they were larger than humans and their wings would buzz loudly when they flapped. While their bodies were relatively fragile, the mouth part that they used to suck the blood of other living beings was their killing weapon and was extremely frightening. Long, thin, sharp, and indestructible, their mouth parts could penetrate the flesh of other living beings with ease, and they could suck an ordinary living being dry within 10 seconds. What was even more terrifying was that ancient blood mosquitoes lived in swarms. When ancient blood mosquitoes hunted for food, they would swarm over with the skies covered. Even ancient remnant beasts wouldn't be able to escape them and would turn into dried corpses in the blink of an eye. The color drained from everyone's faces as the mention of ancient blood mosquitoes. If they encountered the ancient blood mosquitoes, Even escaping with half the crew alive would already be the best-case scenario. However, everyone could not help but feel doubt when they did not see signs of the ancient blood mosquitoes even after a while. What ancient blood mosquitoes? Bloody hell! It was just a false alarm. What's up with this person? You can't joke casually about such things. The cultivators could not help but grumble. At the side, Yen Jun crossed his arms and watched the show gloatingly. Tang Yu frowned slightly. She knew that Su Zimo would not joke around. However, when she saw that there was still nothing around them after a while, she could not help but head forward and ask, "Fellow Taoist Su, are there truly ancient blood mosquitoes?" "Of course." Su Zimo nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of wings flapping could be heard clearly. Pest! Everyone's expressions changed drastically. This time round, none of them doubted Su Zimo's words. However, none of them could understand how he managed to discover the ancient blood mosquitoes so early. Tang Yu squinted her eyes and her gaze flickered as her thoughts raced. The ancient blood mosquitoes had flown at least a few thousand feet from the time Su Zimo gave his warning until now. Could it be that Su Zimo had spotted the ancient blood mosquitoes from more than a few thousand feet away? The thought of that possibility gave Tang Yu a shock. There was no time to think as a swarm of ancient blood mosquitoes appeared before them. In fact, Tang Yu could make out the bloodshot eyes and the thin long mouthparts that were stained with blood of the ancient blood mosquitoes. Many of them could not hold it any longer as they roared and summoned their spirit weapons, attacking the dense swarm of ancient blood mosquitoes. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant spirit light shone in the fog and sword chi filled the place. Clang, clang, clang. The flying swords of many cultivators pierced through the air. The ancient blood mosquitoes lightly shook their mouthparts and collided with the flying sword, causing the sound of metal clashing to ring out. Many flying swords were repelled, returning empty-handed. The distance between them shortened once more. The attacks of the flying swords could not break the defenses of the ancient blood mosquitoes. The cultivators were flustered as they hurriedly summoned spirit talismans and released spirit arts, temporarily stopping the ancient blood mosquitoes in their tracks. However, they had a limited number of talismans and they could not release spirit arts continuously either as they required a huge consumption of spirit energy. After withstanding the first wave of attacks from the ancient blood mosquitoes, they still had to use their flying swords to defend. Poof! 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 Right then, in the void at the most front, ancient blood mosquitoes were sliced apart by flying swords and fell to the ground one after another. Tang Yu looked over and found Su Zimo controlling the 18 supreme-grade flying swords. Without even condensing a sword formation, he was causing massive damage to the ancient blood mosquito swarm. Suddenly, Su Zimo's voice sounded, "Don't let the ancient blood mosquitoes get close. Their mouthparts are extremely lethal, indestructible, and can go against flying swords. Everyone, there's no need to fight them head-on. Use the agility of your flying swords to wrap around or behind them, and you can kill them with ease." Upon hearing those words, everyone was invigorated and attacked as per his advice. Indeed, it was a huge success and countless ancient blood mosquitoes fell, staining the skies red with blood. There were too many ancient blood mosquitoes as they filled the skies and swarmed over like locusts. Even though they knew the weakness of the ancient blood mosquitoes, it was inevitable for them to have openings in their defense, allowing the ancient blood mosquitoes to close in. Those blood-stained, thin and long mouthparts were extremely sharp. Once a cultivator was pierced by them, bloody holes would be formed and they would be sucked dry in the blink of an eye, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton. Initially, cultivators died as the group continued ahead, causing gaps in the formation. Under Tang Yu's lead, the group gathered even more closely and tightly, covering the gaps so that the formation wouldn't be destroyed and torn apart. Although they were similarly at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, Su Zimo's spirit energy was much richer than the Battle Hall cultivators of Elixir Yang sect and was comparable to that of a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Coupled with his supreme-grade flying swords and ethereal sword, Su Zimo's 18 flying swords created an immense amount of damage ahead and were unbeatable. No ancient blood mosquito could reach him as blood mists appeared continuously ahead along with the tragic cries of the former. With Su Zimo taking over most of the attacks, the pressure on Ji Chengtian and Yan Jun lessened significantly and the group continued pushing forward. Even without turning back to look, Su Zimo could sense cultivators falling to the ground repeatedly, unable to get up. In that fog valley, one was as good as dead if they suffered serious injuries. Since those cultivators chose to enter the valley in pursuit of elixir pool sex treasures, they had to accept the dangers they were currently facing. Su Zimo was not a saint and did not have the energy or will to save everyone. All he could do was ensure that the front of the formation was preserved as much as possible and lead the group through the obstacles ahead. An hour later, the group of them broke out from the encirclement of the ancient blood mosquitoes. The surrounding ancient blood mosquitoes were gradually minced by the flying swords and fell. Everyone, take a rest and treat your wounds. Use elixirs to recover your energy. Tang Yu declared with a heave of relief after breaking out from the ancient blood mosquitoes. Su Zimo frowned and did not comment when he heard her decision. The cultivators stopped in their tracks and started bandaging their wounds while consuming elixirs, panting heavily with pale faces. Everyone looked towards Su Zimo at the front with complicated expressions. Previously, none of them could understand why Tang Yu was willing to offend the 4 mounted bandits just to recruit Su Zimo. But now, all of them realized how terrifying Su Zimo was. After that battle, he was calm and composed as usual. Compared to them, he was worlds apart. People like Tang Yu and Uncle Liang understood everything even better. If Su Zimo had not paved the bloody path in front of them, they would have lost at least half of their group of cultivators. But now, they had only lost slightly more than 100 cultivators after breaking free from the ancient blood mosquitoes. Not long after, when Su Zimo saw that everyone had consumed elixirs and treated their wounds, he came before Tang Yu and said softly, "Let's hurry and leave. This is not a good place to linger." There was less than an hour before nightfall. Time was extremely pressing for the group from Elixir Yang sect. The longer they lingered in the valley, the more danger they would face. Furthermore, what they faced earlier was just a group of ancient blood mosquitoes. There were many remnant and variant beasts that had yet to appear. Su Zimo had a feeling that pure-blooded ferocious beasts would definitely appear once night fell. At that time, the valley would be a nightmare for all the sects and cultivators. Tang Yu nodded. Just as she was about to speak, Yan Jun sneered, "Su Zimo, you have a strong physique and can continue on the road. However, you've got to consider the feelings of others." His voice was very loud, as if he was intentionally speaking to others. Many cultivators looked towards Su Zimo with displeasure upon hearing that. Tang Yu hesitated when she caught sight of their expressions. Loudly, Yan Jun declared, "Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. Resting a little more won't make a difference." Su Zimo smiled and did not say anything more. Suddenly, he sensed something and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Spinning around, he looked towards the back of the formation. "What's wrong?" Tang Yu asked hurriedly when she saw Su Zimo's strange expression. Before she finished speaking, the ground at the back of the cone-shaped formation began to tremble. Gradually, it turned soft and weak, showing signs of sinking in. It was as if some terrifying creature was about to break out of the soil. "Hurry, let's go!" Su Zimo shouted. Tang Yu also sensed that something was amiss and yelled, "Everyone, follow me. Let's leave this place quickly." Bang! Boom! Boom! The ground at the back collapsed suddenly and dark red tentacles as thick as a water bucket extended from beneath, yanking the cultivators underneath. "Ground dragons! It's ground dragons!" Uncle Liang exclaimed in shock. Ground dragons were not dragons and usually lived underground. Although they were shaped like anacondas, they had no scales and their bodies were filled with spiral patterns instead. They were dark red in color with no eyes and were extremely sensitive to light and trembles on the ground. There was a huge circular mouth on their heads with rims of sharp fangs within, and they could grind any living beings into mincemeat with every squirm. The most terrifying thing was that ground dragons had an exceptional regeneration capability. Even if they were cut into several pieces, they could recover to their original states as long as they dug back underground and rested. Any living being that was dragged underground by a ground dragon was most likely doomed, and even ancient remnant beasts were no exception. Although Su Zimo had warned them, most cultivators at the back took it lightly and were completely defenseless. Some of them even assumed lotus positions on the ground. The moment the ground caved in, those cultivators were dragged underground by the ground dragons with only time for a single tragic cry for help. Some cultivators soared into the air hurriedly, but they were devoured by the ground dragons in a single mouthful they could react, causing blood to spray everywhere in a miserable manner. Some cultivators summoned their flying swords hurriedly to cut the ground dragons into two. However, the ground dragons did not die and still possessed extremely powerful killing power even with half their bodies left. The ground was stained scarlet with blood. "Hurry, run! We have to get out of here quickly!" A series of shouts sounded within the chaos. The cone-shaped formation was created once more, albeit somewhat scattered, and they rushed towards the valley under Su Zimo's lead. The cultivators only managed to shake off the ground dragons after a full 15 minutes of escaping and slowed down. Most of them were drenched in sweat with fear and unease. This escape had too much of a toll on everyone's mental state and energy. Even Xianxia's forehead was covered with a layer of sweat. Su Zimo looked as per normal. His eyes were bright. His breathing was steady and his physique seemed unlimited like the vast skies and bottomless seas. It seemed like everything that happened was insignificant to him. Tang Yu looked down at the remaining Elixir Yang sect cultivators with a sorrowful expression. Elixir Yang sect only lost slightly more than 100 people after breaking free from the ancient blood mosquitoes. However, they had only lingered for a moment longer at that place and almost 200 cultivators were dead. Recalling Su Zimo's suggestion, Tang Yu felt even more guilty. She bore at least half the responsibility for the deaths of over 200 cultivators. If only she had been more decisive, perhaps. Many cultivators glared at Yan Jun begrudgingly. If not for his actions, those 200 or so of their sect mates might not have died. Feeling guilty, Yan Jun coughed softly. "I didn't mean it either. I just wanted to let everyone get more rest." Some cultivators could not help but laugh coldly. "Ha! Easy for you to say. More than 200 fellow disciples died here because of that remark of yours. That's because they aren't strong enough. Don't follow us into the valley if you're afraid of death. Senior brother Yen, we're all from the same sect. How can you say something like that? That's enough." Sensing that the tension was strong and that they were only going to argue more intensely, Uncle Liang hollered and stopped the commotion. Feeling frustrated, Tang Yu raised her brows slightly and waved her hand. "Everyone quieten down. I made the wrong decision earlier on." She took a deep breath of air and came to Su Zimo's side, asking softly, "Fellow Taoist, what should we do next?" "We can only continue our journey and try to locate the Elixir Pool sect ruins as soon as possible. That's the only way for us to avoid the threat of the demon beasts in the valley." "All right." Tang Yu commanded for everyone to continue. They didn't advance far when the fog in front of them surged. Several thousand feet away, an azure-feathered eagle was flapping its wings, speeding towards them at an extremely fast speed with deep killing intent in its eyes. An ancient remnant beast. After running for nearly 2 hours in the valley, an ancient remnant beast had finally appeared. Using the guise of the fog, the other cultivators did not notice any signs of the azure-feathered eagle at all. However, Su Zimo's eyes were extremely sharp and he sensed it long ago. "Condense!" He split out 6 flying swords that shot through the air, leaving streams of sword chi, forming a hexagonal sword formation that shone brilliantly. It was extremely difficult to kill an ancient remnant beast considering the fact that they were on sword kinesis. In order to save spirit energy, Su Zimo did not use the candlelight sword formation right away. Instead, he condensed the hexagonal sword formation and pointed forward, sending it through the air. Many cultivators could not understand why Su Zimo suddenly attacked. However, it did not take long before a bird's tragic cry could be heard from the fog ahead. A moment later, the hexagonal sword formation returned and Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. as if nothing happened. As the group ventured deeper into the valley, there were no longer large swarms of ancient lifeforms. Instead, ancient remnant beasts started appearing. Most of the time, Su Zimo attacked preemptively and killed the ancient remnant beasts before the latter could reach them. Although they merely had close encounters as they ventured deeper, everyone's expressions turned grimmer. The skies had gradually darkened. Everyone's vision was reduced once more. In the dark and empty valley, smelling the thick scent of blood in the air, everyone's heart felt incomparably depressed and uneasy. They had yet to find the Elixir Pool sect ruins. This meant that the group would have to continue in the night. Before long, night finally fell and their surroundings were pitch black. Initially, everyone could still see a distance 100 feet in front of them. But now, that range had shrunk to 30 feet. Before they knew it, their surroundings had gone silent. There were no longer birds crying or beasts roaring. In fact, there weren't even screams of cultivators anymore. It was as if all the demon beasts hid themselves in an instant and vanished without a trace. It was like the calm before a storm. The silence was so eerie, sinister, and frightening. Under Su Zimo's lead, everyone proceeded forward and could even hear their own hearts pounding. The rustling of the withered leaves they stepped on sounded particularly piercing. What's going on? Why aren't there any demon beasts left? Finally, someone could not bear the pressure and asked with a quivering voice, panting slightly. Tang Yu was a little afraid as well. She could even sense the aura of death in that darkness. Right now, the only thing that could calm her down was that back view in front of her that was sturdy even if it was not broad. It was as if their hope would not be extinguished as long as that figure did not fall. The darkness before them was filled with unknown dangers. However, Su Zimo's footsteps did not stop at all as he continued advancing. Suddenly, he came to a stop and his deep voice sounded. Although it sounded calm, its content was shocking. Everyone, prepare for a fierce battle. A beast stampede is approaching. Beast stampede. The sound of those two words caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo looked over and a cold glint flashed through his eyes as he said slowly, "Furthermore, it's a beast stampede made up of ancient remnant beasts." Ah! What? The crowd was in an uproar. A single ancient remnant beast was more than enough to give them all headaches. In the ancient battlefield, who could survive if an ancient remnant beast stampede swarmed over them? Which sect could live to see the next day? If we were to retreat now, can we escape? Finally, a cultivator could not endure the pressure and whimpered with a shaky tone. Faint tremors were coming from the ground, as if a massive army was charging over. Although they could not see it, everyone could sense the violent aura that was coming from in front of them. It was too late. That person already knew the answer without Su Zimo replying. The most worrying situation had arrived. Furthermore, it was much scarier than they had imagined it to be. The tremors on the ground were intensifying. Even though the cultivators clearly know that there were countless remnant beasts that were charging towards them, the most frightening thing was that they couldn't see anything against the cover of the fog. Unable to withstand it, some cultivators sat wasted on the floor as their knees buckled against the tremors of the ground. They were mentally crushed as they cried helplessly. In the face of death, cultivators were no different from mortals. They were equally insignificant and helpless without a single shred of dignity. What should we do? Tang Yu looked at Su Zimo and asked instinctively. Su Zimo replied indifferently, "Of course we welcome them. Of course we welcome them." Those simple few words contained a fearless courage that overlooked everything. Everyone, Tang Yu included, was thinking about how they should escape and survive. However, Su Zimo's thoughts were opposite of theirs. Tang Yu was invigorated as she turned to look at Su Zimo's side profile. Although it was in the night and Su Zimo's face was a little blurry, his eyes were still bright as always, resembling two shimmering stars that illuminated the darkness. Sensing something, Su Zimo turned slightly and smiled calmly, asking, "Or, do we have any other way out?" Tang Yu was stunned. That's right. What other way out did they have? By the time the ancient remnant beast stampede was charging over, they no longer had a way out. Even if they were to turn and escape right now, they wouldn't be able to shake off the pursuit of the ancient remnant beasts. Everyone, I know that you're desperate right now. However, this is a test of life and death. Those that are fearful, weak, and cowardly will only be faced with a single outcome: death. Su Zimo's voice sounded, resolute with conviction. Since we have no other way out, we can only continue forward with the long swords in our hands. To kill a way out. Bang. Boom. Boom. The rumbling sound ahead of them was deafening, resembling thousands of horses prancing. Most of the cultivators could not see it clearly yet, but Su Zimo could see the many ancient remnant beasts charging towards them amidst the billowing dust with endless killing intent in their eyes. There was the frost leopard that emitted a chilling aura and had a layer of frost on its fur. There was the scarlet flaming bull with a robust physique and a pair of horns that were covered in flames. There was the moon concealment eagle that could hide the round moon and stir the clouds with every flap of its wings. There was also the soul-stealing rat that was as large as a wild boar. Every single demon beast in that stampede was an ancient remnant beast. Groar! The continuous howls of many demon beasts shook the world, causing everyone to shudder. Those that can't keep up, good luck to you. With that said, Su Zimo withdrew a blood-colored saber from his storage bag slowly. With a tremble, the saber buzzed and gave off an intense blood stench. Standing right at the front of the formation, Su Zimo was about to endure the first wave of attacks from the beast stampede head-on. That was also the wave with the strongest aura and impact. Before the beast stampede arrived, many cultivators were already frightfully pale. Ah! Suddenly, Su Zimo wielded Blood Quencher and strode forward in huge steps, roaring into the skies. That roar broke metal and crushed rocks. It was high-pitched and dragged out, even drowning the howls of many remnant beasts. At the front, the darkness was shifting and finally, monstrously tall figures appeared one after another. They were finally about to meet. In the face of those tall, ancient remnant beasts, Su Zimo's group appeared exceptionally insignificant like ants. However, there was a torrential aura emanating from Su Zimo that was on par with the aura of the beast stampede. Su Zimo waved Blood Quencher. Instantly, the spirit light on the blade shone in a bright, bedazzling manner, like a blood moon that radiated with a boundless blood beam. Swoosh! There was also the sound of tides surging coming from Blood Quencher, rumbling like thunder with a majestic aura. Initially, some of the cultivators had already closed their eyes and had given up on resisting. However, at that moment, an image of the boundless sea seemed to appear in their minds. It created towering massive waves, but instantly, it was cleaved into two by a peerless light beam. It was countercurrent of sea calming. When Uncle Liang caught sight of that, his expression changed and he exclaimed, "Saber Force!" As a golden core, he had an immense amount of knowledge. He focused his gaze and could not help but mutter to himself apprehensively, "That saber technique, could the rumors be true?" Boom! The beast stampede clashed violently against Su Zimo. Right at the front was the scarlet flame bull with its coarse skin and sharp horns. Before it even arrived, it was cut into two by the sharp blood beam emitted by Blood Quencher. The incoming beast stampede that seemed like it could flatten everything had a bloodied path cut out by Su Zimo's countercurrent. That slash was way too terrifying. Not only could it clash head-on with the beast stampede, it could even split it apart. Carrying Blood Quencher, Su Zimo continued advancing. His bloodline had already started to circulate within his body and his eyes shone brightly. An aura that was even more ferocious than the ancient remnant beasts was exuded as his black hair swayed freely. The cultivators followed him hurriedly. Taking a deep breath of air, Tang Yu declared loudly, "Everyone, please try your best to protect yourselves. Don't let the ancient remnant beasts break our formation and don't stop in your tracks." Other than Su Zimo, the other 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in the group did not have secret skills as their trump cards, and they were barely a threat to the ancient remnant beasts of the valley to begin with. At the front, Su Zimo had been killing the ancient remnant beasts to create a path that was filled with blood and corpses. As long as everyone could stay alive against the attacks of the ancient remnant beasts and followed behind Suzimo, they had a chance of surviving. However, it was extremely difficult to defend against the attacks of the ancient remnant beasts, even if the cultivators defended with all their might. In the fog of the night, everyone's vision was reduced to a range of around 10 feet. Against ancient remnant beasts, 10 feet was an almost instant distance. The moment everyone caught sight of the ancient remnant beasts, the latter would have already lunged at them, and it was too late to summon their flying swords or conjure spirit arts. By then, many of them could only rely on their defensive talismans to survive the attacks before defending again. However, most of them would be dragged away by the ancient remnant beasts, shredded and devoured in an instant. With Suzimo killing at the front, the pressure on Ji Chengtian and Yan Jun wasn't too great. From time to time, Yan Jun's gaze would land on Suzimo's back with an occasional cold glint. All of a sudden, a frost leopard pounced towards him from the side. Before it closed in, Yan Jun felt a chilling intent and his limbs going cold. He was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment after all and was completely able to defend himself with his sword. However, a thought came to his mind as he suddenly crouched down, as if his legs had gone soft. Although he nearly fell down, he managed to dodge the attack of the frost leopard. Initially, the right of Suzimo's back was covered by Yan Jun's position. Yet, with that sudden dodge from Yan Jun, Suzimo's back was now exposed to the frost leopard. It was akin to Yan Jun letting an ancient remnant beast into the formation. After missing, the closest target to the ancient remnant beast was Suzimo. Without thinking, the beast extended its paws towards Suzimo's shoulders, releasing claws that were as sharp as daggers. The frost leopard opened its bloodied mouth and chomped down at Suzimo's neck with a cold aura. From the moment Yan Jun dodged till the frost leopard chomping towards Suzimo's neck, everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was already too late by the time cultivators in the formation noticed what happened. Ah! Tang Yu's expression changed as she yelled. All the cultivators were fighting to survive in this intense battle, and there was no one who had the energy to help others. Furthermore, no one could save Suzimo at all given that proximity. Suzimo seemed like he was oblivious to the frost leopard behind him as he continued to slash ahead. Just as the frost leopard's bloodied mouth was about to land on Suzimo's neck, the latter's head spun around. With a clang, it smashed against the frost leopard's teeth. Flashes of blood appeared. The frost leopard's teeth were broken and sent flying. Right after, Suzimo's body retreated a half-step back. Gathering his entire body's strength towards his back, his leaned backwards in a furious motion. Bang! The massive frost leopard was sent flying, turning into a mist of blood in midair. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw that. An ancient remnant beast was smashed into sludge by a human. Who would have believed it if they had not seen it themselves? With widened eyes and an agape mouth, Yan Jun was shocked in disbelief. What happened was completely different from what he had expected it to be. How could this be? That doesn't make sense. Yan Jun's mind was in a mess. Before he could resolve his doubts, Suzimo suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around. Instantly, Yan Jun felt his heart clench as shivers ran down his body. What are you doing? Yan Jun was flustered and his voice was quivering. He forced himself to calm down and explain, I didn't do it on purpose. I just lost my footing and nearly fell down. That was how that beast managed to sneak in. Tang Yu and the others merely witnessed the frost leopard pouncing towards Suzimo, but they did not know the reason why. When they heard that, everyone frowned. There was nothing wrong with Yan Jun's explanation, but if Suzimo had reacted slightly slower earlier, his neck would have been bitten by the frost leopard. Suzimo did not reply and merely looked calm with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Suddenly, Yan Jun felt like he had nowhere to hide. Suzimo was reading his thoughts completely. Why you can't kill me? I'm the only 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator in the battle hall. Suzimo, don't be impulsive. Yan Jun's eyes darted around and he panted slightly, getting more nervous by the moment. 2 ancient remnant beasts crept over stealthily. As if he had eyes behind his back, Su Zimo slashed with Blood Quencher in reverse, shooting forth a blood beam that slayed the two ancient remnant beasts on the spot. Glaring at Yen Jun, Su Zimo suddenly remarked, "Do you remember what I told you before? Ah? I warned you not to harbor any designs on me or the next time. Your head will explode." Right after saying that, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and his figure flashed, creating a series of surreal afterimages in his wake. Yen Jun felt his eyes blur, and by the time he wanted to retreat, Su Zimo had already arrived before him with a razor-sharp gaze that was filled with endless killing intent. After meeting Su Zimo's gaze, Yen Jun felt his eyes sting and tears flowed out, causing him to close his eyes instinctively. From there on, he never opened his eyes again. In front of everyone, Su Zimo slapped his backhand tightly against Yen Jun's cheek. Snap! Yen Jun's cheek sank in deeply and his skull shattered, distorting his facial features completely as everything else turned into meat sludge. His corpse was sent flying, and a group of ancient remnant beasts fought to devour it before it even reached the ground. Even though Yen Jun was an Elixir Yang sect cultivator, even though he was a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator of the Battle Hall, even though Su Zimo was only an outsider, no one from Elixir Yang sect objected to Su Zimo's actions. That was because all of them knew that they would have long been swallowed up by the ancient remnant beast stampede if not for Su Zimo. Let's carry on. Everyone, don't stop. After killing Yen Jun, Su Zimo turned around and led the cone-shaped formation forward once more. Although his green robes were stained with the fresh blood of countless ancient remnant beasts, Su Zimo seemed as if he had infinite stamina. At that moment, he resembled a god of war soaked in blood. His eyes shone brighter by the moment as he pushed forward, slashing Blood Quencher widely with valiance and ferociousness. Even so, there were Elixir Yang sect disciples that died continuously along the way, dragged into the beast stampede without a chance to escape. The cone-shaped formation shrank endlessly. Almost all the Battle Hall cultivators at the outer rim were injured, and the formation might have long broken apart if not for the endless elixirs of Elixir Yang sect. The path ahead was pitch black, and nobody knew when the beast stampede was going to end nor where the Elixir Pool sect ruins were at. All they could do was follow Su Zimo instinctively and venture deeper into the valley. Everyone was trying their best to hold out. It was as Su Zimo had said, with no way out. Their only option left was to continue forward. Su Xiaoning followed the crowd forward endlessly. She would attack as well. However, given her cultivation realm, she might not be able to break through the defenses of the ancient remnant beasts even though she was using a supreme-grade flying sword. Night Spirit was silent and followed beside Xiaoning the entire time, looking nonchalant and lazy towards the beast stampede around it. Massive in size and pitch black all over, Night Spirit seemed to have melded into the night, leaving nothing but a pair of black eyes that shone with a disturbing glint from time to time. All of a sudden, in a mountain range far ahead, a series of rainbow lights shot out in succession, illuminating the skies and conjuring the scenery of a beautiful palace that was majestic and stunning. Instinctively, everyone paused in their tracks and looked over with agape mouths. Although nobody had seen what the Elixir Pool sect ruins looked like, everyone realized the instant they saw that fairy tale-like palace that it was the place they were painstakingly searching for. Initially, nobody had any direction nor did they know where the Elixir Pool sect ruin was located. But at that moment, the lights in the distance became a beacon for all the cultivators in the valley. Rush! Kill with your might! The Elixir Pool sect ruin is right ahead. Although there was the guise of the night fog and nobody from Elixir Yang sect could see what was going on far away, they could hear faint shouts coming from their sides. They were not the only ones. Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth sect, and the cultivators of all the other sects that entered the valley were being attacked by the beast stampede. Tang Yu declared with a joyful expression, "Everyone, hang on tight. The Elixir Pool sect ruins are right ahead. As long as we can reach it, we'll be safe." All the ancient sect ruins possessed immense defensive power and remnant beasts did not dare to enter at all. Right now, there were only 500-odd people left in Elixir Yang sect and they were all exhausted. However, they were invigorated upon hearing Tang Yu's words and their stamina seemed to have recovered. Su Zimo's expression was calm and did not feel much joy. Something was amiss. The beast stampede before them was formed with ancient remnant beasts. There must be traces of pure-blooded ferocious beasts behind them. How else would such an orderly ancient remnant beast stampede be formed without the intimidation of pure-blooded ferocious beasts at the back? Roar! Suddenly, at the base of the Elixir Pool Sect Ruins mountain range, a shuddering roar sounded, causing the entire beast stampede to pause for a moment. A gigantic demon beast appeared at the back of the beast stampede. Filled with pitch-black fur, it resembled a demon hound as it opened its mouth and spat out flames for hundreds of kilometers, incinerating everything in its path and burning countless cultivators into ashes. Everyone was shocked. "It's a Huado." Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and remarked slowly. Uncle Liang nodded as well with a grim expression. "That's right, it's a Huado." The Huado was a pure-blooded ferocious beast that was extremely violent and could spit flames. With luscious fur, it resembled a lion with an ugly face. A pure-blooded ferocious beast had appeared. So what if it's a pure-blooded ferocious beast? It's just one. If we join forces, we'll definitely be able to kill it. Far away in the fog, the voice of Shui Yang from Malevolent Earth Sect sounded, filled with killing intent. "Hoo hoo hoo." Suddenly, the voice of a boy crying sounded from the foot of the mountain. Su Zimo's expression changed as he frowned. Could it be? Woo woo woo. The next moment, the childlike voice turned shrill and piercing. Many cultivators could not handle it and groaned as they clutched their ears. Bending over, the figure of a demon beast appeared under the illumination near the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. With 9 heads, it resembled a hydra as it opened its mouths and cried like infants. Pure-blooded ferocious beast, 9 neonate, Uncle Liang exclaimed. "Pest! Pest! Pest!" Before the cries of the infant could subside, a series of strange sounds came from the other side, resembling the hiss of a snake. However, the sound was really loud. Looking over subconsciously, everyone was shocked and took a deep breath of cold air. There was truly a snake beneath the mountain range. The gigantic snake coiled up from the ground and stretched its upper body, revealing a height over 1,000 feet tall and scales the size of a basin. The snake's head could almost reach the top of the sky as it looked down at everyone with cold and vicious eyes, twisting the clouds with every breath. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind blew by and the gigantic snake swayed its forked tail that looked like a pair of hooks. They glistened coldly and emitted a foul smell. It was obvious that they were poisonous. The long tail swept across the ground and the hooks at its tip pierced the bodies of nearly 100 cultivators, causing blood to flood. Many of those cultivators reacted quickly and managed to crush protection talismans first. However, their protection talismans were like paper against the hooks of the gigantic snake and could not even withstand a single blow. Many of the cultivators hung on the hooks with blood dripping down in a ghastly sight. They struggled and yelled as they were slowly sent into the mouth of the gigantic snake. With a squirm of its throat, the gigantic snake swallowed almost 100 cultivators in one gulp. Pure-blooded ferocious beast. Hook snake. Even Su Zimo's expression was turning slightly grim. The current situation was obvious. If they wanted to get to the Elixir Pool Sect ruins, they would not only have to fight a way out from the beast stampede, but get through the defenses of the 3 pure-blooded ferocious beasts as well. Furthermore, all 3 pure-blooded ferocious beasts were clearly at peak foundation establishment and had terrifying strength. This was far beyond what Su Zimo had expected. It would be difficult if he wanted to kill 3 pure-blooded ferocious beasts given his current strength, unless he chose to take on his demon form. After assuming demon form, Su Zimo would become an extremely powerful existence that was even more terrifying than the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Screech! All of a sudden, a high-pitched roar pierced through the clouds at the horizon. A massive bird soared through the skies with its golden body that was extremely piercing in the night. It had 2 horns on its head and spread its 100-feet-wide wings, looking down with a sharp gaze. With a swoop, the bird opened its sharp claws and tore 2 cultivators apart, splattering their meat and blood everywhere. All the cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield were completely defenseless against the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. After killing dozens of cultivators, the bird screeched again, looking excited with its cruel gaze. See, could that be another pure-blooded ferocious beast? An Elixir Yang sect cultivator asked with a trembling voice. Uncle Liang nodded and gulped. That should be a gu bird, one of the ancient pure-blooded ferocious beasts. It's said that the bloodline of an immortal bird, the golden rock, flows within it. Tang Yu took a deep breath to compose herself and said slowly, "That's the fourth pure-blooded ferocious beast." Uncle Liang whispered, "Young master, retreat. Even if I have to give up my life, I'll make sure you get to escape." Previously, Uncle Liang did not waver even against the beast stampede formed by the ancient remnant beasts. However, upon seeing the four pure-blooded ferocious beasts, he finally had the intention to retreat. Nobody in their group was a match for the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Even if they could break free from the obstructions of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts, it would be a miracle if even a tenth of their current 500 cultivators could survive. Tang Yu looked hesitant and turned towards Su Zimo instinctively. Sighing, Uncle Liang lamented internally. Although that lad's methods are sharp and powerful, he isn't a match for the pure-blooded ferocious beasts still. At that thought, Uncle Liang urged again, "Young master, we have a chance to escape now that the pure-blooded ferocious beasts haven't turned their attention towards us yet. If—" Dong! 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 Before he could finish, Uncle Liang was interrupted by a series of dull sounds. It was mighty and strong, as if someone was beating the heavenly drums. The next moment, a gigantic white ape leaped out from behind the mountain range. Over 100 feet tall, its massive red feet stomped heavily on the ground, giving off deafening bangs. The ground was torn asunder and revealed a series of dark ravines. Rearing its head and roaring, the gigantic ape drummed against its chest with its fists, giving off the dull sounds. Right after, its gaze turned towards the group from Elixir Yang sect, baring its fangs in a bloodthirsty manner. Not good. Uncle Liang was alarmed. It was probably too late even if they wanted to retreat now. They had already been targeted by a pure-blooded ferocious beast. The fifth pure-blooded ferocious beast had appeared. A white head with red feet and the appearance of an ape. The only pure-blooded ferocious beast that fit this description was a Zhu Yan. Roar! The Zhu Yan roared in the direction of Elixir Yang sect and suddenly extended a massive palm, smashing the mountain range near it. Instantly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone was dumbstruck. That was the power of a pure-blooded ferocious beast. It could crush mountains and split the earth, swallowing rivers with its mighty energy. Hugging a gigantic mountaintop with both arms, the Zhu Yan flung it towards the area where Elixir Yang sect was. Although the mountaintop did not seem huge against the massive figure of the Zhu Yan, it seemed to cover the skies as it was thrown over. That was no mountaintop. It was an entire mountain. Everyone merely felt their vision turn dark as the gigantic mountain crashed down towards them with a mighty aura, filling the skies with debris. Even ancient remnant beasts would turn into sludge if they were crushed by that mountain. "Hurry, run!" Unable to withstand the pressure, someone shrieked and turned to run, wanting to get out of the radius of the mountain before it landed. Tang Yu wanted to retreat, but she realized that Su Zimo was rooted on the spot, looking at the descending mountain with a raised head as though he was scared stiff. "Hurry, let's go!" Feeling her heart clench, Tang Yu hurriedly advanced and grabbed Su Zimo by the arm, wanting to drag the latter away. Suddenly, Su Zimo let out a long howl and the sound of a tsunami roared from within his body. Tang Yu froze in her tracks and her expression changed slightly. Channeling his bloodline, Su Zimo stomped on the ground heavily before leaping up, welcoming the descending mountain with both arms. Boom! When Su Zimo's hands met the bottom of the mountain, gravel flew everywhere with a deafening sound. His clothes were completely torn, revealing a pair of muscular arms with swelling muscles that intertwined like liquid steel. Splash! Pang! 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 Tsunami blood and tendons like a bowstring. This was the limit of Su Zimo's strength without assuming demon form. The mountain was still descending. Against the descending mountain, Su Zimo seemed incomparably small. In fact, he wasn't even as large as the spilling gravel and looked laughable, like an ant trying to shake an ancient tree. However, the mountain was stopped just as it was about to land on the ground. An upright figure stood between the mountain and the ground, straight as a pencil with unbuckling knees and a fervent gaze, holding up an entire mountain with his supreme god's strength. Notwithstanding the many Elixir Yang sect disciples, even the Zhu Yan who was watching from afar was dumbfounded, as if it could not understand what was happening. Ha! Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo channeled strength into his arms and lifted the mountain above his head, flinging it back in the opposite direction. Along its way, the mountain splattered many ancient remnant beasts and an empty path appeared in front of them. The momentum of the mountain did not stop as it continued charging towards the Zhu Yan. The Zhu Yan had a violent temperament and was easily enraged. Roar! Upon seeing that, it was furious as it stared with its bloodshot eyes. Panting out streams of steam, it pounded dully against its chest repeatedly. The ant before it had not only stopped its attack, but was even retaliating. That was a complete provocation of its dignity. Gripping its fists tightly, the Zhu Yan punched violently towards the incoming mountain, as if it was trying to quell the anger in its heart. Boom! A deafening boom reverberated through every corner of the valley. The mountain was smashed into pieces by the Zhu Yan's fists, turning into huge rocks that fell from the sky as dust billowed. Everyone was scared out of their wits as they opened their mouths with shocked expressions. That power had exceeded everything they ever knew. The only people capable of fighting against the pure-blooded ferocious beasts were probably only 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. The mountain exploded and gravel flew everywhere. The dust was too thick, and coupled with the cover of the night fog, nobody saw that the Zhu Yan had to stagger backwards a few steps even though it managed to crush the mountain. The flesh on its gigantic fists had split open with fresh blood flowing. It was injured. The scarlet blood triggered the Zhu Yan's ferocity entirely. Ah! 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 Roaring into the skies, the Zhu Yan charged in the direction of Elixir Yang sect before the dust and smoke had even cleared. Deep pits were dug as it stomped on the ground with its massive feet, creating spiderweb-like cracks in its wake. The ground shook and the mountains trembled. Naturally, there was no way that Su Zimo thought a mountain was enough to injure a Zhu Yan severely. If you guys find an opportunity later, rush forward with all you've got and don't turn back no matter what. Turning around, Su Zimo instructed Tang Yu before taking a deep breath and charging forward with his blood quencher, ready for a massive battle against the incoming Zhu Yan. He did not expect to kill the ancient ferocious beast, but at the very least, he wanted to divert the Zhu Yan's attention to allow Elixir Yang sect to run through its obstruction. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly felt something arching his arm gently. He turned over and was slightly stunned. Before he knew it, Night Spirit had run to his side, bringing Xiaoning along with it. At that moment, its head was lowered as it rubbed against his arm with its cheek in an intimate manner. It blinked its black eyes with a flicker of anticipation. As Night Spirit grew older, it also turned mature and colder. Such emotions were rare to see by now. In the past, Night Spirit was like a small black dog that curled in Su Zimo's embrace daily. As such, it would behave coquettishly as such from time to time. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled how Night Spirit hid in his embrace when the two of them escaped to the primordial ruins. This was the same expression that Night Spirit had back then. At that time, it devoured half of a dragon egg. You're thinking of... Pointing at the Zhu Yan that was rushing over from afar, Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and did not continue. Growl! Night Spirit cried out softly and licked its lips. How could Su Zimo not know what Night Spirit wanted when it was practically drooling by this point? Normally, Su Zimo would not let Night Spirit leave Xiaoning's side easily. However, it was rare for Night Spirit to make such a request and he could not bear to reject it. Before this, Night Spirit would not touch the flesh of any spirit beast or demon. Even the meat of ancient remnant beasts did not interest Night Spirit, and it would only consume a little. Su Zimo could not figure out what Night Spirit liked to eat, and he could not possibly hunt for dragon eggs for it repeatedly. Now, he vaguely realized that Night Spirit's food might be pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. What was Night Spirit's background for it to deem pure-blooded ferocious beasts as food? Could it be even more terrifying than pure-blooded ferocious beasts? When he recalled the greedy expression on Night Spirit's face back in the primordial ruins when it looked at the dragon egg with fervent eyes, Su Zimo found himself getting increasingly curious towards Night Spirit's background. "Be careful," he instructed as he patted Night Spirit on the head. Without replying, Night Spirit melded into the night in a flash, vanishing without a trace. Akin to a ghost in the night, Night Spirit moved silently, and nobody apart from Su Zimo noticed what was going on. At that moment, there were still ancient remnant beasts charging at them and tearing at their formation. The group from Elixir Yang sect huddled together, defending with all their might. In front of them, the Zhu Yan was already far from the Elixir Pool sect ruins and had entered the night fog, disappearing from everyone's vision. The only thing they saw was a pair of bloodshot eyes that resembled lanterns floating in the dark, approaching rapidly. The heavy footsteps were getting closer as well. Each time it sounded, everyone felt their hearts skip along with it. Tang Yu tried her best to open her eyes and look forward. She could seemingly make out a musky and mighty silhouette in the hazy night. It was the pure-blooded, ferocious beast, Zhu Yan. Taking a deep breath of air, a resolute glint flickered through Uncle Liang's eyes as he whipped out a flying sword from his storage bag, ready to strike. Su Zimo's expression was calm, and his gaze was like water without any ripples at all. All of a sudden, the pair of lanterns in front of them came to a stop, and the sound of the Zhu Yan's footsteps disappeared as well. Groar! The Zhu Yan seemed to have encountered a situation as it shrieked heartbreakingly, while its lantern bloodshot eyes shook repeatedly in midair. Su Zimo hollered, "Charge! Now!" Tang Yu was stunned. Now! Wielding Blood Quencher, Su Zimo sliced up two ancient remnant beasts that pounced at them and led the charge, pulling Xianxia with his left hand. Su Zimo did not know what Night Spirit's true strength was at this point, and whether it could kill the Zhu Yan. However, he knew that it was the best opportunity for them now that the Zhu Yan had no time to spare. Ow! Ow! As if it had gone mad, the Zhu Yan howled insanely and had clearly descended into a frenzied state. In the night fog, nobody from Elixir Yang sect could see what was happening to the Zhu Yan. They could only make out a vague black shadow on the pure-blooded ferocious beast's back with the faint light that was shining from its scarlet eyes. Those sharp claws extended stealthily with a cold shimmer in the night. Poof! There was a crisp sound. After emitting a stream of blood, one of the bloodshot eyes turned dark. Pest! The cultivators gasped in shock. One of the Zhu Yan's eyes had been blinded by that mysterious black shadow. Ah! 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 Yelping in immense pain, the Zhu Yan screamed as it barged forward crazily. Some ancient remnant beasts that could not dodge in time were rammed to death on the spot, while some others were trampled into meat sludge tragically without any corpse left behind. With the Zhu Yan severely wounded, the beast stampede was dispersing. Although everyone else could not see clearly against the night fog, Su Zimo could. In that short while, the Zhu Yan had already gained dozens more wounds on its body that were so deep its bones could be seen. Its flesh was torn and its white fur was already stained with fresh blood. The Zhu Yan grabbed Night Spirit that was on its back and yanked the latter down. However, Night Spirit had already dug its claws into the Zhu Yan's flesh long ago. By yanking Night Spirit down, the Zhu Yan caused a large piece of its flesh to be ripped off with fresh blood spraying everywhere. Groar! The Zhu Yan had never suffered such injuries before and roared furiously as it grabbed Night Spirit and smashed it onto the ground. If that smash was realized, Night Spirit would definitely suffer even with its physique. In midair, a black shadow darted by. Poof! It was Night Spirit's tail, piercing through the Zhu Yan's arm. In that instant, blood gushed out in a stream and one of the Zhu Yan's arm was crippled on the spot. It fell limply to the side and the Zhu Yan's strength decreased. After rolling on the ground, Night Spirit got up safely and glared at the Zhu Yan coldly while licking its lips. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. In that short while, the Zhu Yan had already lost an eye and arm, and there were dozens of wounds on its body that bled nonstop. Panted heavily. Initially, blood was a trigger for its ferocity. But now the Zhu Yan was afraid. It was way too severely injured. Ever since it was born, it had never experienced such serious injuries. The Zhu Yan sensed a hint of death. Looking at that black figure that was countless times weaker than it close in, the Zhu Yan felt an inexplicable sense of fear well in its heart while shattering his guts. That fear seemed to originate from the depths of its bloodline, from deep in the memories of its lineage. As if recalling something, the Zhu Yan shuddered. Its lone eye was filled with fear as it turned and fled without hesitation. Su Zimo shook his head secretly upon seeing that. The Zhu Yan might have had a chance of surviving if it chose to fight Night Spirit head-on with its life. But now that its back was exposed to Night Spirit, it was dead for sure. Su Zimo led the Elixir Yang sect group ahead, sprinting in the direction of the Elixir Pool sect ruins. The beast stampede had dispersed, leaving only a couple of scattered ancient remnant beasts that no longer posed much of a threat. As the Zhu Yan fled, the path ahead was clear. On the other side, there were 4 other pure-blooded ferocious beasts that were keeping Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, Puppet Sect, Thousand Crane Sect, and all the other sects outside. Elixir Yang Sect was the first to arrive at the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. Apart from Su Zimo, who could still stand, Tang Yu and the rest were slumped on the ground, drenched in sweat. Their faces were pale as they panted heavily. Everyone felt deeply exhausted after the journey. The exhaustion came not only from the body, but also from the spirit. The pressure of advancing at the boundaries of death, where death was imminent, was enough to make everyone feel exhausted. Thankfully, they survived. They rushed out of the encirclement of the ancient blood mosquitoes, broke free of the ground dragon's pursuit, paved out a path from the beast stampede, and arrived at the Elixir Pool sect ruins against the obstruction of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Everyone felt surreal. Everyone was laughing. It was an indescribable joy that came from surviving a calamity. Everyone revealed a hint of gratitude and reverence in their eyes as they gazed at the only figure that could remain standing among the crowd. If not for that man, they would have died a long time ago. Even Uncle Liang could not deny that he had underestimated Su Zimo still. When he saw the ancient remnant beast stampede, Uncle Liang expected that the best outcome was if 10% of their 1,000 cultivators managed to survive. When he saw the pure-blooded ferocious beasts blocking the way, he already had the intention to retreat. He truly hadn't expected that more than 400 Elixir Yang sect cultivators would have managed to arrive at the Elixir Pool sect ruins alive under Su Zimo's lead. Tang Yu raised her head slightly and looked at Su Zimo's back view with a dazed expression. Just who in the world are you? Suddenly, she was filled with immense curiosity towards Su Zimo. What was that mysterious beast that fought with the Zhu Yan? I don't know. I didn't manage to see it clearly. It's fortunate that the mysterious beast appeared to help us, or we would have been doomed. Some of the Elixir Yang sect disciples discussed softly as they consumed elixirs to recover their strength. After resting for a short while, Tang Yu stood up and clapped, declaring, "Everyone, now is not the time to rest. Let's check out what treasures Elixir Pool sect has." "All right," everyone replied. The cultivators supported one another and stood up, entering Elixir Pool sect under Tang Yu's lead. Despite the passage of time, many of Elixir Pool sect's palaces and buildings remained intact. Before long, Xiaoning suddenly tugged Su Zimo's sleeve. He turned around and saw her pointing to her chest where a mysterious elixir furnace was placed. "There's a reaction?" Su Zimo asked. "Yes, it's getting hotter," Xiaoning replied. Su Zimo nodded. The mysterious elixir furnace was most likely related to Elixir Pool sect of the ancient era. Everyone continued advancing while Su Zimo turned around and frowned slightly. Night Spirit had not returned yet. Logically speaking, this period of time should be enough for Night Spirit to kill the Zhu Yan. However, Su Zimo could not find any trace of Night Spirit at all. He did not think too much about it. In such an environment, even if Night Spirit met with danger, it would be able to escape unscathed given its alertness and methods. The largest palace in Elixir Pool Sect was its Elixir Refinement Hall. The Elixir Refinement Hall was right in front of them, especially striking in the ruins with its majesty and height of over 100 feet. Even from afar, everyone could still smell a faint medicinal fragrance. Every single treasure in the Elixir Refinement Hall was something that Elixir Yang Sect wanted. If the recipe for the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was preserved, it could only be in a single place, the Elixir Refinement Hall right before them. Speeding towards the Elixir Refinement Hall, everyone arrived at its entrance before long. Tang Yu raised her brow slightly as she gazed at the palace before her. It was shrouded with a mysterious light that contained faint blurry words. A seal was still existent. Reaching out, Tang Yu touched the door of the hall gently. The moment her palm reached the surface, it was repelled by the power of the seal. She was not allowed to enter. This was a little tricky. Frowning, she started thinking of a strategy. A cultivator came forth and said, "Can't we join forces to dispel the seal on the surface of this hall? This seal has existed for countless years without being destroyed. How could it be dispelled so easily?" Pondering for a moment, Uncle Liang said slowly, "Legend has it that the Elixir Refinement Hall is Elixir Pool Sect's most important inheritance ground. Other than legacy disciples, nobody can enter easily. By the looks of it, that legend should be true. Elixir Pool Sect has disappeared since the ancient era. How could there be any legacy disciples left?" A cultivator shook his head. Right then, Su Xiaoning walked out slowly from the crowd with a dazed expression, as if she had entered a trance, and walked slowly towards the Elixir Refinement Hall before them. Her chest shone with a mysterious brilliance. As she approached the hall, the brilliance intensified and turned dazzling, almost enveloping Xiaoning's figure entirely. "This is—" Everyone was dumbfounded. Standing by the side, Su Zimo did not stop her. Back in the capital of Great Zhou, he had already noticed that the elixir furnace was extraordinary. After entering the ancient battlefield, his conjecture was further verified. Upon arriving here, Su Zimo could almost confirm that the mysterious elixir furnace had a deep connection to Elixir Pool Sect. Right in front of everyone, Xiaoning walked towards the hall step by step, reaching out with her jade-like hand to touch the seal of the hall gently. To everyone's surprise, she was not repelled by the seal. On the contrary, the mysterious emblems that revolved on the surface gathered towards Xiaoning continuously, as if they were attracted by something. "Consciousness inheritance," Uncle Liang exclaimed. All the cultivators present let out envious expressions when they heard that. In the ancient battlefield, elixirs and treasures were not the most precious things. The true opportunities came from obtaining the inheritance of ancient mighty figures and sects. In truth, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea was one of those. In certain sects, true secret skills were not preserved in the form of cloth, bamboo slips or manuals, just in case they were leaked to outsiders. There was a possibility that the Elixir Refinement Hall before them contained many elixir recipes of the ancient era. However, the true secrets of Elixir Pool Sect must definitely be within that consciousness inheritance before them. In other words, Su Xiaoning was the only one that obtained the true secrets of Elixir Pool Sect. Why is it her? Someone could not help but ask. Tang Yu replied, Xiaoning must be in possession of an extremely important token of the Elixir Pool Sect. The Elixir Refinement Master that this token belonged to must have been a legacy disciple of Elixir Pool Sect. Stroking his long beard, Uncle Liang said with great gratification, "There's a chance for our sect to restore the former glory of the Elixir Pool Sect after this girl obtains its inheritance and joins our sect." Su Zimo was truly relieved as well. Initially, the reason why Elixir Yang Sect took Xiaoning in was because they wanted to rope him in for his strength. He was worried that she would suffer after joining Elixir Yang Sect. But now, that worry was completely unfounded. After obtaining Elixir Pool Sect's inheritance, if Xiaoning were to cultivate diligently after joining Elixir Pool Sect coupled with the help of the mysterious elixir furnace, she would definitely turn out to be a top-tier elixir refinement master with unlimited potential in the future. Tang Yu came to Su Zimo's side and whispered, Don't worry, fellow Taoist Su. After returning to the sect, I'll definitely take Xiaoning to the sect master along with Uncle Liang to report about this matter. Our sect master is an elixir refinement grandmaster with high standards. Even until now, she has only accepted one personal disciple. I'm sure she'll definitely take a liking to Xiaoning and take her under her wing. Su Zimo nodded. An elixir refinement grandmaster. Although elixir refinement masters and elixir refinement grandmasters sounded similar, their statuses were starkly different. There wasn't a single elixir refinement grandmaster in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Above elixir refinement masters were great elixir refinement masters, and elixir refinement grandmasters were after that. Many elixir refinement masters have never been on the verge of reaching the level of a great master in their entire lives, let alone be a grandmaster. In the field of weapon refinement, there were also the titles of Great Master and Grandmaster. Although Su Zimo had the help of his spirit perception and had even managed to refine a perfect spirit weapon, he was still only a weapon refinement master. He could only turn into a great weapon refinement master after becoming a nascent soul and gaining the capabilities to refine dermic weapons. In other words, in order for one to become a great master, they had to be accomplished both in their craft and their cultivation realm. The sound of clothes tearing through the air sounded behind them. More cultivators had broken through the blockade of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts and were speeding towards the Elixir Pool sect ruins. Everyone, stand in formation and protect Xiaoning, Tang Yu ordered decisively. The most important thing for them right now was to ensure Xiaoning obtained Elixir Pool sect's inheritance without being interrupted. Regardless of whether those arriving were friends or foe, Elixir Yang sect would not allow a single mistake to happen in the inheritance process. Before long, around 20 cultivators rushed over, looking wretched and filled with wounds. They were all cultivators of Thousand Crane sect. Shocked, Su Zimo hurriedly patrolled the crowd. He only let out a sigh of relief after seeing that Leng Ro was fine as he walked over with Tang Yu. Sister Man, are you all right? Tang Yu withdrew a few bottles of elixirs and handed them over. Feng Man looked listless and was covered with wounds. She thanked Tang Yu for the elixirs and hurriedly consumed them. Although she had elixirs as well, the effects of hers could not compare to those of Elixir Yang sex. On the other side, Leng Ro was also badly injured and looked even more pale. However, her expression was cold as ever and a slight warmth only flickered through her eyes upon seeing Su Zimo. Su Zimo also had some elixirs given to him by Tang Yu in his storage bag. Because they were not perfect grade, he wouldn't consume them. As such, he took them all out and handed everything to Leng Ro. She did not decline or stand on ceremony with Su Zimo. After the bloody battle on the long street, the friendship between them had far surpassed that of ordinary fellow disciples. Feng Man consumed the elixirs and rested for a moment before she noticed the group from Elixir Yang sect standing in front of the Elixir Refinement Hall. Shocked, she exclaimed, "There's so many of you?" "What?" Tang Yu froze. Sighing, Feng Man chuckled bitterly. "It's already a blessing that we're able to survive against the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. There's only 20-odd of our 1,000 cultivators that are left. To think that you guys have more than 400 cultivators remaining. That's incredible." Tang Yu looked at Su Zimo without saying anything. If he hadn't fought at the front for the entire journey, Elixir Yang sect would have been annihilated long ago. "Also, we got lucky," Feng Man sighed and said. "Initially, the pure-blooded ferocious beast, the goo bird, blocked us and we couldn't get away. Later on, it seemed like it was attacked and couldn't handle it. We only managed to get here by seizing that opportunity. Even then, there's only these few of us left." "Ah, we saw the same thing," Tang Yu replied hurriedly. "The Zhu Yan was blocking our path, but out of nowhere, a mysterious beast appeared and injured the Zhu Yan severely. That was how we managed to get over here successfully." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Initially, he was confused over why Night Spirit hadn't returned after so long. After hearing Feng Man's words, he gradually understood. After killing the Zhu Yan, Night Spirit went to kill the goo bird as well. Before he could finish his thoughts, Su Zimo heard Little Fatty's voice from not far away. "That's bloody lucky. That 9 neonate was way too scary. It spits fire and water that severely injures or kills upon contact. We can't even get close to it. Luckily some black thing appeared out of nowhere and killed it, or we would have all died there. Shi remarked as well. Yes, we saw that too. After killing the 9 neonate, I think that black thing went off for the other 2 pure-blooded ferocious beasts, the hook snake and the huado. Su Zimo's mouth cramped up when he heard that. Bro, you guys are here too. That's good, that's good. Little Fatty's eyes lit up when he caught sight of Su Zimo and the others. He ran over immediately and his loose robes couldn't cover all his trembling fats. All 6 of them managed to arrive here despite their close encounters. Naturally, that was a cause for joy. Feng Man cupped her fists. Thousand Crane Sect will not be laying a hand on anything in this elixir refinement hall. We'll head in and check out if there are any ancient talisman manuals that have been preserved. Yes. Tang Yu nodded. Lung Ro bid farewell to Su Zimo and the others. Tomb Sect and Puppet Sect did not bring many cultivators into the valley to begin with, and now they were left with even less. Little Fatty and Shi Jian followed the commanders of their respective sects and left to venture deeper into the ruins in search of treasures and opportunities. At that moment, a black shadow flashed not far away like a ghost. It crept stealthily to Su Zimo's side without anyone noticing it at all. Night Spirit had returned. There was a bloody thing in its mouth, resembling a ball of meat as the stench of blood filled the air. Su Zimo took a casual glance and paid no attention initially. But right after, as if he thought of something, Su Zimo turned back and looked carefully, causing his eyes to twitch uncontrollably. It was the Zhu Yan's head. Its neck area was clearly torn off by sharp claws and it was missing an eye. Biting on its snapped head, Night Spirit had returned just like that. Isn't that Night Spirit? Tang Yu smelled the stench of blood and turned to see Night Spirit with a bloody thing in its mouth, standing beside Su Zimo. Yes, Su Zimo replied without saying anything more. Tang Yu frowned slightly. Suddenly, she realized that something was amiss. Night Spirit seemed to have disappeared for a period of time, right after the Zhu Yan appeared. However, everyone's attention was drawn to the Zhu Yan, and they were all trying their best to escape. No one paid any attention to whether Night Spirit was among them. Tang Yu could not remember clearly as well. No matter how she tried, she could not recall Night Spirit with them during that period of time, as if it had vanished into thin air. Hesitantly, she asked, "Fellow Taoist Su, was Night Spirit with us the entire time?" "Yes, it was." Su Zimo nodded with a calm expression. "Then what's that?" Pointing to the blood lump in Night Spirit's mouth, Tang Yu asked in confusion. Su Zimo replied ambiguously, "I don't know either. It must have bitten that off the corpse of a random ancient remnant beast on the way here." By now, the Zhu Yan was completely disfigured. Its flesh was torn in a mess and its head was dyed red with blood. There was no way Tang Yu could recognize it. Tang Yu was even more confused after asking. Pondering for a moment, she could not come up with a conclusion and let the matter go for the time being. After Tang Yu left, Su Zimo turned to Night Spirit and whispered, "Why did you lug that head back? Why didn't you eat it outside?" Growl. Putting the Zhu Yan's head on the ground, Night Spirit extended its paw and pointed to it before pointing to Su Zimo. If anyone else saw it, they wouldn't have understood what Night Spirit meant. However, Su Zimo knew and he asked with a frown, "You mean to say that's for me to eat?" Night Spirit nodded and licked its lips with a trace of reluctance on its face. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. "You can have it. You haven't eaten much good food all these years." Although Su Zimo devoured meat and drank blood back in Songlang Mountain Range for his demonic cultivation, it was for the sake of survival. He was a human after all. Su Zimo truly did not have much appetite when he looked at that bloodied head. When Night Spirit saw that Su Zimo had no intention of eating, it rubbed its head against him before stretching out its paw and piercing a hole on top of the Zhu Yan's head. A moment later, a milky white gooey liquid flowed out from the hole, giving off a fragrance that made one's appetite whetted. "This is..." Blinking, Su Zimo seemed to have thought of something. It was the Zhu Yan's brain. Back in the ancient manuals of Ethereal Peak, there was a remark at the end of the section about the Zhu Yan. An ancient mighty figure ate its brain for food and praised, "The fragrance in your mouth is endless." It was clear how delicious the Zhuyan's brain was for an ancient mighty figure to give such an evaluation. Night Spirit used its tongue to lick the brain that seeped out and revealed an intoxicated expression. After a while, it lifted the Zhuyan's head again and handed it over to Su Zimo, indicating to him that he could just suck from the hole. Night Spirit was becoming more and more humane and was clearly at the peak of Foundation establishment. Could condense an inner core at any time and transform itself, taking on human form. Su Zimo felt a sense of warmth in his heart but still shook his head nevertheless, saying with a smile, "Eat it. I'm still not used to eating something like this." Night Spirit turned to look at Su Zimo with slight disbelief. He could not understand how someone would not like a delicacy as such. Night Spirit only picked up the Zhuyan's head after ensuring that Su Zimo was truly unmoved. Sucking strongly from the hole in the head, Night Spirit drank the Zhuyan's brains cleanly with a couple of gulps. It even licked its lips wistfully, yearning for more. Growl. Crying once more, Night Spirit swayed its tail and nimbly circled it in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo focused his gaze and saw an egg-shaped object pierced on the tip of the tail. It was around the size of a fist and contained an emerald green liquid beneath its skin. "This is the hook snake's gallbladder." Su Zimo pondered for a moment before probing. Nodding, Night Spirit handed the gallbladder in front of Su Zimo, indicating for him to eat it. If the Zhuyan's brain was considered as a rare delicacy, the hook snake's gallbladder was considered as one of the rarest herbs in the world. A single drop of the hook snake's gallbladder juice would ensure that an ordinary mortal could live a long life healthily without any ailments. For cultivators, their immunity systems would improve significantly after consuming it, allowing them to be resistant to most poisons. Su Zimo fondled Night Spirit's head and whispered, "Night Spirit, have it yourself. I can be considered immune to all poisons now, so I don't need it." Night Spirit went silent. After a moment, its eyes lit up and it raised its head in Xiaoning's direction, crying a couple of times. "Are you saying that you want to feed Xiaoning the gallbladder?" Su Zimo asked. Night Spirit nodded and made a few gestures. Su Zimo understood. Night Spirit was saying that it failed to protect Xiaoning from being poisoned the previous time round, and that it wanted to give this to her as an apology gift. Xiaoning would not have to worry about getting poisoned in the future after consuming the gallbladder. Su Zimo remained silent. Be it the Zhuyan's head or the hook snake's gallbladder, both of them were the most precious parts of those two beasts respectively. After retrieving them, Night Spirit did not think of itself but him and Xiaoning. It wanted to share the delicacy with him and help Xiaoning improve her constitution. The reason why Night Spirit acted the way it did was because it treated Su Zimo and Xiaoning as its closest kin. Su Zimo went up and hugged Night Spirit around the waist, patting it on the back while saying softly, "Thank you, Night Spirit." A few more cultivators sped over from the direction of the valley, each of them panting with lingering shock. Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were among them. However, those two major sects had it even worse. Apart from Pei Chunyu, Glass Palace only had 8 people left and each of them were filled with injuries and had pale expressions. It was the same for Malevolent Earth Sect. In reality, if Night Spirit had not killed the other 4 pure-blooded ferocious beasts, it would have been difficult for the others to survive. The only way out for them would be for a sealer to kill the pure-blooded ferocious beasts by invoking their powers as golden cores. This time round, Su Zimo finally caught sight of the sealers of the 2 major sections. An elderly man in golden robes stood behind Pei Chunyu. Although his hair was gray, his gaze was burning with dominance, and his skin possessed a sparkling luster similar to a baby. On the side of Malevolent Earth Sect, a skinny old man in black robes followed closely behind Shuiyang with a dark gaze resembling a ghoul. The 2 sealers had appeared. Among the major factions, not all the super sects would send sealers out with their teams. For example, Poison Sect, Puppet Sect, and Tomb Sect of the 4 unorthodox groups did not send sealers. Pei Chunyu and the others arrived at the vicinity of the Elixir Refinement Hall and revealed shocked expressions when they swept their gazes across. More than 400 Elixir Yang sect disciples had survived and made it here, Although Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect coveted the treasures within the Elixir Refinement Hall as well, they did not dare to force things given the number of people that Elixir Yang Sect had. After a slight delay, Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, and some other itinerant cultivators headed into the depths of the ruins. Su Zimo gazed at the cultivators of the sects leaving thoughtfully. A moment later, he patted Night Spirit on the head and whispered, "Stay here and guard Xiaoning. I'll check out the depths of the ruins." "Are you really going to fight for the Meridian Unlocking Elixir?" Tang Yu frowned when she noticed Su Zimo's intention of heading into the ruins. "Xiaoning's receiving the inheritance here, and in order to prevent any accidents, we can't leave. If you head in alone, you don't stand a chance against all the elites of those major sections. I must get my hands on the perfect Meridian Unlocking Elixir." Su Zimo replied with conviction and a resolute gaze. Initially, he wanted to head into the depths of the ruins with everyone after Xiaoning received the inheritance. However, by the looks of things now, Xiaoning wouldn't be able to complete the inheritance process within a short period of time. Yet, Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, and other sects have already ventured into the depths of the ruins. Su Zimo could not wait any longer. "You have to be careful. They have sealers with them. Don't force yourself if the situation doesn't look good." Tang Yu said, "I reckon that Xiaoning will definitely inherit the recipe for the Meridian Unlocking Elixir as well. If you don't rush things, you'll definitely get your chance to consume a perfect Meridian Unlocking Elixir in the future." "Got it." Su Zimo nodded, and in a flash, a pair of spirit wings appeared behind him. He soared into the air and sped into the depths of the ruins. Su Zimo had no idea where the Meridian Unlocking Elixirs were located within Elixir Pool Sect as well. At that moment, he looked down with the help of the ethereal wings and relied on his shocking eyesight to survey the place continuously while his ears twitched intently to pick up news from the surroundings. "East side, hurry. The elixir storage is there." "Ah, hurry over." Vaguely, Su Zimo caught wind of some intermittent conversations. Standing in the air, he looked towards the east and saw a series of spirit lights shooting into the air from a certain area with many cultivators heading over. There's no mistake. In a flash, Su Zimo vanished from where he was, east of the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. From above, it could be seen that there were gigantic jade bottles made from rocks lying on the ground, resembling cave abodes. The bottlenecks were the entrances of the caves where words were written. Although they were blurred, they were still recognizable. Grade 1, Grade 2, Grade 3. It was very obvious. The Grade 1 cave abodes would naturally contain Grade 1 elixirs. Grade 2 cave abodes would contain Grade 2 elixirs. Grade 3 cave abodes. There were a total of 8 jade bottle-like cave abodes here. In other words, there was a chance that the 8th jade bottle-like cave abode would contain Grade 8 elixirs. Elixirs that were consumed by golden cores were only at Grade 3. As such, what sort of cultivators were the elixirs meant for? Of course, despite knowing that, the many cultivators that were gathered outside the cave abodes could watch helplessly. That was because all the entrances had seals on them. Even after countless years, the seals were still perfectly preserved. None of the cultivators in the ancient battlefield could dispel the seal of the Grade 3 elixir cave, let alone the Grade 8 elixir caves. At that moment, everyone's gazes were fixed on the Grade 2 elixir cave abode. That was because the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was a Grade 2 elixir. Everyone, no matter what, we have to first dispel the seal of the entrance. After a moment, Pei Chunyu stood out and declared loudly, "The sooner we dispel the seal, the sooner we can enter the cave abode and obtain the elixirs that we need. If we waste too much time here, more cultivators will arrive and we'll all get less elixirs." "That's right. Let's join forces to dispel the seal first." "I agree. As for the elixirs inside, everyone can fight for it after we enter the cave abode." The cultivators agreed. Bang! Boom! Bang! Under Pei Chunyu's command, many cultivators summoned their flying swords at the same time, striking repeatedly at the entrance of the Grade 2 elixir cave. A series of lights appeared and shimmered continuously at the entrance, radiating brightly. As time passed by, the light gradually dimmed. The seal's about to be dispelled. Everyone, let's work harder. Some cultivators yelled excitedly. The sealers of Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect did not do anything, merely watching coldly from the sidelines. Although sealers would not be devoured by the dimension if they did not use their powers as golden cores, they were already old and their bodies were failing. As such, they would not do anything casually. At their age, each time they did something, it would be equivalent to shaving off the last bits of their life's essence. It was similar to old mortals in their 90s. If they took care of their bodies, they could still live a couple years more. However, if they did anything overly vigorous, they would die before long. Bang! 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 Yet another series of explosions occurred and cracking sounds echoed from the entrance. A moment later, the light barrier shattered. The eyes of the cultivators lit up as they rushed forward at the same time, swarming towards the entrance. Although the cave abode was sealed for countless years, there was no rotten smell within it. Instead, it was filled with an invigorating medicinal scent. The masses charged forward, and before long, their vision opened up in the depths of the cave. A gigantic spirit pool resided at the end of the cave abode. Many jade bottles were floating on it, looking dense and compacted. Each of those jade bottles contained elixirs. The reason why the elixirs were not rotten after thousands of years was because they were nourished by the spirit liquid. This was a true elixir pool. Clear words were etched on the surfaces of the jade bottles. Spirit Regeneration Elixir, Mystic Yang Elixir, Snow Lotus Elixir, Great Essence Nourishing Elixir. The elixirs that everyone were familiar with were all available. Some of the elixirs that had been lost in Tianhuang mainland were also floating in the elixir pool. In fact, there were even some elixirs that nobody heard of. However, none of this was important. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the elixir pool, searching for a particular elixir, the Meridian Unlocking Elixir. Over there, someone with a keen eye caught sight of a Meridian Unlocking Elixir's jade bottle and exclaimed, "Swash! Swash! Swash!" A series of figures bolted over, reaching out for the Meridian Unlocking Elixir in the elixir pool. "Scram!" Pei Chunyu shouted and channeled his bloodline, and crystal-like rays of light covered his skin. Punching in reverse, he ruptured the head of a cultivator beside him. Completely helpless to resist, a headless corpse fell from midair before the person could make a single sound. At the side, someone withdrew a flying sword and pierced towards Pei Chunyu's head. Without dodging or retreating, Pei Chunyu extended his palm and caught the flying sword in the middle of it. His palm was unharmed. Pei Chunyu's spirit weapon was a pair of gloves, and it was at perfect grade. He did not have to fear his opponent's flying sword at all. "Humph! Someone the likes of you wishes to fight with me for the Meridian Unlocking Elixir?" Laughing coldly, Pei Chunyu exerted force with his palm and snapped the superior grade flying sword into two, pushing in reverse. Glass Palace cultivators possessed immense strength, and the snapped sword turned into a beam of light, piercing the other cultivator's chest, spurting a stream of fresh blood. Yet another person was dead. Displaying his might, Pei Chunyu's fists were like a pair of huge hammers, and no one could stand in his way. Although some of the itinerant cultivators were at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment as well, they were no match for Pei Chunyu. A single punch from him was enough to snap their tendons and bones, causing their bodies to explode. In the blink of an eye, Pei Chunyu had killed almost all the cultivators around him. On the other side, Shuiyang wielded a bone spear that was filled with blood. His expression was grim, and he did not hold back at all, killing dozens of cultivators consecutively and staining the elixir pool red. The successors of the two major sects, Malevolent Earth Sect and Glass Palace, stood right at the front of the elixir pool and were on killing sprees. Nobody dared to advance at all. The two of them exchanged glances and leaped at almost the same time, extending their arms to reach for the jade bottle containing the Meridian Unlocking Elixir. "You have a death wish." Pei Chunyu's eyes were filled with killing intent as his hands changed trajectory, grabbing towards Shuiyang's wrist. Although Shuiyang was the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect, he could not compare to Pei Chunyu in terms of physique. If he was grabbed by Pei Chunyu, that hand of his would be crippled. Left with no other choice, Shuiyang retreated. His eyes flashed with malice as he remarked coldly, "If I can't get my hands on it, you don't have to dream about doing so either." As he retreated, a mysterious spear tip popped out from Shuiyang's ribs, filled with a thick malevolent aura. It shone brightly with spirit light and stabbed towards Pei Chunyu's palm. Although Shuiyang's bone spear was not a perfect spirit weapon, it was basked in malevolent aura day and night for dozens of years, and its might could not be underestimated as well. The collision of the two spirit weapons, coupled with the strength of the both of them, caused a golden and black burst of light to spread from the surface of the elixir pool. Piak, piak, piak. There was no way the delicate jade bottles floating in the elixir pool could withstand that amount of force as they shattered, spilling out countless elixirs that choked everyone with a rich medicinal aroma. Among the countless elixirs, there was a handful of meridian unlocking elixirs that were of excellent quality. Almost all of them had 4 patterns and were at supreme grade. Almost at the same time, their gazes landed on one of the meridian unlocking elixirs. Although that meridian unlocking elixir was obviously smaller than the others, it had 5 dreamy elixir patterns on its surface. A perfect meridian unlocking elixir. Both of their gazes turned fiery and their breathings intensified. Given their potentials, they had an 80% chance to unlock their 8th spirit meridians at one go if they obtained the perfect meridian unlocking elixir. Right now, apart from Pei Chunyu and Shuiyang, no one dared to close in to the vicinity of the elixir pool. Pei Chunyu had a serious expression as he said slowly, "Shuiyang, there's only one of that meridian unlocking elixir. You had better not fight me for it." Hee. Shuiyang revealed a strange smile. "You want me to back off with just a few words of yours? Everything is dependent on our own capabilities. I'll see for myself just how strong your glass heart sutra is. All right, I'll let you have a taste then." Before his words were finished, Pei Chunyu strode forward and sped towards Shuiyang. Pei Chunyu had a strong physique and specialized in melee combat. Shuiyang would definitely lose if the former closed in. Naturally, Shuiyang understood that as well as he flicked his wrist and channeled spirit energy furiously into the bone spear. In the blink of an eye, the bone spear broke into 11 pieces. Previously, outside Shentian City, the malevolent Earth sect cultivator, Di Xing, who was sent to assassinate Su Zimo, only had 10 pieces to his bone spear. Shuiyang's bone spear had an additional piece. Go! Using malevolent Earth sect's defensive weapon technique, Shuiyang controlled 11 pieces of the bone spear that were shrouded with black malevolent aura, surrounding Pei Chunyu and blocking the latter's path forward. Although Pei Chunyu was strong, he only had a pair of fists. When he saw the 11 pieces piercing over, Pei Chunyu slapped his storage bag and withdrew a glass metal shield that expanded and blocked in front of him. Boom! A loud bang sounded when the 11 pieces struck his glass metal shield. Both of them had used their full strength. Pei Chunyu staggered backwards and Shuiyang's 11 bone spear pieces were reflected. Instantly, a blank area appeared between them. Swash! In that moment that the both of them fought head-on and retreated, a figure sped over with lightning speed, leaving a series of illusory afterimages in midair. In a flash, that figure had already arrived above the elixir pool, scooping the perfect meridian unlocking elixir into his palms with ease. The crowd was in an uproar. It was too fast. Even the spectating cultivators could not react in time, let alone Pei Chunyu and Shuiyang. Furthermore, the timing of the person's appearance was way too precise. It was during the moment of Pei Chunyu and Shuiyang's clash where both parties were still recovering from their momentums. Just like that, the both of them watched as the perfect meridian unlocking elixir was stolen by someone else. How dare you? You must have a death wish. Enraged, Pei Chunyu and Shuiyang's eyes shone with killing intent that was about to spew out. The cultivators watching were also curious as to who it was that dared to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. That action was equivalent to offending 2 super sects, Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. The cultivator that arrived later to steal the perfect meridian unlocking elixir paused momentary and stood in the air without anything beneath his feet. Wearing green robes, his expression was calm as a pair of spirit wings flapped gently behind him. It's him, Su Zimo. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Pei Chunyu's expression darkened instantly as he put away his glass metal shield. A murderous aura gathered between his brows and he said slowly, Su Zimo, I couldn't be bothered with you back in Shentian City. But since you wish to die today, you can't blame me. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Shui Yang's gaze was ice-cold as he chuckled sinisterly. Hell has no gates to begin with, but you're the one who chose to barge in. Even Elixir Yang sect won't be able to save someone that's hunted by both Glass Palace and malevolent Earth sect. Standing in the air, Su Zimo's gaze was sharp as a knife as it lingered for a moment on Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang's faces. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed into the skies with absolute arrogance. The two of you actually think you can kill me at your level? The cultivators in the cave abode were dumbfounded in shock. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were recognized by the masses as super sects and were renowned for their powerful combat strengths. The 5 heretical doctrines and 4 unorthodox groups were similar to those 2 sects in terms of status and reputation. However, disciples of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects were the strongest when it came to combat strength. Su Zimo made a name for himself after the bloody battle on the Long Street. Later on, he destroyed the Poison Sect faction in the ancient battlefield single-handedly and his reputation skyrocketed further. However, everyone still felt that Su Zimo was far inferior compared to the disciples groomed by super sects with impressive foundations such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. Right after, Su Zimo's next sentence caused an uproar. Pei Chunyu, Shui Yang, the two of you have tried to kill me countless times. Don't think of leaving today. Die. Putting away the perfect meridian unlocking elixir, Su Zimo withdrew Blood Quencher from his storage bag slowly. Flicking his wrist, the saber shone brightly with spirit light and buzzed. Su Zimo really doesn't know what's good for him. That's right. One of them is the successor of Glass Palace and the other's the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect. What does an unknown cultivator have to challenge those 2 strong cultivators? He's a frog in the well at the end of the day. I doubt he even knows about sealers. Many cultivators shook their heads and looked at Su Zimo like they were looking at a fool. Normally, sealers wouldn't attack. However, they would naturally come forth if the successors of their sects were in danger. That was the reason why even Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang did not dare to claim that they could kill one another. If they were pushed to their limits and the sealers were forced to act, both sides would suffer immense losses and neither would benefit. But now, with the sealers watching, Su Zimo's declaration of killing Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang merely attracted mocking laughs. The sealer of Glass Palace was a golden-robed old man. Interesting. The golden-robed old man's eyes flickered with mockery and disdain. The sealer of Malevolent Earth Sect, a skinny old man, smirked in ridicule. Ha 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 ha. As though he had heard the greatest joke in the universe, Pei Chunyu laughed repeatedly. Su Zimo, you can't recognize the situation even now. Today, I'll let you know just how strong immortal sects are. Hee hee. Shui Yang laughed sinisterly. Su Zimo, it's your honor to die in the hands of the successors of Immortal and Fiend sections. Immortal and Fiend sects? All of you bullshits can't even fight against my saber. Su Zimo roared and 6 spirit meridians shone beneath his robes, channeling his spirit energy to the max. With a flash, he lunged towards Shui Yang at an extremely fast speed. Even under such circumstances, Su Zimo still dared to attack first with a torrential aura. You must have a death wish. Although Malevolent Earth Sect also had a body tempering technique, it was weaker compared to top body tempering sects such as Glass Palace and Overlord Palace. If Pei Chunyu was the one that charged over, Shui Yang would definitely retreat and keep his distance. However, when he saw that it was Su Zimo, Shui Yang did not retreat or avoid, knowing that he had a higher cultivation realm. Gripping his bone spear tightly, the spirit energy within his body that was tainted with malevolent aura shot forth, piercing towards Su Zimo in midair. Hiss! The bone spear in Shui Yang's hands coiled in strange circular arcs, resembling a viper. It made a strange sound when it pierced through the void. Many cultivators were secretly shocked when they saw his spear technique. notwithstanding the power of Shui Yang's pierce. That spear technique alone was enough to awe. Everyone felt that they were in a difficult situation and could only retreat. Swash! At the same time, Pei Chunyu moved, fast as lightning. His eyes shone with a shimmering luster and killing intent as he leaped forward and pounced towards Su Zimo's back. Pei Chunyu's plan was very clear. If Shui Yang's spear killed Su Zimo, Shui Yang would be in a state where he was recovering from his momentum and would definitely reveal openings. Pei Chunyu would be able to seize that moment of weakness to injure Shui Yang severely. On the other hand, even if Shui Yang did not manage to kill Su Zimo, he could make use of that opportunity to kill the latter while stealing away his storage bag. No matter the outcome, Pei Chunyu would be the biggest winner. At that moment, he did not realize that he missed out on a possibility. On the battlefield, afterimages of the spear were everywhere along with malevolent aura, and it was difficult to identify between reality and illusion. Su Zimo was in midair when suddenly, the spirit wings behind his back vanished. Everyone was shocked when they saw that. To them, the only way for him to escape was to utilize his spirit wings and dash away instantly. Even so, he might not be able to escape from Pei Chunyu's pursuit entirely. But now that Su Zimo's spirit wings were gone and he was falling freely, it meant that he had no way of escaping and had to fight Shui Yang head-on. Although it was only a slight movement, the atmosphere in the battlefield changed miraculously. Descending from the skies, Su Zimo gripped his saber like a fearless god and suppressed Shui Yang completely in terms of aura. When they saw that, the expressions of the two sealers changed. Without waiting for them to think further, Su Zimo shouted, "Countercurrent!" A huge saber descended from the sky. Splash! The blood light expanded and the sound of a sea tide surged. Alarmed, the two sealers exclaimed, "Saber force!" "Wrong!" The golden-robed old man's expression, and he murmured, as if he had just thought of something, "That saber technique resembles." "See calming 5 stances," the skinny old man muttered. Instantly, a piece of news that they had heard more than 10 days ago flashed through the minds of all the cultivators. The disappearance of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Another cultivator had obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance after 1,000 years. So, it was him. It was no wonder why Su Zimo disappeared for a period of time after the bloody battle the Long Street and was able to uproot Poison Sect with unparalleled dominance upon his return. Everything made perfect sense all of a sudden. Everyone's doubts vanished. Against Countercurrent, Shui Yang's spear technique seemed extremely crude and weak. All the spear shadows dissipated instantly, revealing the true spear. Clang! Blood Quencher collided heavily against the bone spear and billions of arcs of lightning surged within the blood beam, drowning and cleansing the malevolent aura on the bone spear. Suppression. It was a complete suppression in terms of aura, technique, bloodline, and power. Shui Yang yelled in pain as his palms split open with blood flowing out. Instantly, the bone spear flew from his hands and was repelled. Turning into a cold streak of light, it pierced deeply into the wall behind him, and the end of the spear trembled endlessly. Crack! 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 Against the impact of that terrifying slash, Shui Yang's protection talisman was shattered instantly as he collapsed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured after a slash. In reality, if not for his protection talisman, Shui Yang would have been killed by Su Zimo's slash. Even then, Shui Yang was injured and sent flying after his protection talisman was shattered against the slash. The cultivators in the cave abode were shocked when they saw that. That was an outcome that none of them expected. Nobody imagined that the fiend heir of malevolent Earth Sect would not be able to withstand a single slash against Su Zimo. Although part of it was because Shui Yang underestimated his opponent, the strength that Su Zimo displayed once again refreshed everyone's impression of him. Who could have imagined that he was the one to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance? Furthermore, he had even managed to cultivate to the level of force. The skinny old man that was initially idle by the side strode a half-step forward with a changed expression, wanting to interfere. But right after, when he saw the shadow behind Su Zimo's back, he was relieved and stood back. Pei Chunyu was now at Su Zimo's back. Given their proximity, no cultivator would be able to fight head-on against a Glass Palace disciple of the same cultivation realm without being disadvantaged. Furthermore, Su Zimo had just released Countercurrent and his power was at its weakest right now. The power of force took an immense toll on Foundation establishment cultivators, and Su Zimo could not use it repeatedly as well. Therefore, both sealers knew that Su Zimo would either be severely injured or dead, given Pei Chunyu's precise timing of attack. Let the body be like glass, transparent inside out and cleansed of impurities, turning indestructible. Pei Chunyu's eyes shimmered like glass as he chanted. With every single word, his aura would change. In the end, there was a mysterious luster covering his muscles, flawless like glass, that raised his aura to a maximum point. Die! Pei Chunyu's black hair fluttered without any wind. Arriving behind Su Zimo, he shouted as he whirled his gigantic fists and smashed down viciously at Su Zimo's head. The gloves that he was wearing were perfect spirit weapons. 5 spirit lights shone with a bedazzling glow and illuminated the entire cave abode. Pei Chunyu's palm was like a blazing sun that shone brilliantly, charging at Su Zimo with a furious killing intent. With a dark gaze, Su Zimo glared at Xianxia, who was sent flying, seemingly indifferent towards Pei Chunyu, who was behind him. Bang! Boom! Boom! All of a sudden, the terrifying sound of tsunamis gushed from within Su Zimo's body. Accompanied with the sound of rumbling thunder, it sent shivers down one's spine. Pang! 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 Without even turning back, Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and his tendons shifted. He slashed in reverse against Pei Chunyu's fist with a surging blood beam. Clang! The saber and fist collided into a deafening roar, causing sparks to fly. Indeed, Su Zimo could not release his saber force continuously. However, after attaining lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section, his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, organs, and 7 orifices now formed a major heavenly cycle, and he was sufficiently strong with just the power of his bloodline and body. Grunting dully, Pei Chunyu's expression changed starkly as he retreated repeatedly. His feet dug into the ground with every step, creating a deep footprint. The confidence in Pei Chunyu's eyes was gradually replaced by terror. He truly hadn't imagined that Su Zimo would have the energy remaining to force him to retreat even after inflicting a severe injury on Xianxia. Although he was not injured and his palm was merely trembling slightly with a vague pain, that was enough to have him shocked. This meant that he was definitely not Su Zimo's match if they were to exchange blows when the latter was in his peak condition. He wouldn't have a much better outcome compared to Xianxia's current condition. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Pei Chunyu's mind. But at that moment, Su Zimo made use of the momentum created by clashing against Pei Chunyu to rebound himself, speeding faster and vanished from where he was. His figure howled forward like a sprinting stallion. He was so fast that the void was buzzing wherever he passed. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived in front of Xianxia. The tides had turned entirely. Even the 2 sealers did not manage to react, let alone the Foundation establishment cultivators that were watching. After he was sent flying by Su Zimo, Xianxia wanted to retreat with the opening created by Pei Chunyu's attack. He wanted to consume elixirs before joining hands with Pei Chunyu to kill Su Zimo. However, that thought had just flashed across his mind when he heard the sound of Su Zimo and Pei Chunyu clashing. The next moment, his vision blurred and Su Zimo had already closed in to him. It was too fast. How could this be? Xianxia was horrified out of his wits. Even if he was in his peak condition, he was not Su Zimo's match given this distance, let alone the fact that he was now injured. You. He merely said a single word when Su Zimo's massive palm covered his vision. Without his bone spear by his side, it was too late even if he had other spirit weapons in his storage bag. Xianxia could only prop up his arms instinctively to try and block against Su Zimo while seizing the opportunity to escape. Snap! Su Zimo did not show any mercy as he crushed Xianxia's arms immediately upon contact. The latter's bones protruded from his flesh with blood and flesh in a terrifying sight. Ah! Xianxia exclaimed tragically. The next moment, Xianxia's voice stopped abruptly. Su Zimo descended upon Xianxia and gripped his throat, lifting the ladder up to defend in front of him. Shoo! 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 At the same time, a few bone spears shot over. A few bone spears that were shooting over stopped in their tracks immediately upon seeing that Shuiyang was in Su Zimo's hands. Not far away, the skinny old man had already attacked and wanted to kill Su Zimo with his bone spear to rescue Shuiyang. However, he was still a tad too late. At that moment, Shuiyang was in Su Zimo's hands and the skinny old man did not dare to be reckless, wary of the consequences. The situation was now in a deadlock. Since the start of the battle, everyone had subconsciously held their breaths in concentration and had already forgotten to breathe. It was only now that they heaved out long breaths. The way everyone looked at Su Zimo changed. Shuiyang was not an ordinary cultivator of malevolent earth sect, but the fiend heir. A dignified fiend heir was gripped by Su Zimo by the throat just like that, eyes bulging and tongue sticking out slightly with a purplish expression without being able to say anything. Shuiyang's arms dangled lifelessly by the side with his bones crushed, clearly already crippled. With his arms crippled, Shuiyang would most likely not amount to much in the future even if he managed to survive. Su Zimo, let him go and we can put aside the feud between you and malevolent earth sect temporarily. I can also spare your life, the skinny old man said slowly with a grim expression. Oh! Raising his brow, Su Zimo laughed. The skinny old man continued, you don't have to worry. As a golden core, I'll definitely stick to my words. And if I don't let him go? Su Zimo's tone was indifferent as he asked with a fake smile. The skinny old man's tone was frosty. If you don't let him go, you'll definitely die today. Is that so? Retracting his smile, Su Zimo replied coldly. I hate to be threatened by others. Snap. There was a crisp sound. Su Zimo crushed Shuiyang's throat and flung the corpse on the ground casually, as though he had just done something extremely insignificant. Instantly, the cave abode went so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Many cultivators looked at the corpse that laid on the ground like a dead dog in absolute disbelief, unable to say anything. It was too ruthless. The fiend heir of malevolent earth sect was slaughtered just like that. Even though immortals and fiends have been irreconcilable since ancient times, even Pei Chunyu would not dare to show no mercy in the presence of a sealer. The sealer was bound to make a move if the fiend heir dies. Everyone looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dead man. Sealers were all elderly who had reached the end of their lives. However, even 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were no match for the power of sealers. Golden Cores and Foundation establishment cultivators were on completely different levels. The moment one formed a core, their destinies no longer belonged to the heavens and their lifespans would increase to 500 years. In terms of strength, it was a complete suppression. The wrath of a golden core was not something that a Foundation establishment cultivator could deal with. Many cultivators started to back off slowly, trying to get as far away from Su Zimo as possible lest they were implicated. Pei Chunyu and the golden-robed old man of Glass Palace exchanged glances when they saw this. Both could see the joy in the other's eyes. This was the best situation for them. Glass Palace could just sit this one out and reap the spoils later. No matter which side stood victorious, Glass Palace would be the biggest winner. Good. Very good. The skinny old man from malevolent earth sect's expression darkened completely as he glared at Su Zimo with malice. The aura that he emanated turned increasingly terrifying and sent shudders down one's spine. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo held Blood Quencher and faced off against the skinny old man without losing out in terms of aura. He had fought a real golden core before and had even managed to kill him. Previously, Su Zimo had the help of Night Spirit, his right blood bone palm, various environmental and external factors. That was how he managed to kill a golden core that was at the end of his lifespan. In terms of actual strength, Su Zimo was definitely no match for a golden core. But now he had a chance of winning. This was the ancient battlefield, and the moment anyone uses the power of a golden core, a dimensional tear would occur to reject them. In other words, if the sealers wanted to make use of their powers as golden cores, they only had a single chance to attack. As long as Su Zimo could survive that attack, the sealers would be the ones to die. Die! The skinny old man raised his foot and lightly landed. In that instant, the earth and mountains shook. Under countless gazes, a huge crack appeared on the ground and extended continuously, arriving beneath Su Zimo's feet in an instant. Swoosh! A pair of spirit wings appeared and Su Zimo soared into the skies while conjuring a spirit art with his hand. He touched his middle finger and thumb, creating the sign of a seal that possessed endless might. Fiend Suppression Seal. The crack on the ground was deep and dark, shooting forth with an ink-like black malevolent aura. Rumbling, a gigantic palm was formed, and it grabbed towards Su Zimo, who was in midair. The malevolent aura surged and black fog filled the air, causing the wind and clouds to change. The pitch-black palm resembled a ghost claw that extended from hell with the power to forcibly pull all living beings into the abyss. Even the cultivators who had retreated far away felt chills when they caught sight of that palm, let alone Su Zimo, who was standing in the epicenter of the battlefield. That was the power of a golden core to be able to suppress everything. Boom! At the same time, a loud sound came from above the cave abode. A gigantic golden palm descended from the skies, glowing with blinding golden radiance. The imprints on the palm could be seen clearly, and it possessed a holy aura that could not be encroached upon by evil. Its aura was so terrifying it seemed like it wanted to purge all demons. The spirit energy in Su Zimo's dantian had already reached its limit, and his 6 spirit meridians rumbled as spirit energy gushed wildly. The reason why he chose to use the Fiend Suppression Seal was because it carried a holy aura that could purge evil and was a natural enemy against the malevolent aura. Even then, the Fiend Suppression Seal alone was not enough to fight against the spirit art released by a golden core. Boom! The 2 palms collided and produced a deafening sound. Lights of 2 different colors, gold and black, intertwined and collided. A terrifying halo of power spread out, causing the entire cave abode to shake on the verge of collapsing. Right in front of everyone, the golden palm paused for a moment before dissipating. As for the black palm shrouded with malevolent aura, it had clearly weakened. Many cultivators could not help but feel shocked when they saw that. If the both of them were at similar cultivation realms, the divine power within the golden palm would have been able to suppress the skinny old man's spirit art. Clang! Clang! After the 2 palms collided, a sharp sound of swords humming sounded. 18 supreme-grade flying swords hovered in front of Su Zimo, shining brightly with spirit light. They intertwined in midair, leaving streaks of sword scars. They condensed into a sharp sword formation that emitted endless sword chi. It was the candlelight sword formation. Go! A huge sword-shaped disc was formed and charged towards the gigantic black palm. Buzzing and trembling, the black palm opened up, as if it wanted to blot out the sky, and grabbed the candlelight sword formation directly. Poof! 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 Initially, the sword-shaped disc was still spinning continuously. However, it came to a stop after being grabbed by the black palm and let out a sorrowful sound. Boom! The sword formation dispersed and the 18 flying swords scattered everywhere. The malevolent aura surrounding the black palm faded even more. Although the candlelight sword formation had dissipated, its power was so terrifying that it riddled the black palm with holes. The Fiend Suppression Seal and candlelight sword formation consumed a huge amount of spirit energy, and they were also Su Zimo's trump cards. Even after Su Zimo's 2 trump cards, the remaining power of the sealer's spirit art was still terrifying enough to destroy everyone. Swoosh! The black palm descended and enveloped Su Zimo before closing its grip tightly. Su Zimo's figure was held in the center of the black palm, and he was instantly engulfed by the spreading malevolent aura. It was over. Although it was blocked by the Fiend Suppression Seal and candlelight sword formation, this was still the power of a golden core after all. Even if Su Zimo's physique could withstand the grip of the black palm, he would be killed the moment the malevolent aura of a golden core seeped into his body and corroded it. On the other side, a tear appeared in the void behind the skinny old man. It gave off a terrifying aura and dragged him inside immediately. The dimensional tear. The rules of the ancient battlefield could not be breached at the end of the day. The skinny old man did not have the chance to strike a second time. Before the dimensional tear closed, The skinny old man's body was already torn to pieces with blood spewing and spraying everywhere, leaving nothing behind. A moment later, the dimensional tear slowly closed. Many people had complicated expressions upon seeing this. If he wasn't targeted by a sealer, a cultivator like him would have been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the young elites of the various major factions. He asked for it by being so arrogant and insolent. It's true that he's a rare genius to be able to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance. What a pity. There's nothing to be pitied. A fallen genius isn't a genius and will definitely be forgotten by others in the end. It was quite an honorable death for him to exchange his life with the sealers. Some looked regretful, some gloated while others shook their heads and sighed. Pei Chunyu had a smile on his face and was already prepared to make a move. He was going to grab Su Zimo's storage bag the moment the black palm dissipated. But right then, the rumbling sound of a tsunami surged out from the black palm that was in midair, roaring with a terrifying aura. Crack, crack, crack. A thin crack appeared on the surface of the black palm, growing bigger and clearer. Swoosh! Through the pitch-black malevolent aura, a blood-red light that flickered with lightning burst out from within. It was eye-catching and split the black palm into two as a figure leaped out. Pest! Everyone shuddered and their eyeballs constricted with disbelief when they caught sight of that figure. How is that possible? Pei Chunyu lost his composure and exclaimed. It wasn't anybody else, but Su Zimo, whom everyone had thought to be dead. His green robes were completely corroded by the malevolent aura. He looked wretched, staggering in his footsteps. However, his eyes were bright and clear as ever, and there was a fighting intent that was rising in his gaze. Exuding an arrogant aura, he possessed a dominance that looked down on everyone. He was still alive. Against the full strength of a sealer and the suppressive power of a golden core, Su Zimo managed to survive. This meant that the sealer had died for nothing. Malevolent Earth-Sex faction in the ancient battlefield was almost completely destroyed. In reality, Su Zimo had given it his all to be able to withstand that attack from the sealer. Apart from the Fiend Suppression Seal and Candlelight Sword formation, the moment he was engulfed by the Black Palm, Su Zimo even circulated his bloodline and channeled his power to its peak, releasing Countercurrent. Although that slash managed to split the Black Palm into two, allowing him to escape, he was still injured nevertheless. Furthermore, the golden core malevolent aura of the skinny old man had surged into his body wildly. Normally, the malevolent aura of a golden core was enough to destroy the heart and meridians of a Foundation establishment cultivator, killing him outright. Unfortunately, Su Zimo's bloodline contained a violent power of thunder that was the nemesis of powers like the malevolent aura. Furthermore, although Su Zimo had his reservations and did not dare to release his demonic chi so as to conceal his demonic cultivation, it was undeniable that his body possessed a vast amount of demonic chi. Although he could not release them, a strong backlash was triggered by the demonic chi upon the invasion of the malevolent aura. Additionally, Su Zimo's body had received nourishment from the essence energy of the dragon race, and his physique was currently unpredictably strong. Upon entering his body, the golden core malevolent aura was washed away by the powers of thunder and blood chi, as well as the dragon race's essence energy. It dissipated before it could even unleash its true might. Poof! Su Zimo spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned paler. While he managed to survive, he did not feel good either. His body had just received a strong impact after all, and he was suffering from internal injuries with his internal organs shaken. He would have been doomed if the two sealers had joined forces. It was a pity that the Glass Palace sealer did not see the need or reason to sacrifice himself and thus did not attack Su Zimo. Gripping Blood Quencher tightly, Su Zimo panted slightly. Pei Chunyu narrowed his eyes and awaited for an opportunity. There were still a few malevolent Earth sect cultivators left in the cave abode. Shifting slowly, they moved to surround Su Zimo with hateful eyes. Su Zimo closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, as though he was unaware of everything around him. No one could tell that Su Zimo's injuries were healing at a visible speed. Not only was Su Zimo's physique powerful, his regeneration capabilities were even more terrifying. Su Zimo, you don't even have the energy to attack anymore? Fufu, if I were you and I managed to survive against a sealer, I would have left this place right away. However, there's only a single reason why you're still here. You don't even have the strength to run away anymore. Pei Chunyu was wary and did not dare to strike directly, merely testing the waters with a faked composure and smile on his face. Su Zimo was expressionless and did not even open his eyes, as if he had heard nothing at all. Seems like I was right. Pei Chunyu retracted his smile and shouted coldly, "Kill him!" The moment he said that, the surrounding glass palace and remaining malevolent earth sect cultivators roared and attacked one after another. In a flash, the cave abode lit up. All of a sudden, 2 divine beams of light flickered in the void and was even more dazzling than the spirit lights on the various spirit weapons. Those were Su Zimo's eyes. They were shiny and sharp as knives. Swash! Su Zimo disappeared from where he was and a saber light flashed, swiping gently against a cultivator's neck, causing blood to spew out. Cultivator died on the spot. Immediately after, he slashed in reverse and struck the bracer of another glass palace cultivator. Snap! Even with the bracer, that person's arm could not be saved. Against the massive force, the person was sent flying and slammed heavily against the wall of the cave abode, sliding down slowly as his eyes dimmed. Barging left and right, Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and deployed sea calming. No one could stop his rampage. Pei Chunyu, bursting through all the obstacles, Su Zimo arrived before Pei Chunyu and roared in laughter. The reason why I stayed here isn't because I have no strength left to run. It's because I'm here to take your life. Swoosh! Blood Quencher descended from above in a terrifying manner. Even though Su Zimo could no longer deploy force given his current state, the power of his physique and bloodline was enough to destroy everything in his path. Clang! Blood Quencher collided against Pei Chunyu's fists. For that slash, Su Zimo deployed Vortex of the Sea Calming 5 stances. Although it looked ordinary, there was the power of contortion spiraling within the saber technique. Ah! Pei Chunyu retreated continuously as he cried out in pain. A layer of sweat appeared on his forehead instantly. Even with the protection of his perfect-grade gloves, the power of the spiraling contortion was transmitted to Pei Chunyu's arms and his sleeves exploded. Poof! 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 Right in front of everyone. The muscles on Pei Chunyu's arms tore apart and burst into blood. That was only a tear of his muscles. If Su Zimo was in his peak condition, that slash could have crushed the bones on both of Pei Chunyu's arms completely. Let's go! Right then, the golden-robed old man took a step forward and jerked Pei Chunyu back, shouting as he threw the ladder towards the entrance of the cave abode. Even the sealer had the intention to retreat. That kid is too strong. He's truly an unsurpassed genius. With heavenly defying fortune, he managed to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance and has already accumulated the force. No one is his match other than the most exceptional paragons of Tianhuang mainland. We'll leave this place as far as we can. Right after, we'll hide in a corner of the ancient battlefield and cultivate till the deadline is up before leaving. A genius like that is bound to incur the jealousy of the heavens, and he'll definitely be met with great calamities where he can die with ease. There's no need for you to fight him head-on. The golden-robed old man followed behind Pei Chunyu and instructed as they dashed towards the exit. He did not want to make use of his power as a golden core until the last moment. Furthermore, he would definitely be dead if he unleashed his power as a golden core. However, there was no guarantee that Su Zimo would die. Trying to flee? Sneering, Su Zimo picked up Blood Quencher and deployed Divine Steed Fleeting, chasing after the two of them. Pei Chunyu swallowed a handful of elixirs to suppress his body's injuries for the time being. By now, he was no longer smiling as he sped ahead with a panicked expression, not daring to rest at all. He was thoroughly shaken after that fight. At that moment, the only thoughts in Pei Chunyu's minds were of Shuiyong and the skinny old man's deaths, causing his limbs to go cold. This is a ruthless person who has no fear. You must not fall into his hands. Pei Chunyu grit his teeth and screamed internally. The crowd was astounded. If they hadn't witnessed it personally, Nobody would have imagined a Foundation establishment cultivator chasing down the successor of Glass Palace and a sealer in the ancient battlefield. That man is truly audacious. The sealer merely doesn't want to trade lives right now. If he's really forced into a corner and retaliates, he can kill Su Zimo instantly. That's not for sure. The sealer of malevolent Earth sect died for nothing previously. Many cultivators discussed as they started to fight for the Grade 2 elixirs of Elixir Pool sect before dashing out of the cave abode. All of them wanted to witness the outcome. In front of the Elixir Refinement Hall, Su Xiaoning's eyes were still closed as she received Elixir Pool sect's inheritance. The long duration of the inheritance implied that there were many things left behind by Elixir Pool sect. It was beneficial, be it for Su Xiaoning or Elixir Yang sect. Hundreds of Elixir Yang sect disciples protected Xiaoning in the middle like stars surrounding the moon, layer by layer. They were so tight that even wind could not blow in, as they were afraid that the inheritance process would be disrupted. Tang Yu started to furrow her brows as she looked towards the depths of the ruins from time to time with a worried expression. Smiling gently, Uncle Liang asked, "You're worried about young Master Su, right? I'm praying right now that there's no perfect meridian unlocking elixir in Elixir Pool sect." Sighing, Tang Yu continued, "Given his personality, since he said that he definitely has to get his hands on a perfect meridian unlocking elixir, he'll definitely fight for one. Against the successors of Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect, he doesn't stand a chance of winning." "Don't worry," Uncle Liang pondered and said, "Now that I think about it, the lad's saber technique should be the sea calming 5 stances." In other words, the rumor was real and he truly obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance. Although Tang Yu had guessed it vaguely previously, she was still shocked when she heard Uncle Liang say it. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea was formed from the ancient era and countless geniuses have been buried in it throughout history. Now, an unknown cultivator managed to get his hands on it. Furthermore, that person had not even heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea's existence beforehand. Everything seemed ridiculously absurd, and yet, there was an indescribable mysteriousness to it, as if everything was predetermined. Uncle Liang continued, "Given the lad's current combat strength, he can definitely hold his ground against Pei Chunyu and Shui Yang. Even if he can't win them, he'll be able to escape unscathed. You don't have to worry." "Yes." Tang Yu nodded and her worries lessened. Suddenly, the sound of robes slicing the air could be heard, and it was extremely fast. The person's breathing was heavy, clearly exhausted. Everyone from Elixir Yang sect looked over, and when they saw the person's face, they were stunned and dumbfounded. Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace. He looked completely wretched and his arms were filled with blood, his flesh still torn and bleeding. With a pale expression, his eyes were now bloodshot, no longer clear as before. He glanced towards the side of Elixir Yang sect without stopping and continued dashing towards the fog valley outside. Before long, he disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Even Tang Yu, who was extremely intelligent, was stunned at the moment, unable to understand what had just happened, let alone everyone else. How could that be? Didn't Glass Palace head into the depths of the ruins in search of a perfect meridian unlocking elixir? Why was Pei Chunyu the only one left? What about his sealer? In other words, which faction managed to force Glass Palace to such a state? Uncle Liang's eyes flickered as he speculated. The appearance of a perfect meridian unlocking elixir must have caused Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect to get into a big fight, causing the situation to go out of control. The sealers must have fought one another with both dead. After losing to Shui Yang, Pei Chunyu has no other choice but to escape right now. The cultivators of Elixir Yang sect nodded silently. Tang Yu frowned. Although Uncle Liang's conjecture sounded logical, she felt that something was amiss. When Pei Chunyu was escaping, his expression was horrified, as though he had encountered something that frightened him. Did Shui Yang possess such strength? Or could something unimaginable have happened in the depths of the ruins? Right then, the sound of a clash echoed from the air in the distance. It was a loud boom, and the battle had clearly reached its climax. Everyone from Elixir Yang sect looked over, and their expressions froze with agape mouths. In the distance, 2 figures were engaged in an intense battle. Spirit light shone brightly and a blood beam filled the skies. Bang! 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 Each time the two of them clashed, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation would ripple out, causing everyone to shudder. One of them was the golden-robed old man, Glass Palace's sealer. The other person was in green robes and wielded a blood-colored saber. It was none other than Su Zimo who had entered the depths of the ruins. This, Uncle Liang was completely dumbfounded. Tang Yu opened her mouth slightly and looked at the green-robed figure far away without blinking. All the confusion in her heart seemed to have been resolved. The person that Pei Chunyu feared was not Shui Yang, but Su Zimo. The situation on the battlefield was extremely tense. Although the sealer, the golden-robed old man, did not unleash his power as a golden core, all of his attacks were extremely forceful, carrying the might of an 8-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. On the other hand, Su Zimo was even more ferocious, slicing sharply with a fervent gaze. With the weight of Blood Quencher as well as Sea Calming, Su Zimo was not disadvantaged against the golden-robed old man. As time passed by, Su Zimo's blood surged and the sounds of tsunami were endless, evidently intensifying as the battle raged on. As for the golden-robed old man, he was no longer as nimble as before and the blood chi he produced gradually faded. This battle had exhausted him greatly. In just a few dozens of breaths' time, the golden-robed old man's skin had lost its luster, withering with wrinkles appearing. Tang Yu said in a deep voice, "Glass Palace's sealer is already at the end of his life and his stamina is weak along with his blood chi. He'll definitely lose if he continues battling." "He won't," Uncle Liang said with a grim expression. "The person who should be worried right now should be Su Zimo. The power of a sealer lies in his killing move with the power of a golden core. If Su Zimo stops now, he might be able to survive. If he forces the sealer to the point of no return, he's bound to die." No one dared to interfere given the circumstances. Nobody could predict when the sealer would disregard his life and unleash his power as a golden core. Su Zimo was drenched in sweat and steam emitted from his body like smoke. The power of his bloodline was being channeled at his limits. The battle was getting more intense. This also meant that the outcome of this battle would be decided soon. Ever since they entered the Fog Valley, Su Zimo had been battling the entire time. Earlier on, he killed countless demon beasts and even took down a sealer without resting once. Coupled with the fact that he was injured, Su Zimo was already pushing his body to its limits to be able to fight the sealer till now. This was also because he had cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, Void Thunder Manual, and devoured the dragon egg's essence. An ordinary body would have been destroyed by now. In the eyes of the golden-robed old man, Su Zimo's stamina, physique and body had already surpassed a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Of course, although Su Zimo's body was at its limits, the golden-robed old man was in an even worse condition. Everyone could tell that he was getting significantly older with every breath in an irreversible manner. Each time the golden-robed old man attacked, he was using up the remainder of his lifespan. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a tremendous change occurred in his saber technique. Earlier on, it was tough and ferocious. In the blink of an eye, it was as gentle as the ripples on the surface of a water, spreading continuously. The ripple stance of Sea Calming Manual. Countercurrent represented toughness, while ripple represented softness. Softness was different from weakness, where the latter referred to powerless. The softness of water could grind away the edge of stones. The softness of water could penetrate a rock. The softness of water could engulf everything. Softness countered hardness. When Su Zimo used ripple, he did not fight the golden-robed old man head-on. Instead, everything was a tap and go. The saber changed angles swiftly and a series of ripples formed each time it struck. Every single attack looked weak and powerless, but they were fatal. The sudden change caught the golden-robed old man off guard. In a moment of carelessness, 2 wounds appeared on his arm and blood gushed out as he retreated continuously. "That's all there is to sealers," Su Zimo smirked. Against Su Zimo's mockery, the golden-robed old man calmed down quickly and his eyes were cloudy and expressionless. nobody could read his thoughts. He was looking for an opportunity. He wanted a perfect opportunity to unleash his power as a golden core and kill Su Zimo in exchange for his life. At the moment, the golden-robed old man was expressionless. However, his heart had a surge of sadness and he could only sigh internally. At the end of the day, he had reached this inevitable step. Part of the reason why he did not unleash his power as a golden core immediately was to hold back Su Zimo, allowing Pei Chunyu sufficient time to escape. At the same time, in the depths of his heart, he still feared death. He was different from the skinny old man from before. If the skinny old man were to return to the malevolent earth sect alive with the fiend heir dead, he would receive extremely cruel punishment which was worse than death. That was why the skinny old man could unleash his power as a golden core so easily, as he did not have any psychological burdens. The moment the fiend heir was dead, he was already a dead man as well. However, for Glass Palace, Pei Chunyu was still alive. The golden-robed old man still harbored hope that he would be able to force Su Zimo back without unleashing his power as a golden core. However, it was a pity that his hope was about to be crushed mercilessly. Su Zimo's gaze was fervent. As though he could read the golden-robed old man's mind, he spoke again without stopping in his attacks. "Actually, you had a chance to kill me." The golden-robed old man was unmoved and continued defending against Blood Quencher's ripple expressionlessly. He knew that Su Zimo was attacking his mental state. In a fight, top experts would often provoke their opponents to reveal openings so as to seize the advantage. Smiling gently, Su Zimo continued, "Your only chance was to work together with the sealer of malevolent Earth sect. If two sealers were to unleash their powers as golden cores and fight me with all their might, I would have most likely died. It's just a pity." The golden-robed old man's eyes flickered and an imperceptible ripple appeared in his mind. Although he knew that Su Zimo was attacking him mentally so that he would reveal an opening, the golden-robed old man felt a strong sense of frustration and indignance. Those words struck a chord in his heart. A gleeful expression flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. "It's just a pity that you were too afraid of death. Even now, you harbor hope of surviving. But actually, you know in your heart that you'll definitely die today. You..." The golden-robed old man's expression changed and was about to say something when his hand slowed down, revealing a major opening. Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he strode forward, slashing in reverse towards the golden-robed old man's throat with a chilling killing intent. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura burst forth from the golden-robed old man. "Su Zimo, you've been tricked." Ignoring the incoming saber, the golden-robed old man suddenly unleashed his power as a golden core, engulfing Su Zimo with a gigantic palm. "Even if I have to die, I'll take you with me." "Not good." Uncle Liang's heart skipped a beat and he turned pale with fright when he saw that. Others might not read the situation clearly, but he understood it well given his experience. At first, Su Zimo saw that he could not take down the golden-robed old man and began attacking the latter mentally to break the stalemate. Initially, the golden-robed old man was unmoved. However, after a few sentences, the golden-robed old man was enraged and revealed an opening. There was naturally no way Su Zimo would let the opportunity go as he took advantage of the situation and charged forward. But in reality, that opening was revealed by the golden-robed old man intentionally. That was the reason why he said that Su Zimo was tricked. The golden-robed old man was waiting for Su Zimo to rush forward with no room to retreat before killing the latter by unleashing his power as a golden core. "Heis!" Uncle Liang sighed and shook his head. He's still too inexperienced after all. Before he could finish his sigh, a soft laugh came from the battlefield. "Fufu, the one that was tricked, is you." It was Su Zimo's laughter. Although he was initially at the battlefield, by the time his sentence was completed, Su Zimo had already ran far away from where he was. Boom! The golden-robed old man's palm slammed onto the ground, creating a clear palm print. He missed. What happened stunned all the cultivators once more. Standing from afar, Su Zimo looked at the golden-robed old man with a mocking gaze and a fake smile. At that instant, the golden-robed old man aged considerably. A gigantic dimensional crack had already appeared behind him, devouring him mercilessly like a demon from hell, leaving him with no corpse. After pondering for a while, Uncle Liang came to a realization. Initially, he thought that Su Zimo was tricked by the golden-robed old man's intentional opening. However, the truth was that Su Zimo had also read the golden-robed old man's intentions and pretended to charge forward before escaping far away after the latter unleashed his power as a golden core. It was a bloodless battle of psychological warfare. A single mistake and he would have lost everything and died on the spot. Both parties schemed and fought several times, but in the end, Su Zimo came out on top and baited the sealer to his death. Uncle Liang's expression was complicated. Although the golden-robed old man did not die in the hands of Su Zimo, he was still the reason why the former was devoured and killed by the dimensional tear. The fact that a sealer was not able to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator despite sacrificing his own life was rather sorrowful. In reality, Su Zimo had also taken an extremely huge risk in that battle. The moment the sealer unleashed his power as a golden core, Su Zimo was not a match for him at all. In the Grade 2 Elixir Cave abode, he only managed to defend against the skinny old man by using all his trump cards. Even then, he was severely injured. Given Su Zimo's current condition, there was absolutely no way he could have withstood another attack of a golden core level. That was the reason why he was fighting the golden-robed old man for so long. Eventually, he made use of his spirit perception and spotted the golden-robed old man's killing intent a moment earlier, allowing him to retreat and bait the latter to his death. Su Zimo was almost completely exhausted, and he would not have been able to hold on if not for his extremely strong regeneration capabilities. After baiting the sealer to his death, Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. After a slight pause, his eyes flashed with a cold glint. He came before the Elixir Refinement Hall and asked softly, "Has anyone seen Pei Chunyu?" "He escaped into the valley," a cultivator pointed. If Pei Chunyu did not die, he would ultimately be an uncertain source of trouble for Su Zimo. Tang Yu was nervous and stepped forward quickly, persuading, "Fellow Taoist Su, you're so weak right now. Don't take the risk. Furthermore, even if you give chase now, you might not be able to catch up with him." Su Zimo shook his head and in a flash, darted into the fog valley without explaining anything. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before everyone. Xianxia was still receiving her inheritance. The cultivators of Elixir Yang sect discussed the battle from earlier with soft voices and excited expressions. Although the sealer was at the end of his life and only had a single chance to strike, he was still a golden core no matter what. That was a battle between a Foundation establishment cultivator and a golden core. This kind of talk was enough for the Elixir Yang sect cultivators to brag about it for many years after returning to the sect. Not long after, the Thousand Crane sect cultivators returned from the depths of the ruins and their eyes brimmed with joy. "Congratulations, Sister Man-Man," Tang Yu said with a smile. "Seems like Thousand Crane sect benefited quite a bit from Elixir Pool sect as well." "Yes, we obtained a couple of lost talisman secret techniques." Feng Man-Man pursed her lips and smiled. Right then, the discussions of cultivators not far away could be heard. "What's the background of Su Zimo? He's way too ruthless." "That's right. I saw with my very own eyes how he squashed the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect to death like an ant." "What use is the fiend heir? Even the sealer of Malevolent Earth sect died for nothing." The Elixir Yang sect cultivators were stunned when they heard that. Frowning, Tang Yu turned to Feng Man-Man and asked, "What's up with Malevolent Earth sect? What has it got to do with fellow Taoist Su? You don't know about it yet?" Feng Man-Man looked at her oddly. Tang Yu and the others had remained around Xianxia the entire time and did not know about everything that happened in the Grade 2 Elixir Cave abode. Feng Man-Man explained, "A perfect meridian unlocking elixir appeared in a cave abode in the depths of the ruins, and Su Zimo stole it while killing Shuiyang on the spot." "Ah!" A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Feng Man-Man continued, "Thereafter, Malevolent Earth Sect's sealer attacked and he took on everything. Malevolent Earth Sect is now completely destroyed. This time round, it was completely silent in front of the Elixir Refinement Hall. In that case, it meant that two sealers had died for nothing. Tang Yu had a stunned expression and her mouth was agape for the longest time. In the fog valley, Su Zimo deployed his spirit wings and sped forward at lightning speed. Charging towards the entrance of the valley, he was already at the limits of his speed. He did not fight the golden-robed old man for long. Pei Chunyu was already injured and did not have much strength left. It was unrealistic for him to escape the fog valley in this period of time. After all, there were still countless beasts and birds roaming in the valley. Throughout the way, Su Zimo made use of his strong hearing, eyesight and senses to track down traces of Pei Chunyu. Right now, the night was extremely dark and the fog was everywhere. It would be almost impossible for the other cultivators to search for someone since their vision range would be 30 feet at most. However, it was different for Su Zimo. After clearing his 7 orifices, his 5 senses were extremely sharp and he had a large search radius. He could notice any bit of activity. The pure-blooded, ferocious beasts in the valley were already dead and Su Zimo advanced fearlessly. None of the demon beasts and ancient remnant beasts in the fog dared to approach him, and they all hid far away. Before long, Su Zimo rushed out of the fog valley and stood at the entrance, frowning. He did not see Pei Chunyu at all. That guy had vanished. Su Zimo's eyes flickered and he frowned in deep thought. In this case, there could only be 2 possibilities. First, Pei Chunyu had already escaped the valley. However, Su Zimo deduced that the probability of that wasn't great. Second, Pei Chunyu was still in the valley. It wasn't a simple task if one wanted to hide inside the fog valley. Birds filled the skies and beasts roamed the ground. There was no way a cultivator would be able to hide in peace, as they would definitely encounter battles and create a commotion. However, along the way, Su Zimo did not notice any signs nor did he hear any activity. Weird, he murmured softly. Could he truly have escaped? On second thought, Su Zimo felt that it wouldn't be surprising for a disciple of Glass Palace, an immortal sect, to possess some life preservation methods. At that moment, Pei Chunyu might have already escaped 1,000 miles away from that place. After loitering around for a long time, Su Zimo returned from where he came from and disappeared into the fog. A long time later, the valley regained its tranquility. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. The sun rose, casting away the night from the valley. An ancient remnant beast, the cloud-seeking leopard, walked slowly out of its cave, looking dispirited and terrible. It had devoured a human the previous night. However, for some reason, it did not manage to digest the human even after the night, and it felt bloated and uncomfortable. The cloud-seeking leopard did not walk far when it cried out and collapsed weakly to the ground with a throbbing pain in its stomach. Shing! Flashes of blood appeared. The abdomen of the cloud-seeking leopard was ripped open from the inside as countless organs spilled out of a gigantic hole along with a bloodied figure. The bloodied figure bent over and started retching. A while later, he reached out and wiped away the blood on his face, revealing a disfigured face that was horrifying like a ghost. Su Zimo, I will definitely make you pay 100 times for the humiliation I suffered today. The bloodied figure's gaze was venomous as he said with grit teeth. The previous night, Pei Chunyu predicted that it would be hard for him to escape from Su Zimo. Thus, he took the initiative to look for an ancient remnant beast and allowed it to devour him. That was an extremely dangerous move. The stomachs of demon beasts churned extremely strongly and ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to handle it. Anyone else would have been crushed into sludge. Furthermore, the digestive fluids of an ancient remnant beast was extremely corrosive and could even melt rocks and ores. If not for the fact that the Glass Heart Sutra tempered his body so powerfully, Pei Chunyu wouldn't have survived the night. Even so, his flesh was corroded into a bloody mess and he was completely disfigured, almost shedding an entire layer of skin. Turning to glare at the cloud-seeking leopard and its dying eyes, Pei Chunyu staggered towards the entrance of the valley and escaped with a cold expression. With the end of the Battle of the Ruins, the biggest winner was Elixir Yang sect. Entering the ancient battlefield with more than 1,000 disciples, they had more than 400 remaining. If nothing went wrong, these 400-odd people would be able to return to Elixir Yang sect safely. Xiaoning received the inheritance successfully and opened up the elixir refinement hall, obtaining countless ancient elixir manuals. Elixir Xianxia's reputation and status was bound to soar after the ancient elixir manuals were brought back to the sect. The next day, Elixir Xianxia, Thousand Crane Sect, Puppet Sect, Tomb Sect, and the other sects and factions left the place and returned to Xianxia City. Most of the cultivators had already achieved their goals for the ancient battlefield expedition. In the following period of time, they would choose to cultivate peacefully in Xianxia City before leaving once the year was up. Su Zimo began to cultivate in seclusion as well, preparing to unlock his seventh spirit meridian. Time passed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had been in the ancient battlefield for half a year. He had just unlocked his seventh spirit meridian a couple of days ago, increasing his strength once more. As long as he continued cultivating, Su Zimo might be able to reach the peak of 7 Meridian Foundation establishment before leaving the ancient battlefield. After returning to the Great Zhou dynasty and consuming the perfect meridian unlocking elixir, he would have a chance of unlocking his 8th spirit meridian, turning into a foundation establishment cultivator with all meridians unlocked. By unlocking all 8 meridians, he would be at perfected foundation establishment cultivation realm and would definitely form a golden core. Furthermore, he would definitely have a golden core phenomenon accompanying his core formation. Of course, that was under the premise that everything went smoothly. The path of cultivation was unpredictable, and no one could guarantee that it would be smooth without any changes happening in this period of time. This day, the skies suddenly flashed with lightning and rumbled with thunder. A terrifying pressure instantly descended upon the ancient battlefield. Everything went silent. Time seemed to have frozen. All the living beings in the ancient battlefield, be it ancient remnant beasts or pure-blooded ferocious beasts, sprawled onto the ground obediently, and their eyes revealed endless fear. This was a fear that stemmed from the ancient era, something deep-rooted and indestructible. In every corner of the ancient battlefield, the successors of the various supersects of Tianhuang mainland came forward and looked up in the air in shock. Countless cultivators woke up from their seclusion cultivation and came out one after another. It didn't matter if it was Elixir Yang Sect, Thousand Crane Sect, Puppet Sect, or Tomb Sect that was in Xianxia City. At this moment, every single cultivator sensed something and arrived on the long street, roofs and midair, gazing into the distance. The cultivators were dumbfounded in shock. Even Uncle Liang, who was a sealer, opened his mouth with a look of disbelief. The clouds were shifting rapidly in the center of the sky. Dark clouds covered the place and they churned, rotating slowly to form a gigantic black vortex that was extremely shocking. In that sea of clouds, numerous lightning snakes were packed densely together, forming a dazzling sea of lightning within the sea of clouds. The closer it was to the core of the vortex, the more concentrated the lightning became. Thunder rumbled and lightning crackled. It was as though a giant creature was about to descend from the vortex. Standing in midair, Su Zimo gazed at the horizon with a bright light in his eyes. The aura that was emanated from the center of the cloud vortex was way too terrifying. Against its suppression, Su Zimo felt extremely insignificant and almost wanted to kneel down in worship. Some of the cultivators couldn't handle it and were already kneeling on the ground in fright. Gradually, a huge square-shaped stone slab appeared in the middle of the vortex, covering the entire place. As it descended, it seemed as if it could crush everything in the ancient battlefield into emptiness. This was only the tip of the iceberg for this unknown terrifying existence. The stone slab continued descending and gradually revealed its full appearance. It was an extremely old palace with a round top and a square base. Possessing an ancient and boundless aura, it seemed like it had arrived against the flow of time from the ancient era. A circular top and a square base, the human emperor's palace. Uncle Liang gasped and exclaimed. At the same time, the successors of the various supersects in the ancient battlefield recognized the origin of this ancient palace one after another. The human emperor's palace. Those words seemed to possess a special power, causing Su Zimo's blood to boil in secret. Su Zimo had not heard of the human emperor's palace before. However, judging from the looks of everyone else, He knew that the origin of this palace definitely surpassed the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Countless cultivators knelt on the ground and gazed at that ancient palace beneath the skies with endless awe and passion. The human emperor's palace stood tall in the sky, floating in the sea of lightning like a supreme god, peering down at the world with immense might. A heavenly shocking appearance through stone, arrival of the human emperor's palace. Taking a deep breath of air, Uncle Liang muttered to himself, "The appearance of the human emperor's palace means that chaos is about to arise in Tianhuang mainland, bringing forth a new golden age. Seems like a supreme emperor will definitely be born in this era. Perhaps we're about to welcome a prosperous era with multiple emperors arising, restoring the glory of the ancient era. To be fortunate enough to witness everything in my lifetime, I can now die without any regrets." South of the ancient battlefield, a buzz-cut cultivator stood with his upper body bare. Every single inch of his muscles shone with a bronze luster, giving off the feeling of explosive might. Breaking out of seclusion, a gigantic spear rested on this person's shoulder, and he gave off an extremely savage aura. Raising his head to look at the ancient palace, he roared in laughter. "Ha ha ha! The arrival of the human emperor's palace. Seems like Pang Yu, am fated to be an emperor in this era." Before his laughter ended, Pang Yu strode towards the center of the ancient battlefield in huge strides. North, a pair of resentful eyes could vaguely be seen through layers of vines that concealed the entrance of a hidden cave abode. "Su Zimo, if not for you, Pei Chunyu, would definitely have a chance to obtain the human emperor's palace's inheritance." Half a year had passed and Pei Chunyu had yet to break through to 8 Meridian Foundation establishment. He did not have the strength to fight the others for the human emperor's palace's inheritance at all. In order to survive, he could only continue to hide here. West, a monk who was originally sitting quietly in the middle of the desert suddenly stood up. Gazing at the ancient palace above him, he mumbled to himself, "The human emperor's palace does tempt me." East, a purple cloud soared into the sky before transforming into a figure and descending slowly. The purple-robed cultivator had a stern expression and did not smile at all. Possessing a dignified expression, he was surrounded by endless purple chi and had an extraordinary aura. After pondering for a moment, the purple-robed cultivator moved and disappeared from the spot, the center of the ancient battlefield. In front of a waterfall, a cultivator sat quietly on a rock. Although he was drenched from the splashing water, he was indifferent to it. A sheathed long sword laid horizontally across his knees and his long, narrow eyes revealed a sharp glint in them. Fu. With slender fingers as translucent as jade, he gripped the hilt of his sword slowly. Buzz! A sword light flashed for a moment. The sword had already returned to its sheath, as if it had never appeared. The waterfall that was originally pouring down suddenly paused with a blank gap in the middle, as if someone had cut it in half. "The human emperor's inheritance is meant for no one else but me." Rising, the tall cultivator mounted the sword on his waist casually and murmured, "This is a rare opportunity for my startling sword to test the methods of all the other successors of the various sects." Almost at the same time, the successors of all the various major sects rose one another, heading towards the center of the ancient battlefield. Xianxia City. Su Zimo arrived beside Tang Yu and asked softly, "What's the background of the human emperor's palace?" Gazing at Uncle Liang, Tang Yu said, "It's better to let Uncle Liang explain. He knows more about these ancient secrets than me. It's just a pity that I'm reaching the end of my life and I won't be able to witness the arrival of this glorious era." Sigh. Uncle Liang sighed gently with a wistful expression, revealing endless indignance in his eyes. After a momentary pause, he said slowly, "There's a person who has to be mentioned in order to explain the human emperor's palace. He's none other than the human emperor." The moment those words were said, it seemed to possess a divine might that caused the entire ancient battlefield to tremble. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. It was easy to deduce that this person was an emperor just by the title alone. However, even when Tang Yu mentioned the saber and sword emperors previously, she did not reveal an expression as such. It was an innate reverence and respect. This was no longer a mere title, but an eternal energy that ran through the ages. As though he could understand Su Zimo's confusion, Uncle Liang explained, throughout history, there would always be an emperor for every era. The Saber Emperor that left behind the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea was merely the Saber Emperor of that era. Later on, there was someone else who succeeded the Emperor of the Saber Emperor. In other words, be it the Saber, Sword, Immortal, or Demon Emperors, they were not the only ones, and every single era would have paragons attaining the title of Emperor. At that moment, Uncle Liang paused for a moment before saying deeply, however, throughout history, there has only been a single human emperor. For the other emperors, those were merely titles. However, he was the one and only human emperor. The human emperor. Su Zimo was shocked. At that point, he gradually understood the significance of those two words, human emperor. Even the immortal Buddha and fiend emperors could not take on the human emperor's title. Immortals, Buddhas, and fiends were merely different Daos of the human race. However, the human emperor was the emperor of all humans and was above the immortal Buddha and fiend emperors. What sort of a peerless genius was befitting of such a title? Uncle Liang reminisced and said slowly, throughout history, the human emperor was the strongest and most powerful emperor with no equal. In the face of the human emperor, all the other emperors could only be considered as subjects. The human emperor experienced no failures throughout his life and reigned across history, arriving at the peak. Sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, nobody dared to challenge his glory as he looked down on the world and is revered till now. Su Zimo could barely contain his emotions. A life without failure. That was a true emperor. Someone who single-handedly reigned across history. There was no human emperor before him, and no one dared to claim themselves as one after him. Letting out a breath of air gently, Uncle Liang continued. Of course, the reason why the human emperor received his title was not only due to his combat strength, but mostly because of his peerless achievements. It's no exaggeration to say that it's the human emperor's credit that the human race is able to occupy more than half of Tianhuang mainland right now. Do you know why the human race is able to enjoy its glory today, despite the fact that we humans are born weak and fragile? Suddenly, Uncle Liang paused and changed the topic, asking, I don't. Su Zimo shook his head. In reality, he had pondered over this question before as well. Humans were born weak in constitution and had short lifespans without any claws or fangs. Even an adult human is unable to fight a ferocious tiger single-handedly. It was then needless to even compare about the dragon race and whatnot of the legends. Su Zimo let out a curious expression. He could vaguely sense that a shocking ancient secret was about to be revealed to him. Uncle Liang said, it was said that back in the primordial era, there were thousands of different races. Among them, the 9 fiercest races reigned supreme, and later generations referred to them as the primordial 9 races. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled something. Back in the primordial ruins back in the Great Zhou dynasty, he heard the Blood Crow Palace's lord plead to the divine dragon when he was hiding in the cave with Lin Xuanji. We're both from the 9 races. If the dragon race was one of the primordial 9 races, it meant that the Blood Crow Palace's lord had the same background. That would also explain why even the Emperor of Great Zhou was wary towards him. Uncle Liang continued. In the primordial era, the humans were extremely weak and were enslaved by the thousands of races without any shred of dignity. Bullied by everyone else, it was a life worse than death. That was a tragic era of the human race that is unbearable to think of. There was a hint of sadness in Uncle Liang's tone. An image seemed to appear in Su Zimo's mind. There were countless humans living a wretched life under the whips of the thousands of races. In the vast lands, human corpses could be seen everywhere, trampled wantonly by the other races. Humans were enslaved and reared by the thousands of races and were the most popular type of food for them. From time to time, they would devour our flesh and drink our blood for enjoyment. That situation continued for a long time until the end of the primordial era, where a change happened for the humans. For some unknown reason, a massive war broke out between the thousands of races and corpses, and blood filled the entire world. It was an apocalyptic battle that lasted for many years. Tragic and terrible. Blood filled the air, and countless races were exterminated. After the War of the Thousands of Races ended, there were only 100 races left and the primordial era ended. All the cultivators were immersed in the primordial secret that Uncle Liang was recounting. No one noticed that night spirit, who was initially sleeping beside Xiaoning, had opened its eyes out of nowhere. A cold killing intent flickered in those black eyes from time to time. In fact, there was even a hint of confusion, as if it was trying hard to recall something. The ancient era came after the primordial era. Uncle Liang heaved a sigh of relief before continuing. Because of the war, the thousands of races could barely fend for themselves, and the human race finally got a respite, seizing the opportunity for an uprising. Born weak, humans relied on comprehending the heaven and earth to create many secret skills to modify their bodies. Since we had no fangs and claws, we created weapons and talismans, using swords and spears in place of claws and fangs. Humans established civilization and multiple emperors rose. In order to break free from our fates of being slaves, under the lead of multiple emperors, humans started resisting. We fought against the 100 races that were led by the primordial 9 races for our future, and finally, a glorious era that belonged to the humans arrived. At that point, many cultivators were streaming with warm tears, as if they had traveled back in time to the ancient era and were living in it, witnessing the rise of the human race. Gripping his fists tightly, Su Zimo was emotional as well as his hands trembled slightly. Uncle Liang sighed gently and said, "A historic war was invoked between the human race and the 100 races, lasting for a long time, and countless experts and mighty figures of the ancient era fell. The emperors were soaked in blood, and it was extremely tragic. That was the ancient war which all of you have heard of." Su Zimo nodded. Back when Tang Yu was recounting the legend of the Saber Emperor, she mentioned the ancient war. It was just that Su Zimo did not know the reason for the ancient war because Tang Yu's explanation was rather vague. It was only until now that Su Zimo finally understood. The ancient war was the war that broke humans free from their fates. It was also a war that determined the destiny of the human race. It was a war that the humans couldn't afford to lose. If they lost, humans would be met with a fate worse than it was in the primordial era, and they would definitely not have further chances of rising. Uncle Liang said, "The ancient war lasted for a whole time and almost spanned across the entire ancient era. Among that, countless human cultivators risked their lives to save the commoners from the disaster, creating a tragic song among the glorious era of the human race. The primordial 9 races were way too strong and had already reigned over Tianhuang mainland ever since the primordial era, where there were thousands of races. Under the lead of the primordial 9 races, the 100 races joined forces and pushed the humans back. Slowly, the territories occupied by the humans decreased, and they were about to be engulfed by the 100 races that were led by the primordial 9 races at any moment. The human race was on the brink of extinction, although everyone already knew that the outcome of the ancient war was that the human race stood victorious. Everyone could not help but get nervous at that point. Uncle Liang took a deep breath of air and said deeply, "In that chaos, the human emperor appeared domineeringly and overturned the situation. He conquered the 4 regions and 3 seas almost single-handedly, killing multiple emperors among the 100 races and severing the light of providence on the primordial 9 races. Sweeping across Tianhuang mainland, everyone had to bow down everywhere he passed. The Dragon Emperor of the Dragon race and the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial race. Against the human emperor, all of them had to die. Later on, descendants even referred to the birth of the human emperor as the subduing of all 100 races as his subjects. The cultivators opened their mouths in shock, and it took a long time for them to calm their hearts. The result of the ancient war was that the 100 races lost massively and were almost extinct. Even the primordial 9 races were severely injured and had to each hide in a corner of Tianhuang mainland, living ignoble existences and rarely showing their faces. The 9 areas are known today as the 9 Forbidden Grounds." Su Zimo shuddered when he heard that. Previously, he heard Demoness Ji mention the 9 Forbidden Grounds where any living being that entered was bound to die. It was only until now that the doubts in Su Zimo's hearts were resolved. The origins of the 9 forbidden grounds came from the primordial 9 races that once ruled over Tianhuang mainland. What Uncle Liang meant was that if the human emperor hadn't appeared in the ancient era, the humans wouldn't have been a match for the primordial 9 races. Although the human emperor was already long gone, the primordial 9 races survived. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Zimo. If the primordial 9 races were to show themselves again and come out from the 9 forbidden grounds one after another in this era, who could stop them now that the human race no longer had the human emperor? It wasn't a completely unfounded worry. The reason why Su Zimo thought about that was because of the appearance of the Blood Crow Palace's lord. Shaking his head, Su Zimo stopped letting his imagination run wild. He merely heard Uncle Liang continuing. From then on, the human race has prospered and the ancient era came to an end, bringing us to the current era. Right now, no one knows of the human emperor's name. However, because he reigned through history and conquered all regions, the human race refer to him as the emperor and we descendants call him the eternal human emperor. Furthermore, it's because of the human emperor's appearance that the 100 races are destroyed and the primordial 9 races have to live an ignoble existence, bringing a close to an era. The ancient era was also known as the human emperor's era. Eternal human emperor. Uncle Liang continued, ever since the ancient era, time has passed and the world has changed. Generation after generation, emperors have appeared on Tianhuang mainland, but none of them dare refer to themselves as the human emperor, and neither did any of them have the qualifications to attach eternal to their titles. Su Zimo finally heaved out a sigh of relief when he heard that as a phrase filled his mind. The title of the human emperor was totally deserved. Tang Yu said, the human emperor's palace was the bedroom of the human emperor and contains his inheritance. Ever since the human emperor left Tianhuang mainland, the human emperor's palace has only appeared 7 times and there were a total of 7 people who had entered it, leaving their marks. Each of the cultivators that came forth from it underwent complete transformations. Among those 7 people, 3 of them became emperors. The other 4 cultivators became the strongest paragons of their respective generations. It was just a pity that they died midway and could not make it to the end. No one could ensure that the path of cultivation would be smooth. Even the cultivators with the most heavenly defying potentials would meet with countless calamities, and no one could guarantee that they could make it through everything safely. Tang Yu remarked, from the point of view of the later generations, if the remaining 4 of the 7 cultivators who entered the human emperor's palace hadn't died, they would have definitely become emperors with their achievements as well. What's inside the human emperor's palace? Su Zimo could not help but ask. Tang Yu chuckled bitterly and shook her head. I'm afraid other than the 7 cultivators who entered the human emperor's palace, no one else knows. Uncle Liang said deeply. It's said that each of the 7 cultivators received different inheritances. For example, the 3 of them who became emperors were the Immortal, Buddha, and Fiend emperors respectively. Tang Yu looked at Su Zimo and suddenly asked, fellow Taoist Su, you're interested in the human emperor's palace's inheritance? Su Zimo remained silent and did not reply. Tang Yu continued, only a single person is allowed into the human emperor's palace. If you wish to obtain its inheritance, you will naturally meet with the strongest cultivators in the ancient battlefield. Furthermore, all of them are bound to be at 8 Meridian Foundation establishment. Right now, you're only... She did not continue. In her opinion, Su Zimo was indeed truly strong and could in fact challenge 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. However, it was unrealistic to think that he could suppress multiple geniuses and enter the human emperor's palace. After all, he was only at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment no matter what. The difference between 7 and 8 Foundation establishment was way too great. Furthermore, there were sealers of super sects watching from the sidelines. Not all sealers could be baited to their deaths by Su Zimo. He might be able to survive against the attacks of a sealer. But what if there were 2 or 3? Is Elixir Yang sect intending to go? Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. We're not. Tang Yu shook her head decisively. I can almost predict that the area beneath the human emperor's palace will be filled with blood and corpses. There might even be many innocent sects that might get implicated just because they want to watch the show. We're in possession of many ancient manuals from Elixir Pool Sect, and we can't afford to lose them. I'll not let Elixir Yang Sect take the risk. Nodding, Su Zimo replied, "This is an extremely rare occasion. I'll head over to take a look, but I won't participate." At that moment, Su Zimo told a lie. Tang Yu more or less understood Su Zimo's personality and knew that he wouldn't change his mind easily after deciding on something. She no longer tried persuading him but merely reminded, "Make sure to stay away the moment you sense something amiss. Don't get implicated." "Thank you," Su Zimo greeted with cupped fists. "Actually, there's something else about the human emperor's palace that draws in Foundation establishment cultivators." Suddenly, Uncle Liang spoke. "It's said that after the 8th spirit meridian, one can actually unlock a 9th spirit meridian. 9 represents extremity, and as such, the 9 Meridian Foundation Establishment Cultivation Realm is also referred to as the Extreme Foundation Establishment Cultivation Realm." The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. He had a hunch about that. When he was unlocking the 7th Spirit Meridian, he felt that it was not as difficult as what everyone had described. Su Zimo deduced that it might be because of his spirit energy's purity. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had not consumed any elixirs with impurities. Legend has it that only the human emperor has managed to unlock that ethereal 9th spirit meridian. Uncle Liang continued, "Of course, that's only a legend. After all, throughout history, apart from the human emperor, no one has managed to unlock the 9th spirit meridian. Even the 7 cultivators who stepped foot into the human emperor's palace did not manage to do it as well. That's also why some people want to enter the human emperor's palace to seek out the secret of the Extreme Foundation establishment." The second day after the human emperor's palace descended, Su Zimo left Xianxia City. He did not take Night Spirit with him. Instead, he chose to let it stay by Xiaoning's side to ensure her safety. Although Xiaoning had already obtained Elixir Pool Sect's inheritance and was bound to be valued by Elixir Yang Sect, Su Zimo was still worried. He would only feel more relieved after knowing that Night Spirit was with her. Ever since they returned from Elixir Pool Sect, Xiaoning had been unusually happy. That was because in the inheritance memories of Elixir Pool Sect, she found an elixir that could increase one's lifespan, longevity elixir. However, it was a grade 3 elixir. Xiaoning could not create it at all given her current level of elixir refinement. Before leaving, she smiled and said to Su Zimo, "Don't worry, I'll definitely refine a longevity elixir as soon as I can to help Big Brother extend his lifespan." The only reason why Xiaoning became an elixir refinement master was so that she could help her eldest brother extend his lifespan. Recalling Xiaoning's smile, Su Zimo was in a great mood and could not help but grin as well. He did not choose to travel with anyone else. That was because from the moment he decided to fight for the human emperor's palace's inheritance, he had already made up his mind to change his appearance and hide everything about his background. With the descent of the human emperor's palace, Su Zimo would have to face almost all the super sects of Tianhuang mainland. If a massive battle were to break out, it would be difficult to resolve the situation. Furthermore, there was a burning desire within Su Zimo. He wanted to fight to his heart's content without having to conceal his demonic cultivation, to have a hearty battle with many paragons without having to hide anything. Since there was a chance that he had to take on his demon form, Su Zimo had to change his appearance. Even if all the super sects wanted to take revenge later on, they would not be able to seek him out. To ensure that nothing went wrong, Su Zimo would not use any means that would expose his identity. Speeding along the way, a series of crackling sounds came from within his body as his tendons and bones rang, while his muscles expanded and his body turned taller. Even his facial features were changing. In the blink of an eye, the original Su Zimo disappeared entirely. In his place was a 2-meter-tall burly man. With rough facial features, thick eyebrows, large eyes and a wide nose and mouth, there was nothing delicate about his appearance anymore. Su Zimo whipped out a spirit energy mirror and looked at his reflection, grinning in satisfaction. His green robes were no longer matching with his burly appearance. Rumbling through his storage bag, Su Zimo dug out a linen shirt and draped it casually over his body, exposing his chest. He looked carefree and unreserved. A nascent soul could deploy his spirit consciousness and check on Su Zimo. Other than that, no one could find any loopholes on Su Zimo's appearance with their naked eyes. This was the ancient battlefield, and there were only sealers at Golden Core Realm at most. In other words, the probability of Su Zimo being exposed was almost zero. Under the heavens, the human emperor's palace was still descending slowly, exuding boundless might. The closer it was to the human emperor's palace, the more evident the feeling became. Those that wanted to contend for the human emperor's palace's inheritance would have to enter the area enveloped by it. This was also where the final fight would take place. Su Zimo sprinted day and night without resting. 3 days later, his ears buzzed and caught wind of the sounds of fighting coming from the southwest. There were some angry shouts mixed with the sounds. Fights were extremely common in the ancient battlefield. People could get into fights even if they met by chance, let alone if they had disagreements. Because it was way too common, Su Zimo did not intend to bother about it at all. However, he did not advance far when his expression changed. Raising his brow, he came to a stop and listened intently with raised ears. He seemed to hear a familiar voice in that fight. After some hesitation, Su Zimo changed his direction and dashed towards the southwest. Poof! A large head was chopped off with blood flowing like a fountain. Filled with spirit energy, a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was using a long saber and fighting against 4 other cultivators in an intense fight. Several corpses laid on the ground with warm blood still flowing. It was clear that they hadn't died long ago. On the side of the battlefield, a beautiful young girl stood. She wore a pink dress and had a veil over her face, clapping as she smiled brightly. "You're amazing, fellow Taoist. Another bad guy is dead. Miss, don't worry. I, Ding Hongxian, will definitely protect you." The 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator who was fighting against 4 people turned and said to the girl in pink, "Ding Hongxian, have you gone crazy?" Opposite him, a man shouted, "The person behind you is a demoness. Don't be bewitched by her and lose yourself. Senior brother Ding, why are we fighting among ourselves? It's not too late if we capture this peerless beauty first before enjoying her later." Another cultivator defended against Ding Hongxuan's saber and remarked while panting, "There's no need to say more. He's already bewitched by the demoness and has lost his mind completely. Don't hesitate and just kill him," an older cultivator among the 4 said in a deep voice. Upon hearing that, the 4 of them were extremely decisive and used their killing moves one after another, killing Ding Hongxian on the spot. The older cultivator turned around and walked towards the girl in pink without concealing the lust in his eyes. "Demoness, don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of you once you're in my hands. Hee." The girl in pink did not retreat and stood there pitifully. Sweeping her gentle gaze across the 4 of them, she said tearfully, "But there's only one of me and there's 4 of you guys. Is that so?" The older cultivator's gaze turned cold as he remarked icily, "I'll kill them then." Just as he was about to turn around, a long sword protruded from his chest and fresh blood dripped. In an instant, blood faded from the older cultivator's face and his eyes regained their clarity. However, it was all too late. "Senior brother Liu, you want to enjoy her all for yourself." Behind the older cultivator stood a young cultivator with his sword extended. His eyes were maniac as he shouted with a frenzied expression, "That woman's mine. Don't fight with me for her. Crazy. All of you have gone crazy," another cultivator declared coldly with widened eyes. "How dare you forget about our relationship as sect mates just for a woman? Since that's the case, I'll punish you on behalf of the sect." Clang, clang, clang. Poof, poof. The remaining 3 cultivators fought amongst one another, completely losing themselves. Before long, 2 of them were lying in a pool of blood. They only regained stupor right before dying, but it was all too late. The last person remaining was distraught and committed suicide. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 4 cultivators were all dead. As for the girl in pink, she did not move at all and was watching coldly from the sidelines right from the beginning with a faint hint of mockery in her eyes. That was a true effortless victory. Amitba. Not far away, a Buddhist proclamation sounded. Female patron, you have a vicious heart and will descend into the 18 levels of hell sooner or later to receive your karma. If you're willing to repent and turn to Buddha, there might still be a sliver of hope for you. When she heard that voice, the girl in pink frowned and turned towards it. Not far away, a huge demon beast a few dozen feet tall strode over slowly. It had a tiger's body, a human face, sharp claws and fangs as well as 9 tails. Possessing a violent gaze, it exuded a feral aura. The girl in pink's expression changed slightly beneath her veil as she pursed her cherry lips and remarked, Lu Wu. The Lu Wu was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast that resembled a tiger in shape. With a violent nature and immense strength, it was extremely powerful. Corpses soaked in blood dangled on the Lu Wu's 9 tails in a terrifying manner as the stench of blood filled the place. Although some of them had died a long time ago and were dried up, they still exuded a pungent smell. Those that were not dried up flowed with fresh blood that dripped on the ground. There were around 1,000 corpses on the 9 tails. It was clear that they were from different factions judging from their varied attire. The Lu Wu swayed its 9 tails and the 1,000 corpses swayed in midair, giving off a nauseating stench of rotting corpses. The girl in pink's eyes were filled with a momentary flash of disgust. Even though there were many pure-blooded ferocious beasts in the ancient battlefield, none of them could form inner cores and as such, they naturally could not speak in human tongue. There was someone else who spoke earlier. A bald figure that was barefooted sat on the Lu Wu's head. Draped in golden monk robes, the person's eyes were bright and his face shone brilliantly. The 1,000 corpses behind him formed a sea of blood and corpses as the cultivator seemed like a mighty Vajra with divine strength, untainted in the midst of everything. This was someone with the power to tame pure-blooded, ferocious beasts. Oh, it's a monk from Diamond Monastery. The girl in pink gazed at the sect badge on the monk's waist and recognized his background. Blinking her beautiful eyes, she had already stealthily released her flirtatious bewitchment secret skill of Pure Maiden Sect. The girl in pink was none other than Demoness G of Pure Maiden Sect. Smiling brightly, she asked, Hehe, how should I address you, Reverend? I'm Ju Chun. The Diamond Monastery monk was expressionless and unmoved. Demoness G's bewitchment had no effect on him at all. Reverend Ju Chun. Pitifully, Demoness G asked, as someone of the Buddhist monasteries, why do you not have any compassion at all? How could you spout such venomous words of cursing me to enter the 18 levels of hell? Demoness G's eyes had a trace of bewitchment that could stir one's heart. That was the result of pushing Pure Maiden Sect's secret skill to its limits. The bewitching eye. Earlier on, Demoness G did not even use this secret skill to bewitch the few cultivators. The magic of her movements and smiles were enough to mesmerize everyone else. The expression of monk Ju Chun changed slightly as his thick brows were suddenly raised. Widening his eyes, his eyeballs bulged gently in a mighty and terrifying manner. 2 rays of golden light burst from monk Ju Chen's eyes and clashed with Demoness G's bewitching eye. In the cultivation world, there were extremely few secret skills that required cultivation of the eye. Of the secret skills, those that were extremely strong were even rarer. The reason was simple, the eyes were simply way too fragile. If one cultivated them wrongly, it would be easy for them to injure their own eyes. The enraged diamond gaze of the Buddhist monasteries and the bewitching eye of Pure Maiden Sect were considered top-tier eye secret skills. Ordinary cultivators would lose their guts instantly upon meeting with the enraged diamond gaze. In fact, some of them might even be scared out of their wits right away. As for the bewitching eye, it could affect a cultivator's mind, causing him to lose himself and his rationality. A person's heart is connected to their eyes. That was the reason why top-tier eye secret skills could affect a cultivator's mind. Ha! Opening his mouth, monk Ju Chun roared. His voice was like a bell, rumbling like thunder and filled with a righteous and holy aura. How dare you, Demoness? Although you're at death's door, you're so insolent to release such an evil skill to try and disrupt my mind? You deserve to die for your crimes. Demoness G's heart palpitated as she grunted and her face turned paler. Even though there were no swords and sabers involved in their exchange, it was even more dangerous than anything else. While casting the bewitching eye, Demoness G was also attacking Monk Ju Chen's mind verbally. If Ju Chen's mind stirred and revealed an opening, it would have been easy for Demoness G to control him. However, it was a pity that Demoness G encountered a monk of Diamond Monastery. The Buddhist monks lack desires in their heart, spending their days in Zen rituals and paying their respects to Buddha. Finding tranquility in their six senses, they were the most stable mentally. Furthermore, Diamond Monastery possessed the eye secret skill, Enraged Diamond Gaze. In terms of power, it was the greatest nemesis of the bewitching eye. Of all the Buddhist monasteries, Demoness G was truly unlucky to have encountered the successor of Diamond Monastery, who was the most effective in countering her. After a single exchange, Demoness G was disadvantaged. Damned monk! Realizing that her secret skill was useless and countered immediately, Demoness G could not help but feel enraged and hollered, "What are you shouting for? The reason why your name has a chun in it is because your master wants you to get rid of your anger. But now, you've already broken that vow of anger. Demoness, today, I'm not only going to break my vow of anger, I'm even going to break my vow of killing." Monk Ju Chen's expression was calm as he stood up slowly from the top of the Lu Wu's head. Gritting her teeth angrily, Demoness G remarked coldly, "Damned monk, you Buddhists are particular about karma. Where's the logic in you attacking me for no reason? Subduing evil and fiends, that's the logic. The reason why I attacked was clearly because those guys had lust and desire towards me." Demoness G clenched her teeth. "Damned monk, you're not even asking me to find out the truth first. Enough with your excuses, Demoness. Die!" Monk Ju Chun leaped down from the Lu Wu's head and 8 spirit meridians shone beneath his monk robes as spirit energy churned like a tsunami. Boom! Extending his palm, Monk Ju Chen's body shimmered brightly, as though he was covered in a layer of gold foil. It gave off a holy aura and was unavoidably blinding. A gigantic palm descended from above, covering the entire skies as it engulfed Demoness G within. Most of Demoness G's techniques were focused on bewitchment. There was no way she was a match for Monk Ju Chun in terms of combat strength. Seeing how domineering the palm's aura was, Demoness G tapped her feet on the ground and retreated, wanting to escape from Monk Ju Chen's attack range. "Demoness, there's nowhere for you to run." Instantly, Monk Ju Chun realized Demoness G's intentions and shouted, taking 8 consecutive steps to arrive instantly. In the blink of an eye, the both of them were less than 10 feet apart. In the Buddhist monasteries, Diamond Monastery was the strongest in body tempering and melee combat. At that distance, even the fiend heirs of Malevolent Earth Sect, Cloud Rain Sect and Illusion Fiend Cult would be doomed, let alone Demoness G of Pure Maiden Sect. In the fiend sects, only the fiend heir of Overlord Palace could compete against Diamond Monastery in melee combat. Monk Ju Chun unleashed killing moves one after another, and after 3 moves, Demoness G had nowhere to run. The veil covering her face had long disappeared. Her life was hanging on a thread. Die! Monk Ju Chun released yet another roar that shocked one's mind as a golden luster shone on the gigantic fist as it closed it to Demoness G. The golden light was blinding, and the wind from the fist was like a sharp knife, causing Demoness G's cheeks to ache. Her heart sank. To think that, as the pure maiden of Pure Maiden Sect, I would end up dying here. Before she could finish her thoughts, the situation on the battlefield changed. A tall and mighty figure had unknowingly appeared behind Demoness G. Reaching out, that person grabbed Demoness G's arm and yanked her backwards before throwing his left fist out to meet the bedazzling golden fist of Monk Ju Chun in a heavy clash. That punch was domineering and seemed as though it was going to carve a hole in the heavens to shoot down the sun. There were not many people who could go head-on against the successor of Diamond Monastery barehanded in melee combat. Apart from the successor of the Immortal Sect, Glass Palace, the fiend heir of Overlord Palace had the capability as well. Any other cultivator from other sects would have to avoid him. From her side eye, Demoness G saw that the person did not have any sect badge on his waist. Furthermore, he was wearing a rough linen shirt and was clearly not a cultivator from Glass Palace or Overlord Palace. If that was the case, that person was definitely bound to suffer immensely if he chose to take on Monk Ju Chen's fist head-on. Don't! Demoness Ji tried to warn him, but it was too late. She had a pained expression, as though she could already envision the tragic scene of the arm of the burly man snapped into a bloody mess. You're asking for trouble. Monk Ju Chen revealed a mocking expression. Bang! Their fists collided with a dull thud of defeat. The mocking expression on Monk Ju Chen's face disappeared as quickly as it appeared as his eyes narrowed into a thin line. Demoness Ji was dumbfounded in shock. The golden light on Monk Ju Chen's fist was dispersed by the burly man's fist, scattering everywhere like sparks. As the fists collided, a visible air fluctuation spread out along with a heat wave that possessed an astonishing aftershock. The burly man did not even take a half step back, and his fist was completely undamaged. On the contrary, Monk Ju Chen staggered 3 steps back, and his expression gradually darkened. The burly man pulled Demoness Ji by the arm and brought her behind him. With a calm expression and a sharp gaze, he glared at Monk Ju Chen. The situation came to a momentary calm with the appearance of the burly man. Both Monk Ju Chen and Demoness Ji were trying to size up the burly man, wanting to make out something from him. He had rough facial features, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a wide nose and mouth. Bulky, he was 2 meters tall, and his palms and arms were thick as were his fingers. His gripped fists resembled a pair of hammers. Demoness Ji's brow raised slightly. She could not see anything familiar about the burly man. She was certain that prior to this, she had never seen this man before, much less know him. However, for some unknown reason, she felt that something was amiss. She tilted her head, deep in thought. After looking at the burly man from head to toe a couple of times without any conclusion, Monk Ju Chen could not help but ask with a deep voice, "Patron, what sect or faction are you from?" "I've got no sect or faction," the burly man replied indifferently. "Amitba," chanting a Buddhist proclamation. Monk Ju Chen's gaze gradually turned cold as he said icily, "Since you're an itinerant cultivator, I'd advise you not to get involved in this lest you attract trouble for yourself." "Oh," the burly man smiled and replied aggressively, "if I insist on interfering, what can you do? You do know that the girl behind you is the pure maiden of the fiend sex. She is someone that kills without batting an eyelid, and her hands are deeply soaked in blood." Monk Ju Chen's voice turned increasingly louder along with his divinity of Buddhism. "You've got plenty of blood on your hands too, Reverend. I'm from the Buddhist monasteries, but she's from the fiend sex. So?" The two of them spoke in a tit-for-tat manner, and instantly, the atmosphere on the battlefield turned tense, filled with killing intent. However, at that moment, Demoness Ji felt an unprecedented calmness in her heart. It was as though the mighty back view of the figure in front of her could defend her from any danger, even if she was someone from the fiend sections. "Well, well, well?" Monk Ju Chen nodded repeatedly. When he opened his eyes, 2 golden beams of light shot out and his aura surged. The secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries, enraged diamond gaze. Secret skills could not only affect the minds of cultivators, they were also released instantly, making it difficult for opponents to defend against. "Watch out!" Demoness Ji had already sensed that something was amiss the moment she saw Monk Ju Chen's gaze shine. However, just as her warning came forth, her voice was drowned by Monk Ju Chen's sacred voice of the Buddhist monasteries. "Since you choose to protect that girl, you're choosing to be enemies with Diamond Monastery, the Buddhist monasteries, and all the righteous immortal sects." Monk Ju Chen berated, and every single word of his struck at one's mind like a heavy bell. That was a sound secret skill unique to the Buddhist monasteries, the lion roar. These 2 skills were what Monk Ju Chen used earlier on to injure Demoness Ji instantly and seize the advantage. Under normal circumstances, ordinary cultivators would suffer blinding pain in their eyes and buzzing in their ears against these 2 instantaneous techniques. In a moment of panic, they would definitely reveal openings. However, the burly man's expression was unchanged and a demonic glint shone in his eyes. The two incoming streaks of gold light disappeared in midair. Taking a deep breath of air, the burly man's chest puffed up and his body swelled a little as if he was a balloon. The next moment, he opened his mouth and interrupted Monk Ju Chun with an immensely powerful shout, "Fight!" Boom! The moment he said that, the heavens shook. An explosion like thunder crushed over heavily, as if a massive army was trampling through everything. Before Monk Ju Chun could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the burly man and the air in his chest was blocked. It was extremely unbearable as his face turned pale, impacting his aura. The two of them were extremely close and with a single huge stride, the burly man arrived before Monk Ju Chun almost in the blink of an eye. Boom! He stomped his feet heavily on the ground and the earth and mountains shook. In fact, two gigantic ravines appeared in the ground behind him as the mud was overturned. Demoness G was shocked and her alluring lips spread open slightly as she watched everything in disbelief. Just who was this person? Even pure-blooded ferocious beasts wouldn't cause such an impact if they crossed rampantly. The pure-blooded ferocious beast, Lu Wu, who was standing behind Monk Ju Chun, was initially watching coldly from the sidelines. However, it was shocked when it sensed the aura of the burly man and its fur stood on end, causing its entire body to expand greatly. This was the natural reaction of a demon beast when it sensed extreme danger. At that moment, in terms of aura, the burly man had already crushed Monk Ju Chun completely. Swoosh! The burly man reached out with his palm and descended from above, slapping towards Monk Ju Chun with an aura that threatened to engulf the vast lands. His fingers spread open and his massive palm seemed like it was about to consume the heavens and suppress the 8 desolates. Now that he lost the initiative, Monk Ju Chun was shocked. He did not have time to dig out his Buddhist spirit weapons from his storage bag and could only prop up his arms in defense against the colossal force. Bang! The burly man's palm crushed heavily against Monk Ju Chun's arms. Instantly, Monk Ju Chun seemed like he had turned shorter as his feet sank deep into the ground beyond his knees. At that moment, Demoness G felt like she was witnessing a great demon god that stood tall in the sky, looking down at the vast world as he crushed an ant with his gigantic palm. At this moment, the successor of Diamond Monastery had lost all his aura and was akin to an ant squashed in the mud. Crack, crack, crack. Both sides were still in a deadlock. However, the sound of bones shifting could be heard from within Monk Ju Chun's body, as if his bones were about to fall apart, grinding endlessly in a jarring manner. Monk Ju Chun was like a wooden block that was being hammered into the mud by the colossal palm of the burly man. Without any way of escaping, his bones creaked wildly. Melee combat fights were the most dangerous and victory was often determined within a few exchanges of moves. By underestimating his enemy, Monk Ju Chun's enraged Diamond Gaze and Lion Roar, 2 of the Buddhist secret skills, were countered consecutively and in a moment of daze, the burly man seized the initiative. His single mistake had led him to this state. Right now, Monk Ju Chun was motionlessly pushed against the ground by the palm. Even if Monk Ju Chun had 1,000 more techniques, he couldn't use any of them at this moment, nor could he summon the Buddhist spirit weapons in his possession. This was a fight based completely on strength. As long as Monk Ju Chun was distracted and lost focus of his strength, he would be crushed into sludge by the burly man's palm without even a corpse left. Even Demoness G was dumbfounded. What was the background of this man? To think that he could pin the successor of Diamond Monastery motionlessly on the spot. Suddenly, the burly man nodded with a flicker of admiration in his eyes. The fact that you're able to withstand this is quite something. Indeed, Diamond Monastery is impressive. Demoness G was now tongue-tied. What was he doing? Wasn't his tone way too arrogant? In Tianhuang mainland, which cultivator had the rights to speak to the successor of Diamond Monastery in that manner? The strangest thing was that the burly man seemed to have meant what he said from the bottom of his heart. Of course, what was even more shocking was that Monk Ju Chun was totally focused and tense in this intense standoff of strength. He did not even dare to relax or breathe heavily. However, the burly man could still speak. In other words, he still had additional strength to spare. The burly man was none other than Su Zimo, who had changed his appearance. It was only natural that he had the rights to speak of such words, since even Pei Chunyu of Glass Palace was defeated by him. Su Zimo had attained lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section with his 7 orifices cleared, and he had extremely strong eyesight and hearing. Monk Ju Chen's enraged diamond gaze and lion roar could not affect his mind at all. A look of embarrassment flashed past Monk Ju Chen's eyes. He had never endured such humiliation and suppression as the successor of Diamond Monastery. Su Zimo's condescending attitude had ignited Monk Ju Chen's anger completely. "Do you really think that you can win me just like this?" Grinding his teeth noisily, Monk Ju Chen's eyes gradually shone with a golden flicker as he said slowly, "Develop a mind that abides nowhere." Clang. The moment he said that, a loud bang sounded from Monk Ju Chen's chest, possessing a resolute metallic intent. It was as if an indestructible power that could penetrate rocks was about to pierce through and gush out from Monk Ju Chen's chest. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the metallic sound earlier on was Monk Ju Chen's heartbeat. After it sounded, Monk Ju Chen's bloodline churned and the strength in his arms increased significantly, steadying his wavering body instantly. Nodding, Su Zimo said as his eyes lit up. "Interesting." Demoness Ji hurriedly remarked, "Watch out! That's the profoundness in Diamond Monastery's secret manual, Diamond Sutra. By developing a mind that abides in nowhere, one is able to cultivate a diamond heart." Clang. A heartbeat sounded once more, cutting through Demoness Ji's voice. This time round, the metallic sound was even clearer and more ear-piercing, as if it could destroy everything and penetrate all beings. The blood in Monk Ju Chen's body circulated slowly, giving off the sound of flowing lead mercury. Mercury blood amalgam. That was almost the limit of the power of bloodline. The only thing above that was the legendary tsunami blood. Monk Ju Chen's arm strength increased significantly, and he propped up Su Zimo's palm. As his aura climbed, his eyes shone with frenzy. Demoness Ji continued, "Each time the diamond heart thumps, it would swap blood with the marrow and refine his tendons and bones. At the limit of its cultivation, one's body becomes indestructible and can even fight against pure-blooded, ferocious beasts." Clang, clang, clang. As though he was trying to prove how scary the diamond heart was. The heartbeat coming from Monk Ju Chen pounded even faster as his blood raced within his body. Swoosh! The sound of lead mercury was endless. "Patron, you are too naive to think that you can kill me with a single palm strike." Slowly, Monk Ju Chen spoke with a metallic voice that was forceful and resolute. His body was covered with a layer of shiny golden luster. The power of bloodline that was triggered by the diamond heart had already cruised through his limbs to every single part of his body. "Fu!" Su Zimo smiled gently. Dong! Suddenly, an explosion roared without warning, as though a godly being was beating the heavenly drums fervently, giving off shuddering, forceful thuds. That sound was so close that it suppressed the sound of Monk Ju Chen's heartbeats. Pest! Monk Ju Chen's expression changed starkly. Since he was opposite Su Zimo, he could naturally tell that the sound was coming from the other party's chest. Suddenly, he felt a sense of uneasiness. There was no time for Monk Ju Chen to think as he propped his arms up forcefully. Churning his power of bloodline to its limits, he exerted strength in both legs and tried leaping up to break free from Su Zimo's suppression. Angrily, Monk Ju Chen roared, "Break! Bang! Boom! Boom!" Suddenly, a thunderous bang sounded from within Su Zimo's body. It was forceful and massive, similar to how waves crashed onto shores. Standing in front of Su Zimo, Monk Ju Chen felt like he was hallucinating. It felt as though he was a small boat in a raging sea that could capsize at any moment, washing him away without a corpse left. That wasn't the force of a human. That was the might of the universe. Tsunami blood. Demoness Ji's ears twitched when she heard that sound as she exclaimed in shock. Throughout history, it was known that the limit of bloodline cultivation was at tsunami blood level. There were extremely few cultivators who had managed to accomplish it. She had come across one of them before. Back then, underground, with the existence of the ancient spirit lock formation, that person single-handedly defeated 5 fiend heirs in a domineering and decisive manner. Although many years had passed, the scene remained in the depths of her memories as though it had happened yesterday. No matter how she tried, Demoness G could not compare the burly man before her with the green-robed cultivator from her recollections who had delicate facial features. "Get the hell back!" Su Zimo's expression was calm, and as was his tone. However, his blood surged like a tsunami in a terrifying manner. His muscular palm was filled with blood and green veins popped out as it expanded significantly once more, blocking Monk Ju Chen's line of sight and any path of escape before crushing down savagely on him. Ugh! Grunting dully, Monk Ju Chun made use of the burst power from his diamond heart and leaped up. Before he could break free from Su Zimo's palm, he was pushed down once more. The gold light on Monk Ju Chen's arms dimmed. Poof! His flesh exploded into a blood mist. Monk Ju Chen's entire body shuddered, bending his spine while his knees were almost on the ground. He felt as if there was a towering mountain above him, as if the heavens had collapsed and wanted to destroy him. If this carried on, Monk Ju Chun would be dead within 3 breaths. Roar! Suddenly, a ferocious beast roared deafeningly. A dark shadow darted over and covered the skies, carrying forth a tragic aura that was suffocating. The Lu Wu that was dozens of feet tall lunged over with a stench of blood. Its eyes were vicious as it bared its sharp fangs and claws with a menacing expression. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Pure-blooded ferocious beasts were extremely strong, and even perfect spirit weapons were not superior against their fangs and claws. In fact, there were even some special weapons that were crafted from the bones, fangs and claws of pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Good move! Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he continued suppressing Monk Ju Chun with one hand. His other hand turned into a fist and his large tendons pulsated with his bloodline, expanding swiftly. His fist was akin to a purplish-green seal with a torrential blood chi. He stood on the spot like a towering ancient god as he smashed that purplish-green seal of a fist heavily towards the Lu Wu's head. The aura of that punch was terrifying, and in an instant, even the air ruptured with a deafening bang. As a pure-blooded ferocious beast, the Lu Wu naturally knew how powerful that punch was. Although its bones were tough, it did not dare to fight head-on against Su Zimo's fist as it hurriedly received the blow with its claws. Bang! There was a deafening sound. The Lu Wu shuddered and fell from midair. Su Zimo stood where he was without budging at all as his tendons and bones sounded loudly. His eyes were bright, filled with a torrential combat intent. Demoness G felt her heart skip a beat. This was a truly ruthless man. Humans were born with weak bodies without sharp fangs or claws. The fact that someone was able to cultivate to a point where he could contend against pure-blooded ferocious beasts was simply too rare. What was even scarier was that the burly man was actually fighting against 2 beings at the same time. Suppressing Monk Ju Chun with one hand, he fought against the pure-blooded ferocious beast with the other. Despite that, the shocking thing was that his combat strength was not diminished and he was not disadvantaged even though his strength was divided. When did such a ferocious person appear on Tianhuang mainland? Which sect did this cultivator belong to? The thing that confused Demoness G the most was that she could not detect traces of secret skills or techniques from any sect from this burly man. Roar! Although the Lu Wu fell from midair, it was not injured and leaped up once more with a jerk. It shook its 9 tails and the 1,000 corpses that were skewered on them exploded. Blood spewed everywhere, forming a mountain of corpses and blood. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Lu Wu tread on that mountain of corpses and blood and charged over with its 9 tails swaying like whips. The wind howled as it engulfed Su Zimo. The reason why pure-blooded ferocious beasts were so strong was not purely because of the purity of their bloodline and their terrifying strength. It was because they possessed killing moves that other demon beasts did not have. Take the hook snake back in the Fog Valley for example. Its tail had a gigantic hook that was laced with poison. That hook was indestructible and sharp. Even Night Spirit would not be able to defend against it with its body. It was the same for the Lu Wu before them. Swaying behind, Its 9 tails formed a sealed space and they could attack from various directions. It was like dealing with 9 steel whips that were extremely difficult and troublesome to defend against. Piak. Reaching out, Su Zimo scooped in midair and grabbed one of the Lu Wu's thick tails. However, he could not defend against the other 8 tails. Even with his physique, his organs would suffer from the impact of 8 tails smashing on his body. Left with no other choice, Su Zimo released his palm that was holding Monk Ju-chun down. Instantly, Monk Ju-chun seized the moment of opportunity and his diamond heart pounded, surging his body with his diamond bloodline. Leaping from the ground, he ran off into the distance without turning back at all. He wouldn't have been able to hold on if it lasted for 2 more breaths. Drenched from head to toe in cold sweat, he felt as though he had just passed through Hell's Gates. Boom! Su Zimo stomped on the ground and he retreated rapidly. He gripped a tail with both hands and exerted strength in his arms just as he was retreating. The tremendous force was transferred to the Lu Wu through its tail. It shuddered immensely and its body nearly broke apart. Instantly, the other 8 tails lost their strength and directions. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and yanked that thick tail, lifting the massive body of the Lu Wu into the air before swinging it to slam onto the ground. It was a deafening crush. Dust clouds rose everywhere. Even Demoness G was dumbfounded. Everything happening before her had completely exceeded her expectations. How terrifyingly strong must one be to be able to do this? A short moment later, the dust dissipated and there was a huge crater on the ground with cracks all around it. Lying in the middle, the Lu Wu's eyes were dim and it groaned weakly. Demoness G's throat moved as she subconsciously gulped. The Lu Wu's bones were most likely crushed with that. In that short period of time, Monk Ju-chun had already escaped to the horizon in the distance. Gazing back, his face had a faint golden shade and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This time round, he had suffered a huge setback. Su Zimo's first attack wasn't that bad. After all, Monk Ju-chun managed to defend against it. However, with the second attack, Su Zimo's aura rose. Coupled with the fact that he was pinned on the ground, Monk Ju-chun's body could not take it at all and the flesh on his arms were ripped while his organs had shifted positions. It was truly an aggrieving battle for Monk Ju-chun. While Su Zimo's strength was shocking, he felt that if it came to a life-and-death battle, he might not necessarily lose to the former. As soon as they clashed, he was pinned to the spot by Su Zimo and he couldn't use any of his skills at all. He could not even manage to bring out his Buddhist spirit weapons, which were the bare basics. If he had 2 of his Buddhist spirit weapons in his storage bag, the diamond staff and golden bells, his fighting strength would have been doubled at least and he would have definitely killed the burly man here. Although those were his thoughts, Monk Ju-chun no longer dared to fight Su Zimo given his current condition. Burly patron, I underestimated you today. If I meet you again, I'll definitely take you down. Monk Ju-chun's voice sounded from the distance, filled with endless indignance. Ha ha! Su Zimo threw his head back and laughed, declaring loudly, Monk, if we meet again and you dare go against me, you won't be able to run again. Monk Ju-chun thought that he did not display his true strength. However, little did he know that it was the same for Su Zimo. If Su Zimo took on his demon form and burst forth with his blood chi, he would have taken Monk Ju-chun's life with the first palm strike. In his opinion, even though Monk Ju-chun was a Buddhist, this was no kind soul. There were 1,000 corpses on the 9 tails of the Lu Wu behind him. In other words, it meant that there were even more cultivators who had died in his hands in the ancient battlefield. That was the reason why Su Zimo made the remark about how the Reverend had plenty of blood on his hands too. Furthermore, there was no way that Su Zimo could sit by idly and watch Monk Ju-chun attempt to kill Demoness G without understanding the situation at all. Watching by the sidelines the entire time, Demoness G even forgot to step out and assist the burly man. On the one hand, it was because the burly man's methods had stunned her. On the other hand, there was a doubt she had in her mind. With a cool gaze, she looked at Su Zimo intently, as though she was trying to decipher something. Since he wanted to change his appearance and hide his identity, there was no way Su Zimo could acknowledge Demoness G. He turned to leave after forcing Monk Ju-chun back. All of a sudden, a fragrance wafted over. A beautiful figure stood in front of him and blocked his path. Closing in, a smiling face looked at Su Zimo with deep interest without blinking. Under Demoness G's stare, although Su Zimo looked calm on the surface, he felt a little weak internally. He was worried that he might have revealed any mistakes, exposing his disguise to Demoness G. Each time he was faced with this quirky demoness, Su Zimo always had headaches. Frowning slightly, he was about to avoid Demoness G and walk to the side when a thought struck him. If I leave just like this, she'll definitely suspect me and might even deduce my identity. At that thought, he turned to Demoness G and glared at her expressionlessly, asking coldly, "What's the matter? Who are you?" Mad Blade. Su Zimo had already thought up of a name for himself. "Do we know one another?" she asked again. "No. Since we don't, why did you save me?" "Save you?" Momentarily stunned, a mocking look flickered through Su Zimo's eyes as he sneered. "You're overthinking it, miss. I merely wanted to fight that monk. Saving you was just a matter of convenience." "You're lying." Suddenly, Demoness G's eyes shone brightly as she declared. Su Zimo raised his brow. Harumphing coldly, Demoness G continued. "When you first appeared, you saved me immediately and protected me behind you. It was an extremely natural reaction without hesitation. Do you still dare to claim that you don't know me? You were blocking my line of sight and affected my performance. It's only natural that I had to drag you to the side." Su Zimo sneered in reply. "All right." Demoness G nodded and took a step forward aggressively. "By standing in front of me, you revealed your back entirely to me. I'm someone from the fiend sex, and yet you were totally unguarded and trusting towards me. Despite that, you claim that you don't know me?" It was undeniable that Demoness G was truly too smart. Su Zimo thought that he had not made any mistakes after changing his appearance. To think that he had revealed such a flaw. Just as Demoness G had said, how could one of two people who had just met trust the other party so easily as to reveal their backs exposed entirely? After a moment of silence, Su Zimo replied indifferently, "Even if I expose my back to you, do you think that you can injure me?" Although it was a brazen statement, in reality it avoided Demoness G's question. She declared again, "Also, now that I'm not wearing my veil, there's no way anyone who's seeing my face for the first time can be as calm as you. You must have seen me before." Demoness G was truly qualified to say something like that. The pure maiden of the fiend sex was different from the fiend heirs. There was a fiend heir that corresponded to each cultivation realm within the fiend sex. For example, Shuiyang of Malevolent Earth Sect was the #1 amongst all the Foundation Establishment cultivators in the sect, and hence, he was the Foundation Establishment fiend heir. There was another fiend heir at Golden Core Realm. Upon entering the Golden Core Realm, Shuiyang would lose his title as the fiend heir, and if he wanted to become one, he would have to challenge the Golden Core fiend heir. The Golden Core fiend heir cannot deny the challenge as well. The fight to be a fiend heir of the fiend sex was extremely cruel, and every single fiend heir was exceptional. They stood above countless corpses of their fellow sect mates, and their hands were tainted with the same blood. Such competition was encouraged among the fiend sex. However, it was different for the pure maiden. From the Qi condensation realm all the way to the Golden Core realm or even higher, there was only a single disciple of pure maiden sect that could obtain the true inheritance of the sect. Unless the current generation's pure maiden dies or loses her qualifications, pure maiden sect would not select a new successor. Pure maiden sect had extremely high expectations for their pure maidens, and it was not an exaggeration to say that the candidate is 1 in a billion. Every generation's pure maiden was born with a natural charm that could topple worlds with every wink, smile, and action of theirs. Once they were truly grown up, they would definitely be peerless demonesses who could bewitch the masses. In the battle earlier, Demoness G was totally countered because she was dealing with the successor of Diamond Monastery. If it was the successor of any other sect, they would have to consider if they could handle the bewitchment of the pure maiden of the fiend sex. Countless years ago, there was a generation's pure maiden who even managed to bewitch a legacy disciple of that generation's Diamond Monastery. The latter was totally subdued and joined the fiend sex, shocking the entire cultivation world. That generation, Diamond Monastery turned into a laughingstock of the cultivation world. That was the reason why Diamond Monastery and Pure Maiden Sect had a long-standing feud that spanned beyond their different DAOs. Ever since Su Zimo appeared, he was too composed despite seeing Demoness G's face. There was no ripple in his eyes. It was only natural that Demoness G became suspicious. Turning around, Su Zimo's gaze shifted slowly on Demoness G. Finally, his bold gaze landed on Demoness G's flawless and almost breathtaking face, grinning. "Woman, you're quite interesting. Are you hinting to me that you want to be my DAO companion?" Demoness G furrowed her brows slightly. She was extremely familiar with the look that the burly man was giving off. It was a kind of gaze that made her disgusted. Although Pure Maiden Sect and Cloud Rain Sect seemed similar, they were vastly different. Cloud Rain Sect cultivated the Tao of Indulgence. Although every generation's Pure Maiden cultivated the Tao of Bewitchment, they had to maintain their chastity for the sake of their Tao. If a Pure Maiden became someone's Tao companion, it would be equivalent to them crippling their entire lives' cultivation. They would also be stripped of the title of Pure Maiden and expelled from the sect. If a Pure Maiden lost her cultivation and the backing of the Fiend Sects while retaining her flawlessly charming looks, their fates were clearly imaginable. They would most likely become the slaves of other cultivators and live a life worse than death. Although countless cultivators had fallen to Demoness G's charms up till this point of her cultivation, she had never had any physical contact with any man. Apart from a single person, a green-robed figure flashed through Demoness G's mind and she bit her lips. That day, the two of them were stuck in a stone coffin that was extremely cramped. Coupled with the fact that they were being washed away by the river undercurrent, that man had taken quite a bit of advantage of her in the darkness. Initially, Demoness G thought that the burly man before her was that man. But now, given the burly man's crude actions and language, she shook her head and lamented internally. "Have I really thought too much?" Su Zimo finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Demoness G avoid him. Internally, he felt a tinge of guilt. He had no other choice in order to hide his identity. "Why? You're unwilling." Su Zimo's expression darkened. Since he was acting, he had to go all the way. Demoness G was stunned for a moment when she saw that the burly man was displeased. Instantly, she smiled with a charm that struck at one's soul and replied tenderly, "Please don't be angry, benefactor. There's been a misunderstanding and I mistook you for an old friend of mine. Let me express my apologies." With that, she bowed over with an apologetic look. Su Zimo harumphed and did not say anything more. With a flicker in her eyes, Demoness G asked again, "Are you not going to ask me who my old friend is, benefactor?" "Not interested." Su Zimo waved it off and walked into the distance at an extremely fast speed while saying from far away, "I'm only interested in the Human Emperor's palace. I want to head to the Human Emperor's palace too. Shall we go together?" Demoness G yelled from behind. There was naturally no way Su Zimo would reply as he went silent, pretending to have heard nothing. They had only met and he was nearly exposed by Demoness G. If they were to travel together, she might truly see through his disguise. "Su Zimo!" Suddenly, a shout sounded from behind without any warning at all. Instinctively, Su Zimo wanted to stop in his tracks and turn back. That was the most natural reaction for anybody. However, in a flash, he realized what was going on and continued moving ahead, disappearing from Demoness G's line of sight in the blink of an eye. When she saw that, Demoness G frowned slightly and murmured in deep thought, "Seems like it's not him." Su Zimo only slowed down after he was far away and heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. Demoness G was the one who shouted earlier on. If Su Zimo reacted slower against her sudden shout, he would have definitely revealed a flaw and would be exposed to Demoness G. That last truly is. Muttering softly, Su Zimo shook his head and flew towards the Human Emperor's palace that was at the center of the ancient battlefield. 10 days later, the Human Emperor's palace descended slowly. As it got closer to the ground, the aura that it exuded also turned increasingly terrifying. 500 kilometers around the range of the ancient palace, All the ancient living beings and remnant beasts have shifted away, not daring to linger near it. Although countless years have passed, the remnant might of the human emperor was massive and could still suppress the eight desolates while instilling fear in the demons. So that's the human emperor's palace. It's truly impressive. The pressure is way too immense. Even though I'm at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, I don't even dare to head forth. It's hard to imagine the type of pressure that one has to endure if they start fighting within the perimeter of the human emperor's palace's shrouded area. Hurry, look, is that a divine dragon that's etched on that stone pillar? It looks so realistic that it seems like it's alive. The appearance of the human emperor's palace attracted cultivators from all over the ancient battlefield. One layer after another, everyone in that dense crowd looked up at the ancient palace that was in the middle of an electric ocean and a vortex of dark clouds with shocked expressions. Not everyone was as logical as Tang Yu to be able to repress their curiosity to avoid being implicated in the bloodshed. I'll give you guys 3 breaths worth of time to leave. Anyone who is still here after that will die. Right then, an icy voice sounded from outside the perimeter, carrying a sharp edge that could slice through everything. Everyone turned over. Behind them, a long-robed cultivator strode over with a sheathed long sword hanging casually from his waist. Twirling his long, slender fingers casually, he had a cold expression. How do we leave this place within 3 breaths? Many cultivators frowned. 1. Expressionlessly, the long-robed cultivator lowered his head and declared, "Who is that? He sure is arrogant." Someone could not help but sneer. 2. The long-robed cultivator remarked once more. A sharp-eyed cultivator caught sight of the sect badge hanging from the person's waist and yelled with a shocked expression, "Sword Sect! He's probably the successor of Sword Sect, Hang Qiuyu." A massive commotion broke out from the crowd the moment they heard the words, "successor of Sword Sect." Right then, Hang Qiuyu's voice sounded once more. 3. Unknowingly, his slender fingers were already on the hilt of the sword on his waist. Gazing coldly at the crowd in front of him, he said, "You've already missed your final opportunity." Buzz. A peerless white flash shone. Nobody could describe the speed and power of that slash. The startling sword was bound to startle upon making its appearance. In that instant, all the cultivators facing Hang Qiuyu were blinded by that bedazzling sword beam and could not open their eyes. The next moment, they felt their throats turn cold as a warm, sticky liquid started spewing outside with a nauseating stench. It was fresh blood. Dozens of cultivators that stood in front of Hang Qiuyu fell at the same time. Collapsing to the ground, their throats were slit by the sword and they died, unable to rest in peace. Almost everyone who came to the vicinity of the human emperor's palace were at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment and were rather capable. However, those dozens of cultivators died on the spot without even having the chance to take out their spirit weapons. That was how terrifying the might of his single slash was. The cultivators behind him were horrified as they took out protection talismans from their storage bags and crushed them instantly. Right after, they summoned their flying swords and defensive spirit weapons, such as shields and heart-protecting mirrors before calming down. Swash! By the time they were prepared and looked ahead, Hang Qiuyu had already vanished. A gentle breeze blew across. Hang Qiuyu had already charged into the crowd with his startling sword. A sword beam rose followed by a bloody flash. Some of the cultivators were cut in half with fresh blood spewing and countless nauseating internal organs flowing out. Protection talismans were nothing but paper against Hang Qiuyu's sword. Clang! A cultivator defended the startling sword with his shield, and a crisp sound echoed upon the collision. The joy in his eyes appeared for a brief moment before freezing on his face. With a dimmed gaze, his head tilted to the side as his life was cut away from him. A white scar appeared on that person's shield, and it broke into 2 by the time it fell to the ground. A superior-grade defensive spirit weapon could not even withstand a single slash from the startling sword. Many cultivators were terrified and fled into the distance, not daring to linger. That was the terror of a sword cultivator. Although the sword reigned supreme in Tianhuang mainland, not all cultivators who could use flying swords were considered as sword cultivators. For true sword cultivators, their swords never left their hands and vice versa. Unlike flying swords, sword cultivators used long swords with hilts. Sword cultivators were particular about the sword techniques, force, intent, and focused on cultivating the Tao of the sword so as to become one with the sword, to become one with the world, and in fact, to become one together with the sword and world together. In the cultivation world, it was difficult to declare that a particular lineage of cultivator, be it immortal, fiend, or Buddhist, was the strongest. The end results would only be determined in a fight. However, there was a universally recognized fact in the cultivation world. The killing power of a sword cultivator was the strongest. Furthermore, among the immortal, fiend, and Buddhist sects, the sword cultivators of Sword Sect, one of the 9 immortal sects, were the most famous. The founder of Sword Sect was the #1 sword emperor of the ancient era. Wielding his sword, Hang Choyu charged into the crowd. Everywhere he passed through, hell broke loose as fresh blood spilled along with broken limbs in a tragic scene. The battlefield was in chaos. Shrieks, screams, yells, and the sound of killing were mixed together. Ta, ta, ta. From the south, a series of heavy footsteps arrived. Each time it sounded, the ground would tremble a little, as if a massive being with terrifying might was sprinting over. Many cultivators looked towards the voice. A buzz-cut cultivator headed over in huge strides. With a bare upper body, his exposed muscles shone with a bronze luster, and his muscles bulged out one by one, giving off an explosive feeling of power. The person carried a gigantic iron spear on his shoulder that was pitch black and heavy. Exuding a violent aura from head to toe, his eyes burned as he laughed with a domineering aura. A bunch of reckless idiots. How dare you guys try to taint the human emperor's palace? Hurry, run. It's someone from the fiend sects. That's the fiend heir of Overlord Palace, Pang Yu. Run. Pang Yu slapped the spear on his shoulder, and it bounced into the air as he shouted, "It's too late to run now." Swoosh. The iron spear tore through the air, turning into a dark ray of light as the wind howled. Following the spear, Pang Yu charged into the crowd. The cultivators that stood at the front were torn into pieces by the black spear. With a flick, the spear shattered all spirit weapons that collided with it. Kill! Pang Yu roared as he gripped the black spear single-handedly. He swept in reverse and sliced dozens of cultivators in the crowd into pieces with the strength of a massive army. Overlord Palace was the strongest body-tempering sect among the fiend sections. Even in Tianhuang mainland, they could be ranked as one of the top 3s alongside Glass Palace and Diamond Monastery. As the fiend heir of Overlord Palace, it was easy to imagine how strong Pang Yu was in melee combat. This was a killing feast. 8 spirit meridians shone on Pang Yu's body, and spirit energy surged while his bloodline roared. Everywhere his spear passed, people were bound to die as no one could withstand its sharpness. On the other side, a purple aura arrived. It produced an unrestrained pressure as though an emperor has arrived. Hurry, run. It's Ao Wuxia of Purple Firmament Sect. The crowd in the east was also in a mess as cultivators scattered in all directions. A purple-robed cultivator stood in midair with a solemn expression. His entire body was shrouded by a billion streams of purple chi that shone with a brilliant myriad of colors. He possessed a dignified aura that looked down on the masses. Go! Waving his sleeves, Ao Wuxia chided softly. The billion streams of purple chi that were initially surrounding him formed purple swords in midair that shone brightly as they tore the crowd into pieces like a group of purple clouds. The purple clouds swept across the skies and many cultivators fell from midair to their deaths. It was as Tang Yu had predicted. An unprecedented massacre was bound to happen in the ancient battlefield with the appearance of the human emperor's palace. The vicinity around the human emperor's palace turned into a slaughterhouse. It wasn't just Sword Sect and Purple Firmament Sect. Successors of the other 9 immortal sects appeared one after another and joined the battlefield. There was an icy cold fairy with white robes fluttering, a cultivator with lightning gaze and sped like the wind, a Dao cultivator with a Dao crown on his head and a horsetail whisk. From the fiend sects, apart from Pang Yu of Overlord Palace, Shangguan Yu of Cloud Rain Sect and the fiend heir of Illusion Fiend Cult appeared as well. The fiend heir of Zenith Sect, Bai Yu, charged into the battlefield with his zenith saber and killed ecstatically. Previously, Bai Yu escaped from the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea using blood escape after losing to Su Zimo. Now that he reappeared, he had already unlocked his 8th spirit meridian. To be fair, if he hadn't unlocked the 8th meridian, he would have met his demise like all the cultivators here if he had come forth to take a look, let alone covet for the human emperor's palace. All the successors of the immortal and fiend sects had a tacit understanding and avoided one another temporarily while killing the other cultivators. Under such circumstances, the only ones who had a chance of escaping were those at 8 Meridian Foundation establishment. A burly man in linen clothes with thick brows and a rough face stood at the boundaries of the chaotic battlefield, watching everything coldly. Su Zimo had already arrived. Ding! Ding! Suddenly, a long and distant bell sounded from the west, seemingly able to cleanse one's soul and was extremely sacred. As the bell rang, a bald cultivator strode over. He was barefooted and dressed in monk robes. Wielding a golden bell, his eyes shone with a tinge of golden glow. It was the successor of Diamond Monastery, Monk Ju Chun. Amitba, Monk Ju Chun held one palm vertically and let out a Buddhist proclamation with conviction. After 10 days, Monk Ju Chen's expression was normal and his aura was stable. It was clear that his injuries had already healed. Su Zimo nodded silently. As one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, Diamond Monastery was truly capable. Previously, Monk Ju Chen's was heavily suppressed by Su Zimo and his flesh had exploded while his organs were dislocated. In 10 days, he had already recovered to his original state. That was proof that the monk's physique was truly extraordinary. Ding! Expressionlessly, Monk Ju Chun flicked his wrist gently and the bell sounded once more. A group of cultivators that were fleeing in midair on their flying swords shuddered. Their faces turned pale as they swayed unsteadily. Ding! The bell sounded once more. Thud! Thud! One after another, the cultivators fell from midair. By the time they reached the ground, their gazes were dim and blood flowed from all 7 orifices. They were already dead. 3 more monks and a nun strode slowly forward behind Monk Ju Chun. Although the 3 monks and the nun were all Buddhists as well, their attires were different as were the sect badges on their waists. Among the 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 successors had appeared. It was a gathering of the elites. In this battle, some cultivators from other sects or itinerant cultivators who thought that they were strong finally understood the terror of the immortal, fiend, and Buddhist sects. Although they were also at 8 Meridian Foundation establishment, they were no match for the successors of those sects. The number of cultivators around the human emperor's palace decreased, but the number of corpses increased as blood flowed like a river. Finally, someone caught sight of Su Zimo who was standing at the boundaries. It was Bai Yu, the fiend heir of Zenith sect. Naturally, he did not know that this was Su Zimo who had changed his appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have advanced alone without any reservations. Bai Yu's expression was cold as he held the bloody zenith saber in his hands. He glared at Su Zimo without any shred of emotion. Although Su Zimo was expressionless, a flicker of mockery flashed through his eyes. Die! Bai Yu swung his zenith saber and created a bloodied arc in midair before it descended upon Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly. Just as he was about to take action, a tender shout sounded from behind him. Stop! A fragrance wafted over. A pink ribbon tore through the air. Although it looked weak, it managed to fend off Bai Yu's attack. Right after, as if it was alive, the pink ribbon coiled itself along the body of the saber. Frowning, Bai Yu retracted his zenith saber hurriedly. Demoness G, what are you doing? He glared at the girl in pink that darted out from behind the burly man, asking in an unfriendly manner. Hee. By now, Demoness G had already covered herself with her veil again. Smiling gently, she glanced at Su Zimo and said, This is a friend I invited. He's on the side of the fiend sections. When he heard that, Su Zimo frowned. Just as he was about to retort, Demoness G tiptoed beside his ear and whispered, The human emperor's palace has just descended and everyone's aiming for the throne. The successors of the immortal, Fiend and Buddhist sects will tacitly eliminate the other cultivators first. If you're alone, you'll definitely be targeted. How about following the Fiend sects first? It'll only benefit you. In reality, Su Zimo had two reasons for coming here. On the one hand, it was for the human emperor's palace. On the other hand, he wanted to test out the elites and paragons of the super sects. He had no fear of being targeted at all. However, Demoness G was leaning towards his ear flirtatiously. Her tender voice and scent of a maiden stirred Su Zimo's heart, and he did not reject her, as if possessed. Right after, Su Zimo snapped out of his daze in a shock and lamented internally, "Impressive!" Demoness G's charm was everywhere, and it was impossible to guard against her. As the pure maiden of the Fiend sex, there was no need for her to cast a bewitchment technique specifically. Her presence alone was a form of bewitchment. The higher the cultivation realm of the pure maiden, the more terrifying their power of bewitchment would be. In the end, a single smile, wink, and emotion would be enough to intoxicate anyone to a point of no return. In the cultivation world, there were some charming techniques that relied on wearing half-covered clothes, using flirtatious gazes, language, and daring actions to seduce men. However, compared to the Pure Maiden Sutra, those charming techniques were wildly inferior. By the end of every day, the Pure Maiden of the Fiend sex was a peerless beauty that could overthrow the entire world. Pure, clean, awe-inspiring, and inviolable. A single subtle flirtatious look from her eyes would be enough for an ancient mighty figure to submit to her whims. Humph! Sizing Su Zimo from head to toe, Baiyu sneered. It's just a lover that you've found. What rights does he have to be compared to us fiend heirs? Hee hee. Demoness G chuckled. How arrogant. I wonder who were the ones who were beaten to a pulp by a friend that I randomly found back then in that underground area. Upon hearing that, Baiyu's expression darkened and a few other fiend heirs looked terrible as well. That was a humiliation for them that no one was willing to speak of. Pang Yu swung his black iron spear and turned around after killing the last few cultivators, striding over in huge steps. The tip of the spear fell naturally to the ground and sparks flew everywhere as it trawled the ground. Where's that scholar? Arriving in front of Demoness G, he asked loudly with a fiery battle intent in his eyes. The scholar that Pang Yu was referring to was naturally Su Zimo. Pouting her lips, Demoness G rolled her eyes. How should I know? Suddenly, Baiyu said, he came to the ancient battlefield too. I've seen him. Oh! When the few fiend heirs heard that, their expressions changed and killing intent flashed through their eyes. Pausing for a moment, Baiyu shook his head again. However, I don't think he's here. I didn't spot any signs of him. Baiyu was thoroughly humiliated after retreating with a loss after the battle at Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, and there was naturally no way he would take the initiative to mention that. The illusion fiend cult heir harumphed coldly. That scholar has got some brains. If he dares show himself, I'll definitely create a bloody hole in his body using my iron spear. Pang Yu's expression was haughty as he slammed the iron spear in his hand onto the ground heavily. Instantly, a series of cracks appeared and his murderous aura was daunting. Su Zimo's expression was calm and there were no ripples in his eyes. Shifting his gaze, Pang Yu sized up Su Zimo and nodded while smiling. Not bad, you've got some guts. I'll forcibly acknowledge you of being qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with us fiend heirs. Shangguan Yu of Cloud Rain Sect remarked casually, since Shuiyang of Malevolent Earth Sect isn't here yet, we'll let this person replace him for now as a helper. Waving his folding fan lightly, Shangguan Yu looked cool and suave. Despite the fact that he had just killed more than 100 cultivators, his clothes and hair were still neat. Hey, what's your name? Pang Yu looked at Su Zimo with a slightly raised head. Mad Blade, Su Zimo replied. Mad Blade, haha. Pang Yu laughed. You're quite arrogant. I wonder how your saber techniques are like. Baiyu remarked coldly. In the cultivation world, most people with such loud titles are only SOSO in terms of capabilities. You can try me, Su Zimo said indifferently. MMM? Do you have a death wish? Baiyu's expression changed as killing intent rose in his heart. You're wild. Interesting. Sweeping his iron spear, Pang Yu blocked Bai Yu and shook his head with a stern expression. Don't fight first. Something isn't right. Everyone followed Pang Yu's gaze. The battlefield was mostly cleaned up, and the only people left under the cover of the human emperor's palace were the successors of the immortal, fiend, and Buddhist sects. Among them, successors from 7 of the 9 immortal sects were present, including Hang Chuyu of Sword Sect and Ao Yuxiao of Purple Firmament Sect. Of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 successors were present. Apart from monk Ju Chun of Diamond Monastery, there were monks from Hollow Monastery, Formless Monastery, Wisdom Monastery, and a nun from Clear Heart Nunnery. Of the 7 fiend sects, Shui Yang of Malevolent Earth Sect was already dead, and there was no signs of the Thousand-Faced Assassin from Hidden Death Sect. Apart from Su Zimo, the other 4 fiend heirs and the demoness were present. These nearly 20 cultivators could be considered as the top paragons of the Foundation establishment realm in the entire Tianhuang mainland. Apart from Su Zimo, the rest of the cultivators were at 8 Meridian Foundation establishment. The reason why something felt amiss was because the 7 paragons of the immortal sects led by Hang Chuyu of Sword Sect and Ao Yuxiao of Purple Firmament Sect, as well as the 4 monks and 1 nun, seemed to be joining forces as they surrounded the fiend heirs. Hang Chuyu, Ao Yuxiao, Ju Chun. What's the meaning of this? Narrowing his gaze, Pang Yu asked slowly. Nothing much. Hang Chuyu's lips curled up and he swayed his slender fingers. After destroying the fiend sects, we'll naturally choose someone from the immortal and Buddhist sects to take on the human emperor's palace's inheritance. The fiend heirs frowned. Including Su Zimo, there were only 6 of them. However, there were a total of 12 people when the paragons of the immortal and Buddhist sects were added together. In other words, each of them had to face at least 2 paragons. Pang Yu of Overlord Palace was publicly acknowledged as the strongest among the fiend heirs. However, he would not dare to claim victory against Hang Chuyu, Ao Yuxiao and Ju Chun, let alone if he had to deal with 2 people at one go. Demoness Ji raised her voice. The situation is clear right now with 3 distinct lineages and a total of 18 cultivators. We can just fight in pairs to decide the final victor to obtain the human emperor's palace's inheritance. That will be considered as fairness. Monk Ju Chen's gaze swept past Su Zimo and paused for a brief moment before landing on Demoness Ji's face as he sneered. The situation will be even clearer after destroying the fiend sections. Fair. Ao Yuxiao shook his head. There's no fairness to speak of in front of the human emperor's palace. Furthermore, fiends are evil beings that should be punished. Su Zimo, if you see that the situation is not right, don't be stubborn and leave this place quickly. Suddenly, Demoness Ji extended her finger and poked Su Zimo's waist, whispering to him. I was exposed? Although Su Zimo was expressionless on the surface, he was internally shocked. Don't deny it. It's definitely you. Demoness Ji inched over and whispered. You can't hide it from me. My instincts have always been keen. I don't know what you're talking about, Su Zimo replied indifferently before shifting his gaze towards the dozen or so figures standing at the outer perimeter of the human emperor's palace. All of those cultivators were white-haired and old. Although their eyes were turbid and they seemed like they were at the end of their lives, there were still terrifying auras being exuded from them. They were sealers. Demoness Ji commented, Don't worry. The sealers won't dare to strike given the circumstances. With the immortal, fiend, and Buddhist sects at a stalemate, as long as one of the factions strike and make use of their golden core powers, the sealers from the other 2 factions would also be implicated. By then, all parties would suffer great losses and perish. The 12 cultivators of the immortal and Buddhist sects walked over slowly in 2 rows, keeping their eyes on the 6 people on the side of the fiend sects, Su Zimo included. Hang Chuyu of Sword Sect targeted Pang Yu of Overlord Palace right away. Ao Yuxiao of Purple Firmament Sect targeted the fiend heir of Illusion Fiend Cult as well. It was a battle between the strong. The successor of Snowdrift Valley of the immortal sects was a cold woman in white robes. She controlled a silver needle with a frosty aura and specialized in penetrating protection talismans and inner armors. The nun of Clear Heart Nunnery wielded a long sword that shimmered coldly. The 2 female cultivators of the immortal and Buddhist sects set their sights on Demoness Ji right away. Seems like I'll have to take care of that unknown person then. The successor of Heavenly Dipper sect smiled faintly. With a wave of his sleeves, a flying sword that shimmered with 5 spirit lights tore through the air and headed straight for Su Zimo's head. Sweeping his head, Su Zimo nodded to himself. It was as expected of the top super sects of Tianhuang mainland. With powerful foundations, most of their paragons were in possession of perfect spirit weapons. Su Zimo was not flustered at all as he brushed past his storage bag, causing a saber to appear in his palms. Clang! His saber trembled and shone with 4 spirit patterns. It was a supreme-grade spirit saber that he had found in the Elixir Pool sect ruins. Since he wanted to hide his identity, there was naturally no way Su Zimo would take out a weapon as signature as his blood quencher. Otherwise, he would be exposed by Demoness G and by you immediately. Although he could not make use of blood quencher, Su Zimo had no intention of concealing the 5 stances of the Sea Calming Manual. The reason for that was because he knew that apart from him, there was another successor who knew of those 5 stances in the cultivation world. Shoo! The flying sword tore through the air and shone with 5 spirit lights. Like a blazing sun that was filled with astral chi, it had an intimidating aura and arrived in an instant. Su Zimo's expression did not change as the spirit energy in his body surged wildly, causing 7 spirit meridians to shine underneath his robes. Ha! So you're a piece of trash. When Baiyu swept his gaze and caught sight of that, he could not help but sneer. The other fiend heirs let out disappointed expressions as well. On the other hand, the paragons of the Immortal and Buddhist sects looked relaxed. 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were considered as rare geniuses in the cultivation world, and in the Great Zhou dynasty, they were even rarer. However, for the many paragons present, 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators were equivalent to trash that wouldn't be able to last for more than 10 breaths in a massive fight as such. Even for cultivators of other sects that were also at 8 Meridian Foundation establishment, they were far weaker than the successors of super sects, let alone 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. The fiend heirs were already frustrated given the fact that they were in dire straits. When they saw this, they were even more upset. Shangguanyu of Cloud Rain's sect opened his folding fan and defended against 2 incoming flying swords while sneering, "Demoness G, your judgment is truly getting worse." Among the paragons present, only 2 of them did not show any contempt. One of them was Demoness G, and the other was Monk Juchun, who had suffered a loss in the hands of Su Zimo previously. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing echoed in the void. Sparks flew as Su Zimo swung his supreme-grade spirit saber against the incoming flying sword. Instantly, the astral chi on the sword was shattered by an immense force and dissipated on the spot. Buzz! The sword quivered unsteadily, showing signs of falling. The expressions of a few paragons changed when they saw this. Something isn't right. Such burst power. Watch out. That man's a body-tempered cultivator. Swash! Su Zimo had already vanished from the spot, and within a couple of steps, he arrived in front of the successor of Heavenly Dipper sect. His eyes shone brightly with a surging killing intent as he slammed down with his saber. The blade cut through the void at an extremely fast speed, and it was so forceful that heat was emitting from the saber. So fast! The successor of Heavenly Dipper sect realized that the situation was bad, and his hair stood on ends as his pupils constricted. He was too careless. With that moment of carelessness, he had lost the initiative and was now the disadvantaged party who was in danger. Swoosh! Slapping his storage bag, he swiftly pulled out a dark gold shield and injected spirit energy into it, lifting it above his head as it expanded. Clang! Another loud boom sounded when the saber clashed against the shield. Ugh! The light on the shield dimmed, as if the spirit light was severed by Su Zimo's saber. With a dull grunt, the successor of Heavenly Dipper sect almost knelt onto the ground. As he lifted his shield with one arm, the successor gripped his other hand into a fist that was surrounded by astral chi. He threw a punch at Su Zimo's chest like a long spear. This was the successor of one of the 9 immortal sects, Heavenly Dipper sect, no matter what. That was why he was still able to retaliate despite his current circumstances. Don't! Suddenly, Monk Ju Chen's voice sounded. However, it was too late. Su Zimo's eyes flickered with mockery when he saw the successor of Heavenly Dipper sect throw out a punch as he did the same and received the incoming punch with a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided. The astral wind ruptured and the tides surged. Instantly, color drained from the successor of Heavenly Dipper sect's face as bead-like sweat droplets started flowing down from his head. Crack! 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 A jarring sound of bones cracking echoed out. A few paragons turned towards the sound instinctively and their expressions changed. The successor of Heavenly Dipper sect's palm had already disappeared, turning into meat sludge that hung off his wrist. His entire arm was contorted into a weird shape with his bones protruding out of his flesh as it hung limply. With the meat hanging on his bones, it was a terrifying sight. Ah! The successor of Heavenly Dipper sect howled in pain as he collapsed to the ground, shivering with a fearful expression. With 2 slashes and a punch, the successor of Heavenly Dipper sect was crippled. The paragons present were not the only ones shocked. Even the sealers that were watching were slightly agitated. In a fight between lions, one has to use their full strength. Since he underestimated his opponent, he has no one but himself to blame for landing in such a state. Was it truly just because he underestimated his opponent? Instantly, the tides on the battlefield had changed. Nobody expected that the successor of Heavenly Dipper sect would land in a tragic state with a crippled arm after a single exchange of blows. This meant that a paragon had already lost the rights to fight for the human emperor's inheritance and had to withdraw. The paragons present looked at the successor of Heavenly Dipper sect with a pitiable expression. Up till this point, the paragons had not realized that a nightmare that would continue to haunt them for many years to come had just begun. Compared to some of the others present, the fate of Heavenly Dipper sect's successor was considered lucky. What's this Mad Blade's background? He's got some skills. Pang Yu roared in laughter as he swept his spear horizontally, forcing Hang Qiuyu, who was coming at him, to retreat with a thrust. Compared to Malevolent Earth sect's spear techniques, Pang Yu's spear technique was much less complex. It was just a simple thrust from the middle level. However, its momentum was oppressive and the spear's ferociousness was shot forth completely. He was not disadvantaged even against 2 opponents. Sword sect's Hang Qiuyu's sword technique was not weak at all, and his sword chi was extremely sharp, possessing both offense and defense. Colliding continuously against Pang Yu's gigantic spear, the sound of metal clanging rang repeatedly as sparks flew endlessly. On the side of the Fiend sects, apart from Pang Yu who could hold his ground in a 1 versus 2, the other Fiend heirs were completely disadvantaged. For Shangguan Yu of Cloud Rain sect and Demoness Ji of Pure Maiden sect who were weaker in combat strength to begin with, they were in a perilous situation and were completely suppressed, forced to retreat continuously. On the other side, the Fiend heir of Illusion Fiend cult might not necessarily win Ao Yuxiao of Purple Firmament sect in a 1-on-1 fight. Now that the successor of Clear Wind Temple was assisting Ao Yuxiao, the Fiend heir of Illusion Fiend cult was at a loss and the situation was not looking good for him. If this battle continued, the few Fiend heirs were bound to lose. On the battlefield, the only variable was the burly man in linen clothes with an unknown background, known to everyone as Mad Blade. Ding! After crippling Heavenly Dipper sect's successor with 2 slashes and a punch, Su Zimo heard a piercing ring of a bell beside him. The bell rang for a long time and was never ending, like a sharp thorn that pierced his head repeatedly. With a golden bell in hand, Monk Ju Chun had already arrived behind Su Zimo. That was a spirit weapon of the Buddhist sects, the Golden Bell. Its body was a bell made of purple gold copper, and its mouth was circular with rounded edges. Exquisite patterns were engraved all over its body. The golden bell in Monk Ju Chen's hand was nourished by the Buddhist light in Diamond Monastery. Day and night, it listened to the chanting of scriptures by monks, and it possessed an inexplicably noble power. It had the strongest impact on those who had evil thoughts and came from heretical doctrines. Cultivators that were weaker would die on the spot, bleeding from all orifices. When Monk Ju Chun arrived here, he killed dozens of 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators with just the ringing sound of the golden bell alone. That was proof of how terrifying its might was. However, it was a pity that although the bell was powerful, its impact was almost negligible for Su Zimo, who had cleared all 7 orifices. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind blew behind him. Wielding his diamond staff, Monk Ju-chan stabbed at Su Zimo's head with astounding strength. Clang! Su Zimo did not even turn back and made a backhand slash, as though he had eyes behind his back. Clashing heavily against the diamond staff, a loud sound was heard as sparks flew everywhere. One side was a reactionary counterattack, while the other side was a preemptive strike. However, Su Zimo did not yield. Yet, Monk Ju-chun was forced to retreat half a step back. How strong! That person's physique is actually comparable to the successor of Diamond Monastery? The paragons were astounded upon seeing this. Initially, when Su Zimo crippled Heavenly Dippersek's successor, everyone thought that it was merely because the latter underestimated his opponent and was caught unaware. But now that Su Zimo was not disadvantaged after a head-on clash with Monk Ju-chun, the paragons of the Immortal and Buddhist sects frowned and their expressions gradually turned grim. They did not know that, at the moment, Monk Ju-chun was even more shocked. His diamond staff, a perfect spirit weapon of the Buddhist sects as well, was stronger than the golden bell. The diamond staff, also known as the treasure staff or demon vanquishing staff, was one of the unique weapons of Diamond Monastery. It symbolized invincibility and unyielding dominance that was capable of suppressing all evil. Initially, Monk Ju-chun thought that he could suppress Su Zimo confidently by relying on those 2 spirit weapons. However, even with those 2 spirit weapons, he did not gain any advantage. Instead, he was the one disadvantaged right now. Hee hee. Turning around, Su Zimo grinned and said, "Monk, after I spared your life the previous time, how dare you provoke me again?" Boom! Su Zimo stomped his feet and the ground and mountains shook. With a bang, he burst forward and appeared in front of Monk Ju-chun in the blink of an eye, circulating his bloodline. He swung his arms and cut down with his saber, as if he wanted to rip the void apart. Develop a mind that abides nowhere. Monk Ju-chun chanted his Buddhist scriptures as his diamond heart burst forth with the power of bloodline. Instantly, his figure expanded along with his aura. Roar! From the depths of Monk Ju-chun's mouth came a furious roar that sounded like a mythical lion and was able to shock one's mind. 2 bedazzling golden beams shot out from his eyes like a descending vajra with a terrifying might. It was as though Monk Ju-chun's body had disappeared, and in his place stood a mighty lion with golden fur that roared into the sky fearlessly. Even Shang Guanyu and the others who were watching from the perimeter of the battlefield were shocked, let alone Su Zimo, who was facing the impact directly. Many secret skills of the Buddhist sects were truly effective at countering the fiend sects. However, it was a pity that Monk Ju-chun was facing Su Zimo. Su Zimo's cultivation basis was the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Furthermore, he had even devoured half a dragon. After meeting with Su Zimo's demonish gaze, the fearless lion developed an innate sense of fear, and its aura weakened momentarily. Clang! The spirit saber collided against the diamond staff and a jarring sound of metal clashing rang. Monk Ju-chun retreated once more. Swash! Before he could catch his breath, a second strike had already descended. Su Zimo's stamina and physique was terrifying and was far beyond what Monk Ju-chun could compare with. While the Diamond Sutra merely tempered one's body, the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness transformed Su Zimo entirely into an existence that was even more terrifying than pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Clang! Monk Ju-chun could only raise his diamond staff once more to defend against the second strike. By now, his arms had gone numb and no longer had any feeling as he was forced to retreat once more with a pale expression. When the successor of Hollow Monastery saw that, he charged towards Su Zimo, leaving the successor of Wisdom Monastery to fight alone with Shangguan Yu of Cloud Rain Sect. Swoosh! Hollow Monastery's successor wielded an alloy steel rod which slammed down as he leaped upwards. The wind howled with a buzzing sound as though the mountains were about to be crushed into dust. Ah! Right then, a shriek sounded from the other side of the battlefield. Under the attacks of the 2 successors of Snowdrift Valley and Clear Heart Nunnery, Demoness G finally failed to hold out. A gash appeared on her arm and blood gushed out. It was clear that she was already injured. The wound seemed like it was small and did not injure her bones. However, the flying swords of Snowdrift Valley possessed 1,000-year-old frost chi that could freeze one's bloodline and spirit energy. At that moment, the chi was infiltrating Demoness G's body repeatedly through her wound, cruising through her limbs. Demoness G's movements became more sluggish, and there was even a layer of frost covering her eyes and lips. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze when he saw that. At that moment, everyone from the fiend sex, even Pang Yu of Overlord Palace, could not take care of themselves. Nobody was available to rescue Demoness G. Monk Ju Chun wielded his diamond staff and Hollow Monastery's successor wielded his alloy steel rod. Two accomplished monks of the Buddhist sects were lunging towards Su Zimo at the same time. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he let out a long holler. He did not dodge nor retreat against the combined attacks of two paragons of the Buddhist sections. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds came from within his body, like beans being fried as his tendons and bones rang together. Splash! Su Zimo slashed. The tides sounded. In a countercurrent. See Calming Manual. Countercurrent Stance. Su Zimo's saber was accompanied by a mighty force that could tear through towering waves, going against the current in a domineering manner as if it could cut through everything and sever all living beings. That massive force that threatened to tear through the voids attracted countless gazes. This is Saber Force, some paragons exclaimed in shock. The sound of the tide was too clear and its force was way too terrifying such that all the paragons present could recognize it. That slash was already at the second level of saber techniques. Force. However, not all the paragons could identify the origin of that slash. Only Hang Choyu of Sword Sect and Bai Yu of Zenith Sect narrowed their gazes before remarking slowly, Countercurrent Stance of the Sea Calming Manual. The moment those words were said, a huge wave of shock swept through the battlefield. While not everyone was able to recognize the origin of that saber technique, all of them have heard of the Sea Calming Manual. It was the ultimate technique used by the first Saber Emperor to sweep across the world. Back in the ancient era, the Saber Emperor left Tianhuang mainland and traveled overseas. Right now, in the cultivation world, there was only a single successor of a place that knew of that saber technique. Divine Phoenix Island. He's the successor of Divine Phoenix Island. No wonder he doesn't dare to reveal his sect badge. The major factions of the cultivation world were the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, 4 unorthodox groups, 3 aristocrat families, 2 islands, and 1 palace. Among them, the 2 islands were established overseas and rarely set foot on Tianhuang mainland. Without much news, they were the most mysterious. Divine Phoenix Island was one of the 2 islands. Due to the relationship between the Saber Emperor and Sword Emperor in the ancient era, the feud between the 2 supersects, Divine Phoenix Island and Sword Sect, had also existed for a long time. Each time a successor of Divine Phoenix Island stepped foot onto Tianhuang mainland, it would naturally cause a huge commotion in the continent and bloodshed as well. He's the successor of Divine Phoenix Island? The last time a successor of Divine Phoenix Island appeared was 10,000 years ago. In the distance, the sealers muttered and frowned slightly. Everyone had heard the news of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea disappearing and someone obtaining the inheritance of the Saber Emperor. However, it was impossible for someone to reach the level of force within such a short period of time. The only possibility was if it was the successor of Divine Phoenix Island, who had cultivated the Tao of the Saber since he was young and immersed himself in the Sea Calming Manual for many years. On the battlefield, almost all the paragons believed that this burly man in linen clothes came from Divine Phoenix Island. However, Bai Yu of Zenith Sect had a grim expression and a dark gaze that lingered for a long time on Su Zimo. He did not know whether the successor of Divine Phoenix Island entered the ancient battlefield. However, he witnessed another cultivator obtaining the Saber Emperor's inheritance and releasing Countercurrent in the same way personally. Be it in terms of appearance, attire, figure, or even weapon used, the burly man before him was way too different from that green-robed cultivator. However, the 2 of them had similarities as well. They were both strong in physique and cultivated the countercurrent force. Furthermore, based on the green-robed cultivator's cultivation realm back then, it would make sense for him to be at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment right now. Most importantly, the burly man and green-robed cultivator were both related to Demoness G. Before Baiyu could finish his thought, a change happened on the battlefield. Monk Ju Chun and Hollow Monastery's successor endured the greatest pressure faced with Su Zimo's attack, and they were extremely shocked. By now, it was too late for the both of them to stop. Clang! Clang! There were 2 loud bangs that happened at the same time, before Hollow Monastery's successor could fall from midair. He was knocked flying by a massive force and thrown far away. His alloy steel rod was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell onto the ground. Eyes tightly shut with a pale expression, he had already fainted. He was severely injured after a single attack. Yet another paragon had lost the rights to fight. Monk Ju Chun gripped his diamond staff firmly with both hands and used all his strength, channeling the spirit energy in his dantian to its limits. Opening his eyes widely, his blood chi surged and his body was covered with a tough layer as he chanted, "Indestructible diamond! Thud! Thud! Thud!" Even so, he could not stop the massive force and retreated continuously. With each step, a deep footprint would appear on the ground. After retreating 7 steps, Monk Ju Chun was still unable to steady himself as he fell on his butt with blood oozing from the side of his lips in a pathetic manner. Compared to Hollow Monastery's successor, he was only mildly injured and could still fight. Su Zimo did not stop after forcing back 2 paragons with a single slash. In a flash, he appeared on another side of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Right now, Demoness G was in a perilous situation. She had just defended against Snowdrift Valley's successor's flying sword, and Clearheart Nunnery's nun's flying sword was arriving. The angle of that attack was extremely tricky. It stabbed from the bottom of her waist and curved upwards. Demoness G's eyes and lips had a layer of frost on them, and her movements were sluggish. Just as the sword was about to strike her, a saber beam flashed through the battlefield. A figure appeared before her. It was a familiar sight. Swash! Su Zimo cut right into the battlefield and raised his saber once more. Unlike Countercurrent, this attack was extremely soft, as if ripples were forming on the surface of a lake as a shimmering light coiled Clearheart Nunnery's nun's sword inside instantly. Cling! Clang! There were a series of collisions. With each collision, the nun's face would turn paler. See Calming Manual Ripple Stance. The ripple stance was as smooth as water, and once released, it would attack relentlessly until another saber beam flashed. The sword in the hands of the nun was repelled, and her exposed chest was met with a slash. Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. Ah! Exclaiming, the nun staggered in retreat as a bloodied wound appeared on her chest with blood flowing out. It was lucky that she had crushed a protection talisman earlier on, or that slash would have cut her into 2. Another paragon was forced out of the fight. Shoo! The sound of a sharp blade tearing through the air was chilling. Slashing in reverse, Su Zimo struck the incoming flying sword, and a layer of frost appeared on his saber. At the same time, the voice of Snowdrift Valley's successor sounded. Frost Seal! A cold wind that seeped into one's bones struck Su Zimo, and he felt as though someone had poured a basin of cold water from above. Under the watchful gazes of many, a thick layer of ice could be seen forming on Su Zimo's body in a visible speed. Starting from his head, it spread gradually and covered his entire body. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was motionless as he maintained his previous saber stance with a frozen expression. He had turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. At the sight of that, some paragons heaved a sigh of relief. The strength that Su Zimo displayed was way too terrifying. Furthermore, it was so overwhelming that 3 paragons had fallen in his hands. Of the many paragons present, no one had absolute confidence of suppressing him. Good move, fellow Taoist Ling Han. It's no wonder why you're the successor of Snowdrift Valley. Amazing! To think that you froze the successor of Divine Phoenix Island instantly with a single frost seal. Some paragons praised one after another. Demoness G's heart sank as endless worry surged in her eyes. Without even purging away the frost chi within her, she shivered and wanted to head forth to rescue Su Zimo. It's too late. Ling Han, the successor of Snowdrift Valley, descended from the skies with her white robes fluttering. She declared coldly with a haughty expression, "That's Snowdrift Valley's secret skill. Anyone that's struck by it will have their bloodlines and spirit energy frozen, and they'll die within 10 breaths. Is that so?" Suddenly, a strange voice sounded from the battlefield. Everyone could clearly tell that the voice came from within the ice sculpture. Crack, crack, crack. Along with cracking sounds, a series of cracks appeared on the ice sculpture, extending and growing until they covered the entire body. Snowdrift Valley's Ling Han's expression changed as disbelief filled her eyes. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Right in front of everyone, the ice sculpture exploded, revealing a tall and burly figure. The sound of a tsunami could be heard from that person's body as it echoed in a shuddering manner. "Tsunami blood!" someone exclaimed softly. This sudden change caused many paragons that were fighting to stop temporarily and turn their gazes over. Zenith Sex by Yu's gaze shimmered and his expression was grim. The burly man before him had yet another similarity with the green-robed cultivator at the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea. Both of them were at the Tsunami Blood Realm. Of course, it was quite an absurd guess, and it was mostly due to Bai Yu's intuition. While it was possible for a cultivator to change his appearance by making use of some concealment technique or mask-type spirit weapon, it was impossible for them to change so drastically in terms of figure. That was something that could not be explained. Sensing Bai Yu's gaze, Su Zimo was expressionless as killing intent rose in his heart. Su Zimo was filled with boiling blood that cruised through his limbs and organs, purging away the frost chi within him. The frost between his brows and hair was gone and steam rose from his head. Surrounded by the mist, Su Zimo was like a supreme immortal king that could not be ignored. Ha 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 ha! Casting an arrogant sidelong glance at Snowdrift Valley's successor not far away, Su Zimo could not help but burst into laughter. What bullshit frost seal is that? That's all there is to it. Ling Han's face was deathly pale and her arms were trembling in anger. There had never been anyone who looked down on Snowdrift Valley's secret skill like this. In other words, if Divine Phoenix Island's successor had not managed to cultivate to the realm of tsunami blood, there was no way he would have been able to break free from the power of Frost Seal. Su Zimo retreated a couple of steps and glanced at Demoness Ji, who was shivering from head to toe. Frowning slightly, he reached out and held her palm, circulating his spirit energy, causing it to surge into her body. Although Su Zimo's cultivation realm was a level lower than the Paragon's present, his spirit energy was much purer and richer, carrying a scorching heat like a blazing sun. A warm energy surged within Demoness Ji's body, purging the frost chi from her slowly. Perhaps it was because she had recovered some blood chi, or perhaps it was some other reason, but Demoness Ji's pale face blushed with a darker shade of red. She lowered her head slightly in a shy and charming manner, causing everyone's hearts to flutter. The paragons present had different expressions upon seeing this. Everyone could tell that Divine Phoenix Island's successor had a very different attitude towards the pure maiden of the fiend sections. It didn't seem like he was bewitched by her. It was impossible that the both of them had a casual relationship. Divine Phoenix Island's successor was clearly very worried about the pure maiden of the fiend sex, worried that she might get injured. Humph! Flicking his wrist, Shangguan Yu of Cloud Rain's sect opened his folding fan and said in a salty tone, "Demoness Ji, don't you have any ethics? You even hooked up with the successor of Divine Phoenix Island." Demoness Ji ignored everyone's strange gazes. She merely pursed her red lips and looked at Su Zimo unblinkingly, as though she was covered in a layer of mist. Softly, she said, "You still want to deny it?" Her voice was extremely soft, such that only the two of them could hear it. Pulling her behind him, Su Zimo said softly, "Heal your injuries first." Demoness Ji smiled. Warmth flowed through her heart. Su Zimo's statement was akin to a silent acknowledgement of her deduction. Earlier on, when this person came forth and forced Monk Juchen back while exposing his back to her, Demoness Ji had already guessed it. However, she did not dare confirm her guess at that time. It was only until earlier on, when this person appeared again to prevent her from taking lethal damage, that Demoness G was certain that this was Su Zimo. She knew in her heart that everything Su Zimo did was because of her sister, Xiaoxia. However, that did not matter to her. At the very least, there was someone who would trust and protect her unconditionally in this world. Even if that meant going against all the paragons. Even if she was the pure maiden of the fiend sections. Divine Phoenix Island's successor. Sword Sex Hang Chuyu narrowed his eyes, and the aura that he was emitting turned sharper and sharper. His entire figure resembled an unsheathed sword, and he said slowly, "Good, good. Since you dare to enter the ancient battlefield, don't dream about leaving it alive." Divine Phoenix Island and Sword Sect had a long-standing feud. Each time a successor of Divine Phoenix Island stepped foot onto Tianhuang mainland, they would naturally end up in a big fight with the successor of Sword Sect. "This is a feud between us. Fellow Taoists of the Fiend Sects, there's no need for you guys to get involved." Cupping his fists towards Pang Yu and the others, Hang Chuyu said in a low voice, "Heh!" Pang Yu retrieved his black iron spear and slung it over his shoulder, laughing. "Well said, well said. The Fiend Sects chose to sit this one out and reap the spoils later. Since there was nothing but benefits for them, this was completely aligned with the thoughts of the Fiend heirs. Watch out. Hang Choyu's sword is extremely fast. There's a high possibility that he still has tricks up his sleeves." Demoness G reminded Su Zimo softly. Laughing, Su Zimo was completely unaffected. Raising his saber, he had no intention of wasting his breath on Hang Choyu as he strode over in huge steps. "Sword Sect's successor? That's great. I'll sever your head as a tribute for my saber." Dressed in linen clothes with a bared chest and spouting crude statements made Su Zimo seem like an unruly and wild person. Even Bai Yu lamented to himself that the aura of this person before him was much less dignified compared to that green-robed scholar from before. Swoosh! Closing in, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. The moment he struck, he started with countercurrent and his saber beam expanded, engulfing Hang Chuyu entirely. Fufu. Sneering coldly, Hang Chuyu's fingers slid down his sword before flicking the blade. Buzz! The sword quivered and let out a clear buzzing sound. All of a sudden, Hang Chuyu attacked. His wrist trembled and the blade was already nowhere to be seen. Instead, a cold flash arrived and spread out, causing the void to be filled with dense spots of sword lights like raindrops that shot out in all directions. The place sounded like it was raining. It was a heavy and intense sound. Sword force. The eyes of the paragons lit up. That's the secret skill of Sword Sect's Tao of the Sword Rain Manual. Hang Chuyu was indeed keeping aces up his sleeves. Pang Yu nodded his head but was not surprised. On the one hand, it was the countercurrent force. On the other hand, it was the sword rain force. Cling. Clang. After a series of collisions, the saber and sword forces dissipated and both their figures resurfaced once more. The two of them were in an even standoff. Although the countercurrent force was extremely tough, the raindrops produced by the sword rain force struck the saber repeatedly, causing the power that was produced to dissipate away. By the time the saber cut through, almost all of its power was gone. However, Su Zimo had always had a nagging feeling. Although he managed to cultivate to the realm of force for countercurrent, he felt that something was lacking in it. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo was unable to produce the final stance of Sea Calming Manual, he had a feeling that something was lacking while he practiced his first four stances. He felt that there was a sense of sluggishness when he tried connecting the first four stances. If he could make up for that tiny flaw, even Hang Chuyu's sword rain force wouldn't be able to deal with his countercurrent. The many paragons frowned. Although it seemed like the clash between the saber and sword was even, in reality Hang Chuyu had lost slightly. Hang Chuyu's startling sword was a perfect spirit weapon. Furthermore, to begin with, Hang Chuyu was at 8 Meridian Foundation establishment while the successor of Divine Phoenix Island was only at 7. It was clear who was better. You dare to step foot onto Tianhuang mainland to stir up trouble with just those capabilities? Scoffing coldly, Hang Chuyu glared at Su Zimo with a provocative gaze as the sword in his hand shimmered faintly in the void. "This is all I need to suppress you." Roaring in laughter, Su Zimo's bloodline churned and the sound of tsunami rumbled from his body. With a single stride, he appeared before Hang Qiuyu and made a slash. There were no fancy tricks as he simplified everything with a single slash. Coupled with the terrifying power of his bloodline, his sword beam expanded in a frightening manner as it tore through the void. Hang Qiuyu channeled his bloodline as well and his 8 meridian spirit energy burst forth. He was like an unsheathed blade that fused with his startling sword as one. Kill! Without retreating or dodging, Hang Qiuyu wanted to rely on his advantage in terms of cultivation realm to fight Su Zimo head-on. In the cultivation world, sword cultivators were acknowledged to be the strongest in terms of offense. The sword and saber collided in midair. Sparks flew everywhere as the sword chi and saber beam devoured one another mutually. The spirit chi between the two of them instantly entered a berserk state, torn into pieces by the sword chi and saber beam. Hang Qiuyu's sword was edged and extremely sharp. On the other hand, Su Zimo's saber was resolute and majestic. Clang, clang, clang. The sword and saber clashed relentlessly in midair. The saber light was cold and the sword shadows fluttered everywhere in a dizzying manner. This was a battle of strength without much technique involved. Su Zimo's eyes turned brighter as he fought fiercer while laughing into the skies. Well done, well done. You're quite capable to be able to withstand 10 slashes of mine. Again, as though fatigue meant nothing to him, Su Zimo's strength was increasing instead of decreasing despite that intense clash. Ta, ta, ta. With every single step he took, the ground would quake once and his aura would climb a step further, causing his sword force to turn stronger. Every single slash felt like a towering wave that was crashing from above, covering the skies. Hang Qiuyu was no longer taunting his opponent and looked grim. His arms were feeling numb and his vision was blurring against the attacks. Those were signs of fatigue. This guy's stamina is like a bottomless pit. Why doesn't he have any limits? Hang Qiuyu was secretly shocked. If this continued, he would show signs of losing within the next 10 slashes. I've got to change tactics. At that thought, a resolute look flickered through Hang Qiuyu's eyes as he flicked his wrist. Instantly, his sword quivered and burst forth brightly with a sword light in midair. Spots of lights shot over, shining in a bedazzling manner. That was a move from the Sword Rain manual which was used to affect the opponent's vision using sword light. In fact, it could even blind them momentarily, causing them to reveal fatal openings. However, it was a pity as a demonic glint flickered through Su Zimo's eyes. Lightening up, they were like 2 bright stars in a dark night, completely unaffected as they shimmered deeply. A single slash cut through, tearing through the light and colliding against the startling sword. Clang! Hang Qiuyu shuddered and his startling sword nearly flew from his hands. Upon seeing that, Monk Ju Chun, who was at the sidelines, frowned slightly. Mad Blade's vision and hearing are both extremely strong and his mental state is calm as a rock. I couldn't even affect him despite using my enraged diamond gaze and lion roar together. The paragons felt their hearts skip a beat. Everyone thought about how difficult it would be for them if they had to be faced with the enraged diamond gaze and lion roar together. Yet, the successor of Divine Phoenix Island was completely unaffected. Something is amiss. Ao Wuxia of Purple Firmament Sect had extremely strong vision, and he could see the situation clearly. With a grim expression, he remarked suddenly, Hang Qiuyu's going to lose. On the battlefield, Hang Qiuyu's expression was dark as he retreated endlessly. He could retaliate no longer. On the contrary, Su Zimo's saber beam was intensifying as he advanced, shrouding Hang Qiuyu within it. In less than 10 moves, a victor would be decided if the battle continued as such. Shoo! Suddenly, a shuddering sound tore through the void. Purple chi flew over. 7 purple chis tore through the air and combined in the void, forming a gigantic purple long sword with a might so brazen that it was stifling. Ao Wuxia of Purple Firmament Sect had struck. After all, Divine Phoenix Island was alone overseas and rarely appeared on Tianhuang mainland. Their impact on the cultivation world was far inferior compared to Sword Sect. Furthermore, Sword Sect was one of the 9 immortal sects at the end of the day and enjoyed a good relationship with many other sections. Purple Firmament sect was one of them. The purple sword advanced with a torrential power, as though an emperor had descended with a sharp aura. Su Zimo had no choice but to pause in his tracks. If he continued hunting down Hang Qiuyu, he would definitely be struck by the purple sword, and he would be severely injured even if he managed to survive. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, as though he had already predicted this. Retracting his saber, the direction of his blade steered and released the vortex stance of the sea calming manual. A contorting force burst forth from the saber and collided heavily against the purple sword. Quivering, the purple sword was almost sent flying. Su Zimo's figure trembled, but he maneuvered himself gently with his movement technique and descended on the ground. With the breathing room, Hang Qiuyu managed to escape, and he was drenched in sweat as he panted slightly. Standing beside Ao Yuxiao, they formed a triangular arc to stand off against Su Zimo. This fight is between Divine Phoenix Island and Sword Sect. As one of the 9 immortal sects, Purple Firmament sect isn't going to respect the laws of the pugilistic world and intends to bully with numbers. Demoness G was originally recovering from her injuries at the sidelines. However, she could not help but frown when she saw this and questioned loudly. Right now, we're fighting for the human emperor's palace. There's no laws of the pugilistic world to speak of. Ao Yuxiao was expressionless as he beckoned to retrieve the purple sword in midair. Since the successor of Divine Phoenix Island dares to step foot onto Tianhuang mainland, he should be prepared to receive a challenge from the successors of all the major sects. Cut the crap. Since you want to fight, I'll include you as well. Laughing loudly, Su Zimo raised his saber and strode forward. Instantly, his saber beam expanded and engulfed Ao Yuxiao and Hang Qiuyu completely. He was taking the initiative even in a 1-against-2 situation. The Paragons felt their hearts skip a beat. Such guts! Overlord Palace's Pang Yu's eyes shone brightly as he said in a slow manner. He has the guts, but we don't know whether he can survive this. Shangguan Yu of Cloud Rain sect sneered. Zenith Sect's Bai Yu had a grim expression as he kept his gaze on Su Zimo the entire time in deep thought. On the battlefield, the sound of tsunami coming forth from Su Zimo's body rumbled louder and louder, as though thunder was crackling from within. His power of bloodline was shocking and his stamina was enduring. Even after battling for more than 10 rounds, Su Zimo was able to get an advantage in a 1 versus 2 situation, suppressing Ao Yuxiao and Hang Qiuyu completely. The two of them were looking grimmer by the moment. Fellow Taoists, do not worry. Here I come. Monk Ju-chun, who was initially standing by the sidelines watching, saw that the situation was not going too well. Wielding his golden bell in his left hand and his diamond staff in his right, he hollered and joined the battlefield fiercely. The 3 of them could practically be considered as the 3 strongest paragons among the Immortal and Buddhist sects. The 3 great paragons of the Immortal and Buddhist sects were ganging up on a single person. If word of this spread to the cultivation world, it would definitely cause an uproar. Ah! Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and his chest puffed massively. Letting out a long roar, his bloodline expanded and he slashed thrice in succession almost at the same time. Each slash carried forth a shuddering power shockwave. Bang! 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 The first slash struck the startling sword, forcing Hang Qiuyu back. The second slash struck the purple sword. The purple chi surrounding Ao Yuxiao was linked to it, and as such, it shook violently and most of it dissipated. The final slash struck the diamond staff, causing Monk Ju-chun to grunt dully. His expression changed starkly as he staggered in retreat repeatedly. Su Zimo was fearless against the combined attacks of the 3 great paragons. Instead, the power he emitted was even more terrifying and his aura was fiercer, as though it could suppress everything. The 3 of them were not the only ones shocked. Even all the paragons watching were stunned. How did Divine Phoenix Island create someone like that? If he was already in possession of such tremendous strength at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, who could stop him if they were all at the same level of 8 Meridian Foundation establishment? There was no wonder why Divine Phoenix Island dared to allow this man into the ancient battlefield. A successor as such was already showing signs of being unstoppable. If nothing went wrong, there was an extremely high chance that he would definitely receive the title of an emperor in the future. Before many paragons could finish that thought, Su Zimo's next statement caused a huge stir in everyone's hearts. After forcing the three great paragons back with 3 consecutive slashes, his aura was torrential and he swept his gaze across the paragons like lightning. Everyone who was here at the human emperor's palace were all the elites of the supersex and had great pride and ego. Even though Su Zimo was extremely strong and had ferocious methods, none of them would want to admit defeat against him before they fought with him. All the paragons were raring to give it a shot. Well, well, well. Nodding his head, Su Zimo's bloodline surged. His bones and tendons rang together as he declared loudly, "Let's save the trouble. All of you can come at me together. I'll deal with all of you at the same time. Deal with all of you at the same time. Deal with all of you at the same time." Su Zimo's voice was like a gigantic bell that rang through the universe, reverberating in everyone's minds for the longest time. The moment he said that, everyone present was shocked. What did that imply? It meant that he wanted to face all the paragons of the immortal and Buddhist sects single-handedly. His pride and guts were extremely rare across history and were comparable to that of an emperor's. Overlord Palace's Pang Yu said slowly, "He's not called Mad Blade for nothing. He's truly mad." Even Pang Yu could not help but acknowledge his inferiority at that moment. No matter the outcome of this battle, he wouldn't have dared to make that bold statement personally. He was not the only one. All of the paragons, Hang Chuyu and Ao Yuxiao included, would not dare make a claim as such. It was complete arrogance that looked down on the immortal and Buddhist sects. Steel is easily snapped if it's too rigid. Does this guy really think of himself as an emperor? Cloud Rain Sect's Shangguan Yu sneered. "Don't forget that you're just a foundation establishment cultivator. I don't believe that Mad Blade will be able to suppress all the paragons of the immortal and Buddhist sects single-handedly." "That's right." The Fiend Heir of Illusion Fiend Cult nodded in agreement. Hang Chuyu and the others definitely have trump cards up their sleeves still. If they fight till the end and piss off all the paragons, causing them to fight with all their might, that man is bound to die. On the battlefield, Snowdrift Valley's Ling Han was the first to step forward as she declared coldly with a frosty expression. "Since you looked down on Snowdrift Valley's secret skill earlier on, I'll come and take you on. If that's the case, I, Chun Yitzi of Chaos Essence Sect, wants to have a taste of Divine Phoenix Island's ultimate moves as well." Another paragon stood forth together with Hang Chuyu and the others. Right after, another paragon leaped forward onto the battlefield, saying in a low voice, "I'm from Zephyr Thunder Palace?" "Stop talking." Su Zimo raised his hand and interrupted impatiently before continuing indifferently. "If you want to fight, fight. I'm not interested in knowing more." "You!" Zephyr Thunder Palace's successor's face was black after being cut as he grit his teeth angrily. In the blink of an eye, Hang Choyu's group of 3, Snowdrift Valley's Ling Han, Chaos Essence Sect's Chun Yitzi, Zephyr Thunder Palace's successor, Clear Wind Temple's successor, Formless Monastery's successor, and Wisdom Monastery's successor arrived on the battlefield. The 9 paragons looked unfriendly as they moved slowly, surrounding Su Zimo in the middle. Demoness G was instantly panicked when she saw that. Looking at the fiend heirs around her, she asked with a frown, "Are you guys just going to stand by and watch? If Mad Blade loses, the successors of the Immortal and Buddhist sects are going to turn their attention to us, and we of the Fiend sects are still going to be disadvantaged." He asked for this. Cloud Rain sect's Shangguan Yu laughed. "Furthermore, who knows? Perhaps this fellow Taoist of Divine Phoenix Island might be able to take down all 9 paragons single-handedly, gaining fame after this single battle." Pang Yu and the others were calm, clearly. They had no intention of stepping in. There was naturally no way they would make a move before determining if the situation was in their favor. Zenith Sect's Bai Yu had a sinister expression. Suddenly, he said in an ambiguous manner, "If I step in, there's no guarantee whose side I'll be on." Because the battle had already started, Demoness G did not pay attention to the deeper meaning behind Bai Yu's words. "Since there's so much hype, count me in." Chuckling lightly with a faked composure, Demoness Ji chose to join the battlefield. Given her strength, the most she could do was hold off a single paragon to take some of the pressure off Su Zimo's shoulders. However, he still had to face 8 paragons all by himself. Snowdrift Valley's Ling Han furrowed her brows and broke out of the battle to hold off Demoness Ji. The two beauties brought their battle to a corner, fighting in a graceful and stunning manner. Although this was the first time they joined forces, the 8 paragons had a chemistry in their coordination. Sword Sect's Hang Choyu and Diamond Monastery's monk Zhu Chan joined hands to fight Su Zimo in melee combat. The other 6 paragons kept their distance from Su Zimo, making use of their spirit weapons and arts to summon a flurry of attacks as spirit light and sword chi streaked through and filled the skies. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo slashed twice in succession, colliding heavily against the startling sword and the diamond staff. Hang Choyu and monk Zhu Chan shuddered, retreating half a step back. However, Su Zimo made use of that rebound power to stomp on the ground before leaping backwards. His body was almost stuck to the ground as he evaded many spirit weapons and arts by a shave. Wuxia was calm when he saw Su Zimo approaching him. Riding on his flying sword, he retreated swiftly to keep his distance. Chaos Essence Sect's Chun Yizi's eyes flickered brightly. That person is at the realm of tsunami blood, and his physique and melee combat strength is terrifying. Everyone, there's no need to fight him head-on. As long as we keep our distance, we can definitely wear him out. The paragons present were long prepared and they supported one another. Coupled with the fact that there were 8 of them, there was naturally no way they would allow Su Zimo to close in. The moment Su Zimo charged towards one of them, the other 7 would attack to block his path forward. Hang Choyu and monk Zhu Chan were like cockroaches, chasing forward to embroil Su Zimo in battle. The spirit chi on the battlefield was already boiling long ago. The 8 paragons combined forces and their figures intertwined and shifted repeatedly, restricting Su Zimo to his position. Even so, the waves of attacks that were produced by the 8 of them were still unable to break through Su Zimo's defense. He was blocking everything with his saber. As time passed by, the 8 paragons felt increasingly alarmed and their killing intensified. All 8 of them professed internally that if they were in Su Zimo's position, they would not last more than 10 breaths against such attacks. Even if they could defend all the attacks, it would take too much of a toll on them. Even golden cores might not be able to endure through it. However, 15 minutes had already passed by now. Not only was the successor of Divine Phoenix Island feeling no fatigue, the battle intent in his eyes was intensifying and his gaze shone brighter. His entire aura was on a continuous rise. If this continued on, the outcome would be unpredictable. It was a shocking battle. On the battlefield, spirit light filled the skies and sword chi intertwined with the saber beam as spirit energy surged. With each collision, a blinding light would shoot forth and fill the 9 heavens with a deafening boom. There were still some cultivators who were more gutsy and remained to watch the battle beneath the human emperor's palace from afar. Because they were too far away, all of them could not make out the appearances of the paragons. However, they could still make out a mighty figure streaking through the battlefield against all odds. Although he was surrounded by 8 paragons, he was not nervous in the slightest bit. It did not matter how famous or bedazzling sword sects Hang Choyu and purple firmament sects Wuxia were prior to this. At this moment, in the face of Divine Phoenix Island's successor, they seemed so lackluster. That was a true paragon. Bang! 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 Clashing sounds echoed repeatedly from the battlefield. Despite the fact that he was fighting 1 against 8, Su Zimo was getting fiercer, and he was even showing signs of turning the tides as he shrouded all 8 paragons. With his immortality and demonic cultivation, coupled with the fact that he had cultivated to the legendary tsunami blood realm, he had a strong physique and terrifying stamina. He was confident that he could overwhelm any strong foes at the realm of Foundation establishment. He used his full strength with every strength, swinging widely like a supreme emperor that could sweep through the 9 heavens with an invincible might, looking down on everything. Even the sealers that were watching from outside the human emperor's palace were stunned, let alone the cultivators who were watching from afar. He was way too strong. Apart from Su Zimo's terrifying strength, His stamina was limitless like a bottomless pit. It was extremely frightening. To think that Divine Phoenix Island would have produced such an amazing monster with unparalleled potential. The sealers were expressionless as they exchanged glances. All of them could make out fleeting killing intents in the other's eyes. If this person was already producing such an invincible aura at such a young age, who could stop him in the future? They had to murder this talent. At that moment, all the sealers had the same thought. However, they were sealers after all, and the moment they attacked would be the moment they died. Unless they had no other choice, they wouldn't attack recklessly. On the battlefield, the 8 paragons were no longer as nimble as before. Monk Juchen had minor injuries to begin with. After clashing head-on with Su Zimo, he triggered his internal injuries once more and he looked terrible. There was even a faint blood stench when he panted. His internal organs were already shaken. Su Zimo was equally lively with a raring fighting intent. If the battle carried on as such, Monk Juchen's organs would be ruptured, and he would die before Su Zimo was even exhausted. The other paragons were starting to look pale and panted as well. Suddenly, Sword Sex Hang Chuyu shouted, "Fellow Taoists of the Fiend Sex, only one of us can obtain the human Emperor's palace's inheritance. Look at how strong this guy is. If you guys don't start attacking, by the time we fall, all of you from the Fiend Sex are going to be suppressed too." The cultivators who were watching from afar were stunned and shocked when they heard that. If the Fiend heirs were to take part in the fight, it would mean that the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects would be ganging up on a cultivator of the same cultivation realm. Even ancient emperors would not have been treated the same way. The few Fiend heirs had conflicting expressions. However, in their opinions, Hang Chuyu's words made sense as well. Once the paragons of the Immortal and Buddhist sects fall, the few of them won't be a match for that person. There was a high chance that he would be the one to obtain the human Emperor's palace's inheritance. Overlord Palace's Pang Yu loved to fight to begin with. Upon encountering someone as strong as Su Zimo, he was naturally raring to fight and wanted to join the battlefield. At that thought, the few Fiend heirs were tempted, but they were still hesitant. Among them, there was only a single person who made his decision. It was Bai Yu, the Fiend heir of Zenith sect. He had a feeling that the successor of Divine Phoenix Island definitely had something to do with the green-robed cultivator. Suddenly, a roar sounded from the battlefield. Raging tides. His words were accompanied by a deafening boom, as if a massive tide had crashed onto the shore in a terrifying manner. In the center of the battlefield, Su Zimo wielded his saber and spun a circle in midair. Massive tides seemed to form everywhere his saber sliced, surging towards the 8 paragons in a ferocious manner. Saber force. Against the combined attacks of 8 paragons from the Immortal and Buddhist sects, the unprecedented pressure had finally allowed Su Zimo to comprehend the raging tide stance of the Sea Calming Manual. Countercurrent was the toughest saber technique to target a single cultivator with. However, Raging Tides was suited for dealing with opponents in all directions. With that slash, Raging Tides were formed, roaring and threatening to drown everything, destroying the 8 desolates. At this point of the battle, Su Zimo burst forth with a massive counterattack and the Raging Tides rumbled, engulfing the 8 paragons into the series of saber forces. Instantly, all 8 paragons were on the brink of danger. That's enough. Suddenly, Hang Chuyu's cold voice that was filled with killing intent could be heard from the flurry of saber forces. "Break it!" Hollering, he slapped his storage bag and a silver circlet flew out, hovering in midair before bursting with a blinding radiance. 1, 2, 6 spirit patterns. It was a Khanate spirit weapon. The fact that a Khanate spirit weapon was given to a Foundation establishment cultivator was evident of how much Hang Chuyu was valued in Sword Sect. This was his final trump card. Initially, he had intended to keep it until the final fight for the human Emperor's palace's inheritance to suppress everyone. But given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to use it in advance. Purple Firmament Slash. Against Raging Tides, Ao Yuxiao could not hide any longer as well as he conjured a hand seal, releasing a secret skill of Purple Firmament Sect. Shrouded by purple chi, An extremely sharp purple sword was condensed in midair before slicing the incoming raging tides fiercely. Indestructible diamond. Monk Juchen's hands were shifting continuously as he conjured a hand seal of the Buddhist sects while chanting obscure scriptures. Instantly, his body seemed as though it was covered by a layer of saintly glow that illuminated brightly. Against the raging tides, Monk Juchen was calm like a Vajra of the Buddhist sections. His eyes were closed and he was unmoved even as the wave washed over him. The three of them were not the only ones. The other 5 paragons released their final trump cards one after another as well. Some of them brought out perfect-grade defensive spirit weapons, some of them crushed protection talismans with resplendent patterns, and others released ultimate secret skills of their sex. They were all proving their capabilities. Almost at the same time, Zenith Sex Bayu's figure flashed as he wielded a spirit saber and charged towards Su Zimo's back with a torrential killing intent. "Bayu, you!" Demoness Ji exclaimed when she saw that, wanting to strike and force back Bayu. However, Snowdrift Valley's Ling Han's flying sword was moving swifter and swifter, restricting Demoness Ji to the spot such that she was unable to break free. The situation on the battlefield was shifting rapidly, and Su Zimo's raging tides expanded widely, looking as though it was about to defeat the 8 paragons soon. Yet, all 8 of them released their trump cards unexpectedly and withstood raging tides head-on. Furthermore, Hang Qiuyu and Ao Yuxiao managed to counterattack, and a connate spirit weapon was even brought out. Between the saber and sword flashes, an imperceptible figure appeared without warning like a ghost, creeping towards Su Zimo. There was a faint killing intent that appeared. Zenith Sex Bayu? When he saw Bayu charging over from the sides, Su Zimo already realized that his identity was being suspected. At that thought, Su Zimo's killing intent rose massively as well. All of a sudden, an unprecedented sense of danger surged into his heart. Su Zimo's hairs stood on end and his scalp prickled. The feeling of danger did not come from Hang Qiuyu, Ao Yuxiao, any of the 8 paragons, or Zenith Sex Bayu who was charging towards him from behind. It was someone else. It was someone that Su Zimo could not see with his eyes. However, his keen spirit perception gained from cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness informed him that an extremely scary cultivator was hidden in a corner, waiting to deal him a fatal blow. The attacker's angle could be considered as perfect as it was in Su Zimo's blind spot. The timing of the attack was also perfect without any flaws at all. At that moment, Su Zimo had just released raging tides and was in the weakest state as he was recovering from the momentum of his action. Furthermore, the 8 paragons had just released their trump cards and Hang Qiuyu and Ao Yuxiao were counterattacking. A connate spirit weapon was even brought out. Coupled with the fact that Bayu was arriving from the back, Su Zimo was already cornered by enemies on all fronts. Given those circumstances, the unknown cultivator's attack was a complete deadlock for Su Zimo, such that it would be difficult even for deities to save him. Suddenly, a vague, blurry figure flashed through Su Zimo's mind. It wasn't because his memory was bad. Instead, nobody had seen that person's appearance before. It was the 1,000-faced assassin of Hidden Death Sect. Prior to this, that killer from the Fiend Sects had not made his appearance. Now that he attacked, he was aiming for Su Zimo's life. "It's him." A few sealers close to the human emperor's palace narrowed their gazes and exclaimed. One of the sealers shook his head. "It's over. That lad's a dead man now." Everyone nodded in agreement. To them, there was no way Su Zimo would be able to reverse this deadly situation given his abilities. What a pity. Even a paragon as such has to die at the human emperor's palace. There's nothing to be pitied about. Throughout history, there have been countless paragons who suffered early deaths. He's merely one of them. Suddenly, the tides changed on the battlefield. The 8 paragons released their skills respectively, and 6 of them defended against raging tides while Hang Qiuyu and Ao Yuxiao counterattacked. A purple beam tore through the layers of tides and slashed towards Su Zimo. With a calm expression, Su Zimo spun his saber and slashed forward, intending to make use of his power of bloodline to fight Purple Firmament Sect's secret skill head-on. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, a silver circlet tore through the air and buzzed while quivering. 6 blinding spirit lights shone like a blazing sun, emitting a terrifying aura. Clang! The silver circlet collided against the saber. Su Zimo shuddered. With a creak, cracks started appearing on the blade and it exploded. Destroyed. A supreme-grade spirit weapon was destroyed just like that. That was how terrifying Khanate spirit weapons were. After circling in midair, the silver circlet reversed towards Su Zimo again. At the same time, Ao Yuxiao's purple firmament slash descended. Arriving at the back, Bayu's zenith saber slashed out at a sinister angle with a nauseating blood stench. The sounds of ghosts howling could be heard vaguely. Saber force. After losing to Su Zimo the previous time round, Bayu managed a breakthrough as well and comprehended a saber force of the zenith saber. 3 ultimate killing moves descended at the same time. At the exact moment, an imperceptible figure appeared, wielding a long, slender sword that was as thin as cicada wings. The person's appearance was ordinary and his eyes were listless like a dead fish. The killing intent that he possessed was completely innate, but his sword was aimed at the back of Su Zimo's head and was almost instantaneous. The destruction of the spirit saber made the situation even worse. Su Zimo was barehanded and had nowhere to retreat now. Upon seeing that, Snowdrift Valley's Ling Han and Demoness Ji stopped in their tracks instinctively. Ah! Blood drained from Demoness Ji's face as she exclaimed. A deafening sound rang in her mind and it went blank, as if someone had gripped her heart and stopped it from beating. All of a sudden, battle! A holler that sounded like thunder booming tore through metal and stone while quaking one's mind. In reality, that was Su Zimo's thunderclap kill. However, in order to hide his identity, he changed the word from kill to battle without diminishing its strength. Even the cultivators who were watching from afar were so shocked that they shuddered in fear. They could not imagine how the 4 paragons closest to Su Zimo in the center of the battlefield were going to endure that terrifying blow. The 4 of them winced in pain at the same time. Be it the purple firmament slash, Hang Choyu's Khanate spirit weapon, Bayu's zenith saber or the thousand-faced assassin's slender sword, everything paused for a brief moment. That momentary pause was Su Zimo's chance. Crackle! Leaping upwards, his tendons and bones sounded at the same time and his entire body crumpled into a ball. The burly man that was initially 2 meters tall turned into a meatball the size of an infant right in front of everyone. While his methods may seem ordinary if they were performed by an ancient mighty figure or patriarch, the fact that a Foundation establishment cultivator was doing it was unbelievable. His move, coupled with the burst of thunderclap kill, caused the attacks of the 4 paragons to miss. Not only that, Hang Choyu's Khanate spirit weapon was even repelled towards Bayu. Ao Yuxiao's purple firmament slash landed in front of the thousand-faced assassin. Clang! Bayu shuddered and blood oozed from the corner of his lips. The power of a Khanate spirit weapon was not something that everyone could withstand. The thousand-faced assassin managed to retract his sword in time and made a decisive move to retreat swiftly after blocking the purple firmament slash by making use of its momentum. After missing his attack, he fled 1,000 miles away. Swoosh! A shuddering aura suddenly burst forth from within Su Zimo's body. It was as though a seal was undone, releasing a frightening fiend celestial. Roar! Groar! Screech! A series of strange sounds echoed from within Su Zimo's body. There was a dragon's roar, a tiger's howl, a horse's neigh, a phoenix's cry. Scarlet demonic chi burst forth and covered the skies. The infant-sized meatball disappeared, and in its place was a mighty figure that could faintly be seen as it was shrouded in thick demonic chi. A pair of ink-black eyes shone forth with a frightening shimmer. It was cold, sinister, and filled with endless killing intent. Pest! The paragons, sealers, and cultivators watching from afar were shocked and gasped. Hang Choyu and the other 3 shuddered. In that instant, they had an illusion that the human before them, who was surrounded by demonic chi, seemed like he was about to devour them alive. You guys really think that you can kill me with your skills? In that endless scarlet demonic chi, Su Zimo's voice sounded, sending chills down everyone's spine, as though he came from the primordial era where thousands of races stood mightily amidst torrential blood chi. Invoking his blood qi, Su Zimo took on his demon form, causing his strength and speed to explode. "You're still trying to escape?" Suddenly, Su Zimo's voice sounded in the thousand-faced assassin's ears. It was sinister and right beside him. As if a figure was shifting in front of him, the thousand-faced assassin paused in his tracks hurriedly. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had already arrived before him with an imposing aura, blocking his escape path. It was too fast. Even with the thousand-faced assassin's calm personality, at that moment, he felt a series of chills. His expression changed slightly and his dead fish eyes flickered with a hint of panic. A mighty and tall figure stood up slowly from the ground, surrounded by rumbling demonic qi. The illusion of a malefic ancient demon was formed, baring its teeth and claws in a menacing, lifelike manner. It was as though countless stars were revolving around a moon, shrouding the gigantic ancient demon in the center. Su Zimo's eyes were deep and pitch-black as he looked down at the thousand-faced assassin. It was a cold, taunting gaze. It was the same way an emperor was looking at an ant that was struggling to escape. Pest! Instantly, the thousand-faced assassin's heart skipped a beat and he felt chills run down his spine. The next moment, Su Zimo suddenly reached out with his gigantic palm that covered the skies, grabbing at the thousand-faced assassin's head with a torrential aura. The thousand-faced assassin was extremely swift to react, and he raised his sword while crushing a protection talisman at the same time. The blade of his sword quivered like a snake, emitting a sinister and chilling aura. To him, no matter what, Su Zimo was fighting barehanded after all. There was no way a person's body could defend against the sharpness of a spirit weapon. All of a sudden, the thousand-faced assassin's pupils constricted. From the massive palm that was shrouded over his head, dagger-like fingernails suddenly shot out from its fingers, shimmering coldly like swords and sabers. Those fingernails looked like the claws of an ancient demon that were indestructible. In the blink of an eye, 5 fingernails struck the thousand-faced assassin's thin sword. Buzz! As though it was coiled by a venomous viper, the thousand-faced assassin's sword struggled repeatedly, but it could not break free and could only buzz and tremble. With a snap, the sword shattered. There was a commotion. A supreme-grade spirit weapon was crushed by Su Zimo's bare hands, turning into dim shards that scattered onto the ground near to the thousand-faced assassin's feet. The next moment, the thousand-faced assassin's vision darkened and he lost consciousness. His protection talisman was as fragile as tofu against Su Zimo's hand. The 5 fingernails pierced the barrier produced by the protection talisman instantly and landed on the thousand-faced assassin's head with a dull sound. By the time Su Zimo retracted his hand, there were 5 bloodied holes on the thousand-faced assassin's head, oozing out with a white, gooey liquid. The thousand-faced assassin's dead fish eyes no longer lit up as he collapsed while standing upright. His life snapped away. The fiend heir of hidden death sect was killed right beneath the human emperor's palace. Everything went silent. Paragon had just died. It did not matter how strong or how glorious the thousand-faced assassin was prior to this. At this moment, he was no different from one of the lifeless corpses under the human emperor's palace. The heavens are often jealous of those who are talented. Since they were the objects of jealousy, they would often encounter ordeals unimaginable by the ordinary cultivator. At the end of the day, talents that fall are eventually forgotten by the masses. Not every sect among the major factions of Tianhuang mainland sent in sealers. Poison sect, the Fiend sect's Pure Maiden sect, and Hidden Death sect did not send in sealers. To Hidden Death sect, the thousand-faced assassin would definitely be able to roam freely and undefeated across the ancient battlefield. Even if he failed in his assassinations, he could flee far away. Throughout history, there had been fiend heirs of Hidden Death sect who have failed in the ancient battlefield, but there was never one that was killed. Right now, there was no sealer from Hidden Death sect to take revenge for the death of the thousand-faced assassin. Su Zimo did not stop after killing the thousand-faced assassin. Taking huge strides, he arrived before Zenith Sect's Bai Yu in the blink of an eye and smiled sinisterly with a cruel glint. This is bad. He wants to silence me. Bai Yu was scared out of his wits as his blood flowed so quickly that his heart almost exploded. When Su Zimo shrank into a meatball earlier to avoid the 4 killing moves, Bayu's questions were all answered. If one could shrink to that state, wouldn't it be extremely easy for this person to change his figure and alter his appearance? Despite the fact that he was faced with 8 other paragons, this person ignored them and rushed right in front of him. Bayu was even more certain now that this was the green-robed cultivator. As the fiend heir of Zenith sect, Bayu was able to compose himself instantly and swung his zenith saber, slashing towards the incoming Su Zimo while yelling, "You are... battle!" Before Bayu could complete his sentence, Su Zimo roared. The distance between them was too close. Bayu shuddered violently and he swallowed his words back from the shock. He lost his hearing and blood oozed out from his ears. The pain was so bad that his features were all contorted. Using his palm like a cleaver, Su Zimo chopped down on the wrist that Bayu was wielding his saber with. Snap! The sound of bones cracking rang out and his wrist was snapped. Sneering, Su Zimo closed in and reached out, grabbing Bayu by the throat and lifting the latter up. Wringing his arm, he gripped Bayu's throat violently and shook. Crackle! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Bayu's skeleton was shaken out of position by Su Zimo. Even if he had immense strength, he wouldn't be able to use a single bit at this moment. Bayu's entire body was flaying limply as Su Zimo lifted him up, because he was choked by the throat. His entire face was bloated and purplish such that he couldn't speak at all. "How dare you? Stop! Don't!" The first statement came from a blood-robed old man who was watching from afar. He was Zenith Sect's sealer. The second statement came from the few fiend heirs. The third statement came from Demoness G. Zenith Sect's sealer is already rushing over. If you kill him, the sealer will definitely attack you using his strength as a golden core. Don't be reckless. Demoness G tried persuading anxiously. Su Zimo said nothing and merely shook his head. Notwithstanding the fact that Bayu attacked him multiple times, the fact that Bayu knew his identity meant that Su Zimo could not let this guy survive. Demoness G's heart sank in dread. "Junior, if you dare kill him, I'll make sure you are buried with him." Not far away, the blood-robed old man sped over while yelling. His killing intent was surging, as though a hurricane of blood was forming. Su Zimo was unmoved despite hearing that as he merely looked at the old man coldly. On the other side, Overlord Palace's Pang Yu shouted grimly, "Mad Blade, let him go. Otherwise, you will be going against the fiend sects and will be forcing us to attack." Ha 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 ha. When he heard that, Su Zimo looked up into the skies and roared in laughter. Looking at everyone with a condescending manner, he hollered, "The fiend sects are allowed to attack me, but I'm not allowed to kill in return? Do you really think that makes sense?" The fiend heirs went silent. To begin with, you guys wanted to join forces with the Immortal and Buddhist sects. But now, you're just forcefully looking for an excuse. Su Zimo sneered. How hypocritical. Pang Yu's eyes flickered clearly. Su Zimo was spot on. If not for the fact that it was the human emperor's palace that was before them, given the pride of the fiend sects, they would definitely not join forces with the Immortal and Buddhist sections. However, that was the inheritance of the human emperor. How could anyone in the world not be tempted? The combat strength that Su Zimo displayed was way too terrifying, and they had no other choice but to join forces to take him down. At that moment, Su Zimo's cold voice sounded as he said everything word by word. "Since that's the case, I'll give you guys a reason to attack." Snap! Exerting force in his palm, Su Zimo crushed Bayu's throat instantly. The fiend heir of Zenith sect was dead. Bayu's death caused the vicinity of the human emperor's palace to descend into a grim silence. The cultivators who were watching afar were shocked as they looked at everything in disbelief. He was way too savage. That man did not even care about the threat of a sealer. Even though he had already offended the Immortal and Buddhist sects, the successor of Divine Phoenix Island was still brazen and decisive in his kills, taking down 2 fiend heirs with utter dominance. When he said that he was going to give them a reason to attack, it meant that he did not fear the combined attacks of all the paragons from the Immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects. Emperors were the strongest existences in Tianhuang mainland and had extraordinary bearings. Every single cultivator that was present right now, including the sealers, did not have the chance to come across an emperor before. However, at this moment, the same thought flashed through everyone's minds. Back when the emperors were at Foundation Establishment Realm, this should be how they were like. It's over. Her heart sank. With Bai Yu's death, there was now no way back, and Su Zimo was about to face an enraged sealer. Although he was close to the end of his life, he was still a golden core after all. The many paragons of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects looked at Su Zimo as though they were looking at a dead man. Their gazes were filled with mockery and pity. There was no longer a need for them to make a move. Zenith Sect's sealer, who had just entered the battlefield, was more than enough to kill Su Zimo. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he looked at the incoming blood-robed old man. The scarlet demonic chi that was surrounding him did not diminish, and his eyes shone fiercely. "I don't care what you are." The blood-robed old man glared at Su Zimo with a heavy killing intent as his aura climbed. "I'm going to kill you right now." Before he was finished with his statement, a saber appeared in the blood-robed old man's hand. Swash! Although it was only a supreme-grade spirit weapon, coupled with the strength of a golden core, a torrential saber beam filled with blood chi arrived before Su Zimo instantly. Ow! The sounds of ghosts wailing could be heard. It was as though a chilling mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had appeared right in front of Su Zimo. The next moment, to everyone's shock, Su Zimo actually took a step forward. Gripping his right fist, he punched fiercely towards the incoming saber. He truly doesn't know his limits. There's no choice. There's no time for him to retreat anyways. He might as well meet the attack and die a slightly more dignified death. The paragons sneered. Demoness G turned her head away, as though she could not bear to continue watching. Boom! The fist and saber collided, letting out a resounding bang. Everyone was rooted on the spot as they looked at what happened in absolute disbelief. The bloody scene that everyone imagined did not play out. Su Zimo's right fist was not cut into two after meeting with the slash. After a short pause, Su Zimo let out a dull grunt and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying and landed on the ground far away, standing motionlessly as the scarlet demonic chi around his dissipated gradually. At the same time, a few ghastly cracks appeared behind the blood-robed old man. It was as though the void was being ripped apart as a chilling wind gusted. The dimensional tear. The blood-robed old man's eyes dimmed. That was the fate of a sealer. Since they broke the rules of the ancient battlefield, they had to be punished. However, he had no regrets since he was able to kill Su Zimo. Although Su Zimo managed to defend against the sharpness of the spirit saber, the blood-robed old man believed that there was no way a 7-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator could withstand the strength of a golden core. Powerful suction power arrived. The blood-robed old man was pulled into the dimensional tear uncontrollably, and blood scars appeared on his face. He was about to be shredded by the dimension. All of a sudden, Su Zimo, who was initially sprawled on the ground, moved, coughed, and rose. He was not dead? The blood-robed old man was agitated, and his eyes were filled with indignance. His mouth was open, as though he wanted to say something. The next moment, with a bang, he vanished entirely, turning into a mist of blood with no corpse left. A moment later, the tears in the void closed gradually. Divine Phoenix Island's Mad Blade is truly frightening. Even the full attack of a sealer couldn't kill him. I think he's not far from death anyways. I reckon that his organs should be ruptured and he shouldn't have long to live. How did he manage to defend against that attack barehanded? I'm not sure. If Su Zimo was using any defensive spirit weapon, his palm would have shone with the light of its spirit patterns. However, when both parties clashed, everyone saw that Su Zimo was barehanded. The reason why he could defend against the golden core saber was due to his blood-bone palm. If he had received the attack with his left hand, Su Zimo's left arm would be crippled after the slash. However, although the blood-bone palm could defend against the sharpness of the spirit weapon, it could not block out the power of a golden core completely. That sort of power was annihilating for a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, Su Zimo's physique was way too strong and his regeneration capabilities were shocking. He had a body that was even more terrifying than pure-blooded, ferocious beasts. Although his organs were shaken and he spat out a mouthful of blood, Su Zimo's injuries were already mostly recovered within a couple of breaths. A mere sealer was not enough to injure Sealer's foundation. The sound of footsteps rustled as multiple figures grouped up around Su Zimo once more. This time round, other than the 8 paragons of the Immortal and Buddhist sects, even the remaining 3 fiend heirs of the fiend sects had closed in. All of them glared at Su Zimo coldly, whipping out their weapons with killing intents on their faces. Apart from Demonist G, all the paragons were prepared to join forces to kill Su Zimo. They wanted to take his life while he was at his weakest. However, all the paragons were wrong about one thing. Su Zimo was not as severely injured as they had imagined. That minor injury was almost negligible for him. Furthermore, the attack of the sealer coupled with the alliance of the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects had thoroughly invoked Su Zimo's feral instinct. There was no such thing as fairness in the cultivation world. The paragons of the major sects had formed an alliance and many of them had sealers of their sects backing them. However, Su Zimo was alone without any help or sealer to protect him. Yet, the more that was the case, the more he wanted to fight. He believed that what Dai Yu imparted him was not inferior to the secret skills of the Immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects. He believed that even if the paragons joined forces, they wouldn't be able to take him down. He believed that even without the backing of a major sect, he could break through everything and reach the peak. Fu. Su Zimo laughed and surveyed his surroundings with a torrential battle intent. His eyes were filled with a demonic glint as he said slowly, Well, since you guys want to join forces, I'll have to suppress all of you. Rubbish. Sword Sex Hang Choyu sneered. Mad Blade. There's no need for you to put on a front. I don't believe you still have the strength to fight after receiving the full attack of a sealer. Cloud Rain Sex Shangguan Yu opened his folding fan and said sinisterly, Mad Blade, you're a demon. Even if the Immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects join hands, we're working together to take down a variant race and exact justice for the heavens. That's right. Ao Wuxia said grimly. Since we're not of the same race, you definitely harbor evil intents. A beast like you is something that's ought to be killed. Hee. I'm a beast and you want to kill me? Su Zimo's blood chi gathered and exploded, causing scarlet demonic chi to surge into the air. He glared coldly at Ao Wuxia before smirking and barking icily. I'll kill you first, variant race. Exacting justice for the heavens? Those were nothing but excuses. Even if Su Zimo did not take on his demon form, the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects would have formed an alliance still and killed him. Who wouldn't be tempted with the inheritance of the human emperor right before them? There was no such thing as fairness and justice in the cultivation world. It was way too common to see people killing others to steal their treasures. This was a cruel world that abides by the laws of the jungle. Similar to Tsonglang mountain range, it was the survival of the fittest. The hands of every cultivator were tainted with endless blood. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the more corpses would be stacked beneath their feet. Boom! Su Zimo stomped on the ground and let out a deafening bang. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot and sprinted towards Ao Wuxia. It was too fast. A series of afterimages were formed in the void. Ao Wuxiao's expression changed starkly. Before he could react, a malefic aura that was suffocating had already reached him. A mighty figure arrived before him, shrouded with scarlet demonic chi. Those eyes were blindingly bright and shone with a demonic glint filled with killing intent. The purple chi that surrounded Ao Wuxia was corroded by the thick demonic chi, melting swiftly like the way snow reacted to the scorching sun. Condense! Realizing that it was too late to dodge, Ao Wuxia roared and crushed his protection talisman while conjuring a hand seal, causing the spirit chi in the air to boil. Spirit chi and his purple chi intertwined, condensing into a long sword with surging purple chi in front of Ao Wuxia. It revealed its sharp edge and shot towards Su Zimo. Break it! Closing in, Su Zimo yelled and swung his arm. His fist was filled with green veins and his flesh flooded with blood, expanding swiftly as it descended like a gigantic seal. Boom! The gigantic seal collided against the purple sword and let out a resounding bang that was deafening. The purple sword was shattered by a single punch from Su Zimo. Wuxia shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backwards, before he could catch his breath. His vision turned black and that fist-turned seal crushed down once more with endless ferocity. The second punch had arrived. Snap! The protection talisman was like paper against Su Zimo's demon form, shattering instantly against the punch. Poof! Immediately after, the punch descended and pummeled down on Wuxiao's head, smashing it. The paragon of Purple Firmament sect was dead. The sealers that were watching from the outer perimeter of the human emperor's palace were stunned, let alone the cultivators watching from afar. That was an 8-Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. He could not last 3 moves against the successor of Divine Phoenix Island and was killed in 2 punches. Furthermore, prior to that, that person was just dealt a full blow by a sealer and was severely injured. How did he manage to produce such terrifying strength still? Snap! A thunderbolt descended onto Su Zimo's head. The eyes of Zephyr Thunder Palace's successor lit up as he roared in laughter. Ha ha! You won't last long now that you're struck by Zephyr Thunder Palace's secret skill. Normally speaking, the power of thunder was the most effective in countering demons and evil beings. It was just a pity that Su Zimo's bloodline possessed the power of thunder as well. When Zephyr Thunder Palace's secret skill surged into Su Zimo's body, it was devoured by his bloodline and his blood chi even rose because of that. Swash! Before Zephyr Thunder Palace's successor could finish laughing, Su Zimo's figure flashed and he arrived before the former almost instantly. That person was scared out of his wits and was frightfully pale. Even if one wasn't severely injured after being struck by Zephyr Thunder Palace's secret skill, they should be paralyzed by the effect of thunder. He had never come across someone like Su Zimo who was still so vigorous after being struck by thunder. He was completely unaffected. Fellow Taoists, save me! That person shrieked and swiftly withdrew a mirror from his storage bag. Injecting spirit energy into it, it expanded instantly and he held the mirror that was surging and crackling with lightning in front of him. Boom! Su Zimo punched the mirror. Crack! 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 Instantly, the lightning dissipated as cracks formed on the mirror. The person's arms were completely snapped and he was sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing around the perimeter of the human emperor's palace. Blood flowed out continuously from his mouth and he had already fainted. Just as Su Zimo was about to close in and kill that person, the other paragons arrived. Snowdrift Valley's secret skill, Chaos Essence Sect's flying sword, Monk Ju Chen's diamond staff, Hang Choyu's startling sword, spirit arts filled the skies, sword chi streaked everywhere and resplendent talismans that were bedazzling all flew towards Su Zimo like a flurry of raindrops, almost engulfing him. Given the circumstances, Su Zimo was still composed and his eyes shone with a deep glint. Relying on his incredible spirit perception, Su Zimo maneuvered the flurry of intense attacks swiftly with nimble movement techniques. In order to evade attacks, Su Zimo's body would contort to weird degrees from time to time. It was far beyond what the paragons knew. In a flash, Su Zimo charged in front of Clear Wind Temple's successor and punched through the latter's chest. The successor of Clear Wind Temple was dead. The moment these paragons were closed in by Su Zimo, they could not withstand a single blow. After taking on his demon form, the burst of speed and power from Su Zimo was way too terrifying and he was able to sweep through any strong foes of the Foundation establishment realm. Secret skill, Illusory Fiend. Illusion Fiend Cult's heir shouted softly and extended his palm, shifting his fingers in front of Su Zimo's eyes. They moved mysteriously in a rhythm, playing out images that seemed illusory. The secret skill of Illusion Fiend Cult could bring out the evil thoughts within a cultivator's mind, causing them to form mental fiends that they cannot escape from before eventually turning into fiends themselves. However, it was a pity that Su Zimo's gaze was like a knife and his mind was resolute. He couldn't be tempted at all. In his eyes, The methods of the illusion fiend cult's heir were akin to child's play that were worthless. What nonsense secret skill is that? What an embarrassment! Buckling his knees, Su Zimo broke through all the illusions and smashed right into the illusion fiend cult's heir's chest. The illusion fiend cult's heir's body exploded into different parts in midair, dropping down as bloodied flesh and filling the air with a blood scent. Die! Pang Yu wielded his iron spear and burst forth with his power of bloodline. Spirit energy surged in his 8 spirit meridians, and his power was at its limits as he pierced towards Su Zimo's head. Get lost! Hollering loudly, Su Zimo suddenly spun around and retaliated with a punch. His right hand that contained the blood-bone palm collided against the black iron spear like an indestructible force. Pang Yu could sense a massive amount of power surging over through his spear that was impossible to defend against. There was a momentary pause. Instantly, blood drained from Pang Yu's face as he yelled in pain. His palm split open with blood gushing out, and his black iron spear was sent flying with Su Zimo's punch. The spear shot towards Cloud Rain Sec's Shangguan Yu, who was charging over. Shangguan Yu opened his folding fan, and his expression changed the moment it made contact with the spear. Instantly, he twisted his body, trying to avoid the incoming spear. Although the spear was merely flying due to Su Zimo's punch, the power that it possessed was still something that Shangguan Yu could not withstand. Poof! Although he managed to avoid fatal damage, his shoulder was still pierced by the spear, revealing a hole the size of a fist with the bones surrounding that area smashed into bits. Pang Yu's arms were shaking uncontrollably and fell limply to both sides. With his aura completely gone, he fled while muttering with a quivering voice, "Invincible! He's invincible!" Even the most battle-hungry and untamed fiend heir of Overlord Palace had to bow down in the face of Su Zimo. Invincible! All the cultivators watching from afar had disbelief in their eyes, and their mouths were agape for the longest time. With an invincible might, this man was single-handedly suppressing the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects. His grandeur was probably comparable to the ancient emperors. The sealers were enraged as they moved one after another, closing in towards the human emperor's palace. Their expressions were livid and their auras rose endlessly. Everyone had miscalculated the situation. None of them had expected that he could still produce such terrifying combat strength despite being struck by a full-powered attack from Zenith Sec's sealer. Although the battle against the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects sounded slow upon narration, everything happened within 10 breaths. By the time they reacted, some paragons had already died on the spot, and a good half of them were severely injured. The losses were massive, and it was too late for regrets. On the battlefield, a sword struck in a startling manner, emitting a chilling killing intent at an extremely fast speed that was almost instantaneous. Su Zimo had just punched Pang Yu with his right hand and was unable to retract it in time. As such, he could only grab the incoming sword with his left hand. Hang Qiuyu had long noticed that there was something odd about Su Zimo's right hand. It was indestructible and could even defend against perfect spirit weapons and the full-powered attack of a sealer. Earlier on, when Su Zimo used his right hand to repel Pang Yu's massive spear, it was further confirmation of Hang Qiuyu's theory. That was the reason why he waited till this moment to strike from the left-hand side. He wanted to avoid Su Zimo's right hand. The startling sword was a perfect-grade spirit weapon. Hang Qiuyu refused to believe that the body of a Foundation establishment cultivator could defend against the edge of a perfect spirit weapon. Even the body of a pure-blooded ferocious beast could not reach such a level. However, there was no way he could have known that even pure-blooded ferocious beasts had to shy away from Su Zimo in his demon form. When he saw Su Zimo reaching out with his left hand, Hang Qiuyu's eyes flashed with a maniacal glint as he declared coldly, "Your left hand is mine." "Heh!" Su Zimo sneered. He gripped the startling sword with his left palm directly, and the sword let out a sinisterly cold aura. Instantly, sword chi burst forth and 5 spirit patterns shone endlessly. Buzz! Buzz! Sword chi streaked all around and flashes of blood appeared. A series of cuts appeared on Su Zimo's left hand. However, with the surge of his demonic chi, The cuts showed signs of recovery the moment they appeared. Upon seeing that, Hang Chuyu's pupils constricted. What strong regeneration capabilities! The next moment, he discovered something even more frightening. After his startling sword was gripped by Su Zimo's hand, not only did it fail to slice his hand apart, it was even being restricted with its speed slowing down. Finally, it came to a complete halt an inch away from Su Zimo's head. Hang Chuyu channeled his bloodline and his eyes were bloodshot as he circulated spirit energy fanatically. In fact, his dantian was already throbbing in slight pain and his arms were trembling. He was clearly at the limits of his power. As long as he could move an inch more, he could pierce Su Zimo's head. However, the startling sword refused to budge in Su Zimo's palm. Hang Chuyu could clearly see that his startling sword had managed to cut Su Zimo's palm and blood was flowing everywhere. In fact, he could even sense the sluggish motion caused by the blade of the sword digging into Su Zimo's flesh and bone. However, all his effort was wasted because of that inch of difference. As the scarlet demonic chi surged, the sword chi around the blade was no longer as intense and sharp as before as it was slowly restricted and swallowed up. Su Zimo's blood spilled onto the startling sword. The spirit light on the sword gradually dimmed, as though it was being corroded by some sort of power. Pest! Hang Choyu's eyes were filled with fright when he saw the blood on his startling sword. Nobody could understand the fear he felt at that moment. What sort of bloodline did this man possess such that he was even able to suppress the spirit light of a perfect spirit weapon? What did everything before him imply? It meant that if a perfect spirit weapon was soaked in the man's blood, it would be destroyed before long. There were countless legends in the cultivation world. In the ancient manuals of Sword Sect, there was a statement recorded that a single drop of blood from an immortal was more than enough to crush mountains, tunnel through the voids and kill ancient mighty figures. Naturally, Hang Chuyu thought nothing of those legends. Even if they were immortals, could their bloodline possess such terrifying and exaggerated power? At this very moment, Hang Chuyu realized that a person's bloodline could truly be cultivated to that level. The person before him was merely at foundation establishment realm and yet, his bloodline was already this powerful. If he were to truly become a mighty figure, patriarch or the immortals of the legends, a single drop of his blood would truly be enough to destroy a group of living beings. Right now, the startling sword was not even in Hang Chuyu's control, let alone capable of crippling that man's palm. After it was tainted by Su Zimo's blood, Hang Chuyu could clearly sense that the connection between him and the startling sword was getting fainter and was at the threat of severing at any moment. Amitba! Monk Ju-chun wielded his diamond staff and shone with a golden luster. His eyes burned like a torch and he had already arrived, exuding an inviolable might. Demon! I'm here to purify you. You're not qualified. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as his right hand that was now free turned into a fist once more and welcomed the incoming diamond staff fiercely. Bang! Shaking violently, Monk Ju-chen's palm was split open and his diamond staff was sent flying. Gripping the startling sword with his left hand, Su Zimo took a huge stride with his right leg and leaned in. Before Monk Ju-chan could react, a figure slammed over towards his chest, leaning into him. Ugh! Monk Ju-chen's eyes widened. A terrifying power surged into his body through the other party and instantly, Monk Ju-chen's mind went blank and he was knocked flying. Bang! Landing heavily on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his gaze dimmed. His protection talisman and the golden barrier that he created through the Diamond Sutra were all shattered as well. A series of cuts appeared densely on his face in a frightening manner. His flesh was ruptured. He didn't die? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. After he took on his demon form and his strength increased exponentially, that lean-in should have been enough to kill 10 Monk Ju-chens. Shifting his gaze, Su Zimo caught sight of the golden kasaya worn by Monk Ju-chan, and he understood instantly. That golden kasaya must have been an extremely strong defensive spirit weapon. Otherwise, even his indestructible diamond body would have been smashed into a blood mist. Struggling to stand up, there was no aura left around Monk Ju-chan, as he staggered to escape like a pathetic dog. Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo roared in laughter and eyed the wretched back view of Monk Ju Chun escaping while yelling, "You want to purify me with those skills? Go back and cultivate for another 10 years first." When he heard that, Monk Ju Chen's legs buckled and he nearly fell over. As the successor of Diamond Monastery and a paragon of the Buddhist sects, he had never endured such humiliation before. Filled with indignation and utterly humiliated, Monk Ju Chun was so pent up and upset that he spat out yet another mouthful of blood. Ugh! His chest was much relieved after he spat out that mouthful of blood, and he lamented deeply. That man is probably invincible among the Foundation establishment realm. At that moment, everyone realized that after this battle, as long as the successor of Divine Phoenix Island survives, he would be the number one beneath the Golden Core realm. The battle was not over yet. While Su Zimo sent Monk Ju Chun flying, he was still gripping the startling sword with his left hand and contending against Hang Qiuyu. The remaining 4 paragons attacked at the same time. Snowdrift Valley's Ling Han burst forth with her secret skill. Chaos Essence Sect's Chun Yitzi sent his flying sword forward from a distance, not daring to close in. Wisdom Monastery's successor tapped his feet on the ground and closed in, conjuring a series of afterimages with both hands as he released an ultimate secret skill, Wisdom Palm Strike. Wisdom Palm Strike possessed the power to strike an object through a medium. If it landed on one's body, although no injuries would appear on the surface, the person's organs would be ruptured. It was extremely powerful. Even Monk Ju Chun, who cultivated the Diamond Sutra, did not dare to take on Wisdom Palm Strike head-on. Flinging around like a chopper, the palm's shadows were chaotic and it was difficult to identify the real one. Go! Formless Monastery's successor took out a copper alms bowl from his storage bag and injected spirit energy into it. It shone with a bedazzling golden light that was saintly and flawless. The copper alms bowl tilted down and a divine light flowed down towards Su Zimo's head with chanting of scriptures by the successor. The 4 paragons attacked at the same time, but Su Zimo only had his right hand available. Chaos Essence Sect's Chun Yitzi's flying sword was the first to arrive, and Su Zimo grabbed it with his right hand without hesitating. Frost Seal. The voice was icy cold as the surrounding temperature dipped. Su Zimo started freezing up from head to toe. Even the scarlet demonic chi that was surrounding him was freezing with a layer of frost. The frost sealed both spirit energy and blood chi. At the same time, the copper alms bowl arrived above Su Zimo's head and descended slowly with a terrifying might, as though it wanted to restrain him within it. Wisdom Monastery's successor closed in, releasing a series of afterimages from his palm. Su Zimo was gripping the startling sword with his left hand while holding off Chun Yitzi's flying sword with his right. He had no hands left to spare. Coupled with Snowdrift Valley's secret skill and the descent of Formless Monastery's copper alms bowl, the combined burst power of multiple sources restricted him to his position, unable to move at all. Bang! 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 10 consecutive palm strikes landed on Su Zimo's body. With each palm strike, Su Zimo's body would shudder once as blood oozed from the corner of his lips. All the paragons were shocked upon seeing that. Divine Phoenix Island's successor was finally injured at this point of the battle. Immediately after, Hang Qiuyu and the others discovered that even so, the person remained upright and refused to go down. Instead, the coldness in his eyes was intensifying. That isn't even enough to kill him? Wisdom Monastery's successor finally experienced the same fear that Monk Ju Chun and the others felt. That person endured more than 10 wisdom palm strikes just like that. If it was anybody else, their organs would have exploded long ago with the palm strikes. However, this man seemed like he was fine and his gaze was fierce as ever. Among body tempering techniques, even the strongest ones of the human race, one could only swap blood through their marrow at the very most. It was difficult for them to cultivate the organs. However, the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness specialized in cultivating the organs. Su Zimo's organs were even stronger than most pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Otherwise, there was no way he would possess such frightening stamina to battle till now. After enduring more than 10 wisdom palm strikes, Su Zimo's organs were merely shaken, but his foundation was uninjured. Go down. Formless monastery's successor hollered and shifted his hand and fingers rapidly, conjuring a spirit art that shot beams of spirit lights into the copper alms bowl. The copper alms bowl expanded rapidly and descended. Hang Chuyu had no other choice but to relent his grip and abandon his startling sword. In the blink of an eye, the copper alms bowl that shone with a bedazzling radiance swallowed Su Zimo and locked him to the ground. Was it over? Upon seeing that, the sealers that were rushing over gradually slowed down. Amitba, Formless monastery's successor, chanted a Buddhist proclamation and walked towards the copper alms bowl that was now as tall as a human, saying in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. All it takes is the time for one incense stick to burn for anyone that enters my copper alms bowl, even pure-blooded ferocious beasts, to melt into a puddle of water and die." The paragons heaved a sigh of relief and their expressions relaxed significantly. Arriving before the copper alms bowl, Formless monastery's successor lowered his head with a dignified expression while chanting continuously, causing the light around the alms bowl to shine brighter and brighter. Suddenly, a change happened. Boom! A gigantic bang sounded from within the copper alms bowl. Hang Chuyu and the others were shocked. When they looked towards the copper alms bowl, their pupils constricted. A large dent the size of a fist appeared on the walls of the copper alms bowl. What sort of terrifying strength did he possess to be able to create a fist-sized dent on a spirit weapon of the Buddhist sects? The golden light around the copper alms bowl dimmed significantly. Bang! 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 Before everyone could reach, a series of sounds exploded like raindrops as fist-sized dents appeared all around the copper alms bowl one after another. There was a momentary pause. An extremely dangerous aura was being emitted from within the copper alms bowl. "Hurry, retreat!" the old monk of Formless monastery hollered. Boom! There was a deafening noise that shook the mountains and earth. The gigantic copper alms bowl before them exploded into shards that flew in all directions with a massive shockwave. A tall and mighty figure appeared before everyone's eyes once more. Shrouded with demonic chi, his devilish eyes shone with a cold glint, and he possessed a torrential aura. The first person to suffer was Formless monastery's successor, who was the closest to the copper alms bowl. Sent flying by the impact, he was pierced by the shards of the alms bowl and died on the spot. Su Zimo threw the startling sword that was in his hands at an extremely fast speed, and instantly, it arrived before Snowdrift Valley's Ling Han. Condense! Ling Han was shocked and conjured a frost spirit mirror before her that was filled with chilling intent. Boom! The startling sword collided heavily against the frost spirit mirror. After a momentary pause, a series of cracks appeared on the spirit mirror. In the blink of an eye, it spread everywhere and shattered. Ling Han fell to the side, coughing fresh blood endlessly. Although it was just a simple attack, it possessed the terrifying power that Su Zimo produced after taking on his demon form, causing Ling Han to be severely injured. Bang! With a backhand slap, Su Zimo released a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, the ground-rupturing palm, and collided intensely against the wisdom palm strikes of Wisdom Monastery's successor. The successor's eyes widened in shock. He felt an extremely terrifying ripping force that surged over, threatening to create a ravine through the ground. Shing! A blood mist spewed out. The flesh on the Wisdom Monastery's successor's arm was ripped off and his bones were completely broken as he flew off. In the blink of an eye, a paragon died and 2 more had to leave the battle. Su Zimo's gaze shifted towards Chaos Essence Sex Chun Yitzi, throwing the flying sword in his hands towards the latter. The sword streaked through the air and arrived instantly. There was no way Chun Yitzi would dare receive the attack as he shifted his footsteps, wanting to dodge to the side. Unexpectedly, Chun Yitzi's vision blurred and a tall figure had already arrived in front of him, exuding a terrifying might and endless killing intent. He had arrived almost at the same time as the sword. How fast! Chun Yitzi's eyelids twitched crazily. Boom! Arriving before Chun Yitzi, Su Zimo released the plow heaven stride and stomped heavily on the ground. Instantly, Chun Yitzi's legs buckled and he slowed down. The sword pierced through his body. Chun Yizi's eyes went dim as a stream of blood spurted out from his chest, severing his life. The paragon of Chaos Essence Sect was dead too. A resolute intent flickered through Hang Choyu's eyes as he turned to flee. Humph! Su Zimo harumphed coldly and caught up to Hang Choyu with a few huge strides. He extended his right hand and punched heavily towards the latter's back. Boom! A gigantic fist that resembled a large seal descended from the skies. Instantly, spirit chi exploded with a resounding bang in a terrifying manner. Hang Choyu caught sight of it from the side of his eyes and was terrified. If he was struck by that, he wouldn't survive even if he had 10 lives. Sword escape. Keeping his cool in the situation, Hang Choyu shouted softly and the sword chi within him surged out rampantly. Like an unsheathed sword, he flashed and turned into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. His speed had already crossed the limits. This was a secret skill of Sword Sect that was similar to Blood Escape but lasted for a shorter time. Naturally, the side effects were much less as well. The gigantic seal above was about to descend. However, Hang Choyu's sudden speed burst made it such that the seal was about to miss. Hang Choyu was delighted. He could already see the sealers charging over. As long as he could withstand another few breaths, the situation would change entirely. At that moment, the sound of a bowstring being pulled sounded in Hang Choyu's ears. Pang! 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 He turned slightly and looked towards his back. However, the sight of what was coming scared him out of his wits. Su Zimo was right behind him, shifting like a shadow as his eyes shone with a demonic glint. With a surging killing intent, the former's bones and tendons sounded and his arm expanded multiple inches under the intense stretching. How was that the arm of a human? It was clearly the trunk of a primordial divine elephant. Tearing through the firmament, it seemed like it could smash the stars and destroy the void as it caught up to Hang Choyu and slammed down heavily. There was nowhere to escape. In the blink of an eye, Hang Choyu dug out another shiny silver circlet from his storage bag and twisted his body, pushing it fiercely towards the incoming fist. Boom! A deafening bang that shook the heavens and earth sounded. As though he was struck by lightning, the sounds of bones cracking could be heard coming from Hang Choyu's entire arm. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, his entire face palely yellow. Although he managed to hang onto his life with the use of a connate spirit weapon, he fainted on the spot and laid motionlessly on the ground in a bad condition. By now, the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects were dead, injured, or have escaped. Demoness G was the only one standing not far away watching everything in astonishment. She finally understood why Su Zimo had to alter his appearance and even transform his body so as to hide his identity. After this battle, there was a high chance that he would offend the entire cultivation world. Disregarding those that were severely injured and crippled, there were 7 paragons who died in his hands. At that moment, Demoness G did not know that with malevolent earth sects Shuiyang who died in the fog valley outside Xintian City, there were a total of 8 paragons who died in Su Zimo's hands. Once his identity was exposed, there was a high chance he would be hunted by the experts of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. Although the world was huge, there wasn't a place where he was absolutely safe. Of course, right now, the most important thing for Su Zimo to consider was how he was going to survive. The sealers had already arrived beneath the human emperor's palace. Among them, Sword Sect and Snowdrift Sect sealers took their respective successors and left the battlefield first to try and heal them. However, 5 sealers filled with killing intents and exuded terrifying auras had already surrounded Su Zimo. They were from Purple Firmament Sect, Clear Wind Temple, Illusion Fiend Cult, Chaos Essence Sect, and Formless Monastery. Since their paragons were already dead, they had no other choice but to make a move and kill Su Zimo. Your embarrassment has turned into anger? Su Zimo laughed and surveyed his surroundings with mocking eyes. Since they were no match for me one-on-one, they came at me together. After they were defeated, even their sealers are joining forces. That's all there is to the 3 great factions. Bastard of Divine Phoenix Island, your provocations mean nothing to us. You are still going to die. Purple Firmament Sex Sealer had a calm tone, and he was unmoved. Heh! Su Zimo sneered. Old asshole. You think too highly of yourself. I merely wanted to see how shameless cultivators of Purple Firmament Sect were. Bastard, since you're not from our race, you are our common enemy. Clear Wind Temple Sealer waved the horsetail whip in his hands and hollered. Amitba, Formless Monastery Sealer said grimly. Patron, you have no one but your stubbornness to blame for your plight today. A tall tree attracts strong winds. That has always been the case throughout history. Hee hee. Illusion Fiend Cult Sealer laughed sinisterly. You guys from the Immortal and Buddhist sects are truly hypocritical, always finding all sorts of excuses for your actions. I'll let you understand today that the reason why we're joining hands is to murder you because you are talented. Murder me? Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and his blood chi exploded. Despite the fact that he was facing 5 sealers, his aura climbed once more as he yelled, "Let's see if you guys have what it takes." He was looking down on 5 golden cores as a foundation establishment cultivator. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, his words alone were enough to set the cultivators watching from afar in shock with racing hearts. At that moment, all the paragons seemed absolutely inferior. Bang! Boom! Boom! Right then, a sudden sound came from within the human emperor's palace that caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Everyone subconsciously looked up. A gigantic cave appeared at the center of the human emperor's palace. It was pitch black, mysteriously dark, and let out waves of terrifying might. The entrance to the human emperor's palace had appeared. This meant that the human emperor's palace has already silently acknowledged someone as a successor. Attack! The 5 sealers shouted and attacked together with a tacit understanding. None of them could sit by and watch Su Zimo enter the human emperor's palace to receive the inheritance. They had to kill him right here. If Su Zimo were to die, the human emperor's palace would either disappear or pick a new successor. There was no way the human emperor's palace would leave its inheritance to a corpse. Die! Purple Firmament Sex Sealer roared and waved his sleeves, causing the endless purple chi that surrounded him to condense into a gigantic sword that shot towards Su Zimo. The purple sword tore through the air and created a gigantic ravine on the ground, causing the earth to toss over and dust to fly everywhere. Su Zimo had already attained lesser mastery of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness's orifice clearing section. He was also at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment Realm. Be it his immortal or demonic cultivation, he had not reached their limits, and even in his demon form, his strength was not enough to take on golden cores. If he was faced with a single old sealer, he might have a shot at victory. However, there was no way he could win if all 5 of them attacked at the same time. He had to endure through it. At this life and death moment, Su Zimo's powers were already channeled to their limits, and his bloodline surged, while his tendons and bones rang together. Demonic chi rumbled around him, forming menacing demon beasts that were lifelike and filled with killing intent. There was a wild bovine with raised horns, a bear demon that was roaring while standing upright, a coiling anaconda, a demon ape with large arms. Roar! Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo puffed his chest and paused for a moment before letting out an earth-shaking roar in the direction of Purple Firmament Sex Sealer. The ancient demons surrounding him roared at the same time. The voids shook, contorting the entire space itself. Su Zimo was like the king of all demons. In the blink of an eye, the world changed. Even the 5 sealers felt a chill upon sensing the malefic aura let out by Su Zimo. This lad must not survive. He was already able to suppress the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects at 7 Meridian Foundation Establishment. If he were to obtain the human emperor's inheritance, it was hard to imagine, and they did not dare to either. The stronger the strength and potential displayed by Su Zimo, the more resolved the 5 sealers were to kill him. Scarlet demonic chi rumbled, and the lifelike ancient demons charged while howling, biting, and slamming towards the incoming purple sword. Bang! 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 The sword tore through the air with endless might and a terrifying sharp edge, defeating the ancient demons that were formed with demonic chi one after another. The purple chi and demonic chi, Two different powers collided and corroded one another endlessly. With the dissipation of each demon beast, the scarlet demonic chi surrounding Su Zimo would dim slightly. The purple sword's power was also clearly not as intense as it was initially as its light dimmed. Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. The purple sword collided against the last demon beast. All the demon beasts and demonic chi had dispersed, and the purple sword turned into streams of purple chi that returned to the world as well. Su Zimo managed to defend against the full-powered attack of a sealer. Furthermore, he defended against it without taking any damage. Su Zimo panted heavily. This time round, he had expended almost all of his strength. Ever since he arrived, he had been fighting. If not for the fact that he possessed shocking stamina and ferocious blood chi due to his constant cultivation of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, he would have been exhausted long ago. Right now, after defending the sword of purple firmament sex sealer, Su Zimo felt weakness surge into his head and his arms and feet were powerless. He was thoroughly exhausted. If not for the fact that he was constantly surrounded by strong foes, he would have collapsed long ago. After invoking the power of a golden core, there was only a single outcome for a sealer. They would be mercilessly devoured by a dimensional tear in the ancient battlefield. A series of rips appeared behind purple firmament sex sealer as a sinister wind howled in a mysterious manner. Looking over, Su Zimo sneered with mockery in his eyes. Purple firmament sex sealer grit his teeth in indignance. Bastard, you don't have to be smug. It won't be long before you'll be joining me. Ha ha ha. Arg. It was a tragic cry. His body was shredded into pieces by the dimension, turning into a blood mist as he was devoured cleanly without a corpse left. A moment later, the dimension stabilized and the tear repaired itself. Swash! A silver beam descended from the skies in a frightening manner. Clear Wind Temple Sealer struck with his horsetail whip and 3,000 silver threads extended countlessly, turning into a massive silver rod that slammed down at Su Zimo's head violently. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and reached out with his right hand, grabbing the incoming silver rod. Bang! There was a dull sound of defeat when the rod and hand collided. Although he managed to grip the silver rod tightly, the flesh on his palm had already exploded and a frightening power surged into his body. His organs were ruptured upon receiving the impact and cracks appeared on the surface. Poof! Su Zimo's gaze dimmed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Thankfully, I have this blood-bone palm. Otherwise, my arm would have been destroyed with this sealer's attack. He lamented internally in gratefulness. Ha! Naive! Suddenly, Clear Wind Temple Sealer chuckled with a look of ridicule. Su Zimo's expression changed. Suddenly, the silver rod spread open from his palm and the 3,000 threads whipped him on the back viciously. Piak! Flashes of blood appeared, accompanied by the sounds of bones cracking. Su Zimo's face turned pale as his knees buckled, almost kneeling on the ground. The change was extremely sudden. The horsetail whip seemed like it was alive and sentient and shifted between flexibility and toughness instantly. Su Zimo's back was whipped into a mess of flesh and blood, as though countless knives were gliding across. The fabric of his torn clothes stuck onto the surface in a frightening manner. His collarbone was broken and hung out in an exposed manner, looking extremely shocking. At that moment, Su Zimo experienced another terrifying aspect of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Its vitality was shocking. If it was any other cultivator or living being, they would have long died after their organs were ruptured and they suffered such severe impacts. However, at this moment, Su Zimo could still stand upright. He could sense his injuries healing slightly with every single breath, except that it was at an extremely slow speed due to his serious injuries. You're still not dead? Clear Wind Temple Sealer's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Su Zimo, who stood upright slowly. His attack was more than enough to split the body of any Foundation establishment cultivator. However, he did not expect Su Zimo to stand up once more. What a pity! I just need a little more. The sealer sighed indignantly. However, he no longer had a chance. A dimensional tear appeared and devoured him straight. Even his horsetail whip was shred into pieces. Buzz. Almost at the same time, the sound of a sword buzzing rang out. Go! Chaos Essence Sex Sealer had attacked, pointing his flying sword towards Su Zimo. A streak of light appeared instantly. It was the simplest as well as the most effective killing move of cultivators. The moment Chaos Essence Sex Sealer struck, Su Zimo sensed a warning in his mind. Without hesitating, in a flash, Su Zimo grit his teeth and dodged to the side. Poof! A stream of blood spurted out. He was still a step too slow. The sword pierced his left chest and shot out of his body. Although it missed his heart, a penetration through his lung was enough to be fatal. Instantly, Su Zimo had difficulty breathing. He coughed endlessly, as though there was a fire burning in his throat, and his body convulsed for a split moment. This time round, the injury was way too severe. This was the first time he had experienced such a serious injury throughout his cultivation journey. Although his regeneration capabilities were strong, there was a limit to them. It was unknown if he could recover from an injury as such. Furthermore, this was in the ancient battlefield and nobody would accord him the chance to do so. Buzz. In midair, the flying sword turned and retraced its path right after penetrating Su Zimo's chest. It was a clear sign of how advanced the Sealer of Chaos Essence Sect was in his sword-handling skills. An unprecedented feeling of death arrived. Even without his spirit perception, Su Zimo knew that he was extremely close to death and would definitely die if he could not dodge that sword. Bang! Stomping on the ground, he exerted his final bit of strength and leaped forcefully to the side. Shing! A flash of blood appeared and a throbbing pain that struck his marrow surged from his abdomen. The blood drained from Su Zimo's face as his knees buckled, almost collapsing onto the ground. By now, he was completely exhausted and was severely injured. It was extremely lucky that he was able to avoid fatal damage. That sword sliced a bloody hole through his abdomen. Su Zimo clutched it with his hands immediately to stop his intestines from spilling out. Fresh blood gushed out, seeping through his fingers and flowing down, slowly soaking his clothes with a heavy stench. In the blink of an eye, he was already filled with blood. His head was spinning and he swayed while he felt his vitality leaving his body in an irreversible manner. Am I about to die? Su Zimo murmured softly. Suddenly, his vision blurred, as if a bloody figure appeared with an unparalleled might. Even after many years, that figure remained etched in his memories. There was no way for him to erase that scene, and it felt clear as though it was yesterday. Nobody thought that Divine Phoenix Island would have produced a paragon as such. Yet, it's a pity that he has to die beneath the human emperor's palace. He died a worthwhile death, trading the lives of 7 other paragons and a couple of sealers. The cultivators watching that blood-stained and swaying figure from afar had complicated expressions as they discussed in hushed whispers with looks of pity. That lone figure looked pitiable and tragic. The cultivators knew that Divine Phoenix Island's successor was about to die, and no one could save him. Su Zimo was indeed in a disastrous situation. His left chest was punctured with blood gushing out. His collarbone was smashed and broken while his abdomen had a frightening wound that was so bad his intestines would have spilled out if he wasn't clutching it with his hands. Su Zimo could feel his vitality draining from him. Fresh blood was still flowing. His injuries were not showing any signs of healing or recovery. This meant that his injuries had already exceeded the limits of his regeneration capabilities. The sealers of Formless Monastery and Illusion Fiend Cult had yet to make their moves. Even if they were to stand by the sidelines and watch idly, before long, he would still run out of blood and die all the same. Su Zimo's head was giddy and his vision blurred, as if a familiar blood-colored figure flashed before him. Miss Dai! Instinctively, he called out softly. There was no response. The figure in front turned slightly and raised her brows, glancing at him with endless worry and pity. A faint fragrance wafted over and Su Zimo was momentarily invigorated as he struggled to open his eyes and look over. After a moment of daze, he opened his mouth but failed to say anything. His head slumped down with evident disappointment. It was not Dayu. It was Demoness G. He had lost too much blood and his vision was blurry. coupled with the fact that he had been yearning about her for years. Su Zimo mistook Demoness G's pink-colored dress as a blood-red color. She has already left long ago and won't be coming back. I still couldn't catch up to her in the end. There's no more chance left. Heis. Su Zimo sighed deeply and his body swayed. His eyelids were heavy and gradually. His consciousness was gone as he fell into the endless abyss. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears, jolting Su Zimo's mind and pulling him back from the abyss of death. Seniors, please let him off. It was Demoness G's voice and she was right in front of him. Demoness, get lost. Formless Monastery's sealer walked over slowly and hollered with a terrifying aura. Even if you guys don't attack, he won't be able to survive. What's so bad about leaving him with a complete corpse? Demoness G did not leave and her voice sounded once more. The Buddhist sect's advocate kindness. So why are you so bent on killing him? The only way to ensure that nothing goes wrong is to kill him personally. Formless Monastery's sealer was unmoved and he said with a shimmering gaze, Demoness, if you don't get lost, I'll kill you together with him. A moment later, Demoness G's voice sounded once more. Although it was calm and firm, it was shocking. Forgive my inability to comply. Those words revealed a determination. It was an unwavering conviction to not back off despite knowing that it would result in death. Su Zimo's expression changed. She was facing a sealer. This was a sealer who was completely enraged and could kill her with a single move. Su Zimo did not expect that given the circumstances, Demoness G would stand forth and defend him with reckless abandon unyieldingly. What a foolish woman. His lips shifted and his voice was as soft and inaudible as a mosquito. Very well then. Formless Monastery's sealer nodded expressionlessly as killing intent surged in his eyes. Since you wish to die, I'll fulfill your wishes. Boom! He channeled his golden core and burst forth with his full power. It was an instant attack with a massive rise in aura. Formless finger. Reaching out with his finger, he tapped in Demoness G's direction. Instantly, heaven and earth shook. How was that a finger? It was clearly a heavenly piercing pillar that streaked through the void with unbridled might, charging over as though it wanted to crush Demoness G into smithereens. Su Zimo clenched his teeth and wanted to block the move for Demoness G. However, he was too severely injured and he had no strength left to budge. Demoness G blinked her eyes and a ripple appeared in her beautiful eyes, sending forth a bewitching beam that entered the eyes of Formless Monastery's sealer. Removing her veil, Demoness G revealed a flawless face and smiled charmingly. It was a charm that could topple the world. Even the cultivators who were watching from afar were stunned and drooled with agape mouths, let alone Formless Monastery's sealer who was right opposite. She did not merely use the bewitching eye. That was the limit of the pure Maiden Sutra's powers. Although Formless Monastery's sealer was a golden core, he had not cultivated the secret skills of Diamond Monastery and was unable to counter the pure Maiden Sutra perfectly. His heart wavered for a moment and the power of Formless Finger weakened. Go! At the same time, Demoness G sent forth a ribbon that shone with a bright spirit light, colliding against the incoming Formless Finger. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Demoness G's expression changed starkly as her petite figure shuddered, stumbling in retreat repeatedly. With every single step back, she would spit out a mouthful of blood that was extremely striking. Not everyone could endure the full-powered attack of sealers like Su Zimo. If not for the fact that Formless Monastery's sealer was distracted and the power of Formless Finger was diminished, Demoness G would have been torn apart and died. Even so, by the time she staggered backwards to Su Zimo's side, she was already severely injured and on the brink of death. A series of sinister tears appeared behind Formless Monastery's sealer. Humph! With a grim expression, he sneered, I'll give you guys a large gift before my death, so that you two lovebirds can go to hell together. Before his sentence was finished, a stream of fire burst forth from the Formless Monastery's sealer's finger and arrived before the two of them. His flames were fiery red, and there was even a shade of gold mixed within, letting off a terrifying aura. True fire. True fires came above level 3 spirit fires. Only golden cores who possessed fire spirit roots could cultivate true fires that could incinerate all Foundation Establishment cultivators, and even burn pure-blooded ferocious beasts at Foundation Establishment realm to ashes. Su Zimo's eyes twitched furiously. He was a weapon refinement master as well and had mastery over flames. Naturally, he knew of how powerful true fires were. Previously, none of the sealers produced true fires because they were not cultivators with fire spirit roots. Heaving a deep breath of air, Su Zimo used all his might to push away Demoness Ji, who was in front of him, while bellowing deeply, "Get away!" Swoosh! The flames landed on Su Zimo and surged, burning his entire body. In the blink of an eye, he was a man engulfed in flames. Arr, arr, arr. Su Zimo hunched over with his eyes tightly shut. He was in immeasurable pain as his throat let out a hoarse cry. The true fire burned furiously and his body convulsed. Even his flesh sizzled with crackling sounds as his flesh was burnt black in a terrifying sight. In the fire, Su Zimo's face was faintly visible, and he was in such deep pain that his features were contorted to an unrecognizable degree. Demoness Ji's heart ached when she saw the state he was in and her eyes misted. Cough! Her internal injuries acted up and she coughed out another 2 mouthfuls of black blood. There were even pieces of her ruptured organs and it looked terrifying. To think that I would still end up dying here. Demoness Ji's eyes dimmed and she sounded wistful. Her organs were severely damaged after receiving the full blow of a sealer and her vitality was rapidly draining. Unless she was in possession of some supreme methods, she would be dead for sure. However, in the ancient battlefield, golden cores were already the mightiest figures. How could anyone save her? How could that be? Suddenly, a soft exclamation filled with disbelief sounded not far away. It was the voice of illusion fiend cult sealer. Instinctively, Demoness Ji followed the sealer's gaze and looked towards Su Zimo once more. At that moment, the true fire burning him had grown much smaller than before and was even showing signs of extinguishing. Demoness Ji's mouth was slightly agape and her eyes were filled with shock. Although Su Zimo was almost charcoal black by now and was billowing with smoke, the flames surrounding him were indeed getting weaker. Or rather, they were reversing. The fiery flames trembled slightly, as if they were directed towards Su Zimo's right hand by some mysterious force, entering his blood-bone palm. Apart from Su Zimo, no one else knew or could explain what was happening to him. Initially, his injuries were way too severe that they had exceeded his regeneration capabilities. As such, he could not recover and was bleeding the entire time. If not for the true fire, he would have died of blood lost. However, the flames of the true fire had cauterized his wounds and stopped the bleeding temporarily, saving his life. At the same time, a mysterious change was happening to the blood-bone palm under the burn of the true fire. It was as though a seal had been undone, summoning a hidden power within Su Zimo that was devouring the true fire on him without any care. Before the true fire could threaten Su Zimo, the blood-bone palm had already consumed a large portion of it. It could be said that through some freak turn of events, the true fire had instead saved Su Zimo's life. A terrifying aura was growing, shrouding around the blood-bone palm. Ta, ta, ta. The sound of footsteps filled with killing intent surged over in a suffocating manner. Demoness Ji's heart sank. Formless Monastery Sealer was already devoured by the Dimensional Tear and Illusion Fiend Cult Sealer was the only one left. The flames on Su Zimo's body had yet to extinguish and he stood on the spot like a burnt charcoal. His eyes were shut and his aura was weak. Demoness Ji grit her teeth and pushed herself up with her trembling arms. After multiple failures, she finally struggled to stand up before staggering in front of Su Zimo. Although it was a simple motion, she had expended the final bit of her strength. Her body swayed unsteadily, as if a single gust of wind could knock her over. However, when she raised her head and looked towards Illusion Fiend Cult Sealer who was striding over murderously, her eyes were filled with unprecedented resolve. She knew that her injuries were already beyond the point of no return, but it was not the case for Su Zimo. The Human Emperor's Palace. That might be Su Zimo's only chance. Multiple signs had already indicated that Su Zimo was this generation's successor for the human emperor's palace. As long as he entered it, he might be able to survive. Of course, that was only a possibility. Nobody knew what was inside the human emperor's palace. The footsteps vanished. Arriving in front of Demoness G, Illusion Fiend Cult Sealer paused with a cold expression. The way you're protecting him, don't tell me that this bastard is your tripod. Illusion Fiend Cult Sealer asked slowly. The way he looked at Demoness G was filled with mockery and ridicule. So what if he is? Her face turned darker and grimmer, and the vitality exuding from her body was almost negligible. If not for her thread of determination that was keeping her going, she would have collapsed long ago. Ha 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 ha. It was as tough the sealer of Illusion Fiend Cult had just heard the greatest joke in the world. Even the sealers of Overlord Palace and Cloud Rain Sect frowned, looking at Demoness G in disbelief. Foolish, how foolish. After laughing, he shook his head regrettably. To think that this generation's pure maiden of the fiend sex would be a lovelorn fool, picking a cultivator as a tripod. How laughable. Demoness G pursed her lips and her eyelids were getting heavier. She could no longer hear the sealer clearly. It merely felt as though her ears were buzzing with noises close and far as her consciousness faded. The reason why you're fighting with your life is to buy time for this little bastard to enter the human emperor's palace. Illusion Fiend Cult's sealer sneered. However, it's a pity that both of you will have to die. Today, I'll kill you so that you don't bring about disgrace for pure maiden sect as well as the fiend sex. The moment he said that, the sealer's eyes shone with killing intent and he whipped out a shimmering flexible sword from his waist. Swoosh! With a fling, the sword turned straight. Even against two helpless Foundation establishment cultivators who were on the brink of death, the sealer had no intention of showing mercy as he burst forth with his power as a golden core and thrust forward. That attack was enough to skewer the both of their heads together. The sword chi was extremely cold and possessed wild might. Demoness G could hold on no longer as she collapsed to the side. Suddenly, an arm reached out and held up her body. The next moment, Demoness G caught sight of a figure through her blurred vision. Although he was burnt charcoal black and was disfigured, she could recognize him. Those eyes burned with a bloodshot gleam as though they wanted to devour someone. Suddenly, Su Zimo reached out with his right arm. Illusion Fiend Cult Sealer's eyes constricted in shock. There was no flesh on his palm, and it was just a scarlet bone that was burning with thin flames, emitting a terrifying aura that seemed as though it could incinerate the heavens and oceans, annihilating all living beings. It was as though it was the hand of a divine spirit that let out a shuddering aura. Even the sealers who were watching from nearby as well as the cultivators watching from afar felt chills run down their spines, let alone Illusion Fiend Cult Sealer. Some of the cultivators could not endure that might and fell to the ground on the spot, shivering in fear. A feeling of inferiority grew in the hearts of many cultivators. The blood-bone palm reached out for the flexible sword. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Before it could reach the blood-bone palm, the sword was melted into liquid steel and dripped onto the ground. A perfect-grade spirit weapon was destroyed just like that. The sealer had nowhere to run with the dimensional tear appearing in his back. In his eyes, he could only see a burning palm arriving with a flame that grew more and more intense, right in front of everyone. That burning blood-bone palm penetrated the Illusion Fiend Cult Sealer's body with ease. It did not pause at all, similar to how a blazing steel sword would pierce a thin veil. In the blink of an eye, Illusion Fiend Cult Sealer was devoured by the flames. The next moment, he turned into ashes. A golden core was incinerated to ashes by that terrifying flame in less than a second without any corpse left. Complete silence ensued within 1,000 meters from the human emperor's palace. All the cultivators felt an inexplicable sense of repression as their chests stuffed up, making breathing difficult. "Look!" someone from the crowd exclaimed. Without the need for any reminders, everyone's gazes landed on that blood-bone palm. At that moment, the void around the blood-bone palm began to distort after being burned by the intense flames. A series of tears appeared, gusting with sinister winds. The rules of the ancient battlefield had been violated, triggering a dimensional tear. Pest! Everyone gasped. This meant that the flames on that palm had already reached the level of a golden core's power. A sinister aura gushed out from the dimensional tear. The flames on the blood-bone palm flickered against the sinister wind, lasting for a moment before finally extinguishing. Right after, all the cultivators watched with alarmed gazes. The dimensional tears that appeared around the blood-bone palm devoured it but spat it back out. It was spat out intact. The ripping power of the dimensional tear was incomparably strong to begin with and could tear the bodies of golden cores or even nascent souls apart. The moment one was dragged away by the dimensional tear, they would endure an incredibly horrific wild current of the void. Even nascent souls or void reversions would have their essence spirits destroyed without any corpses remaining. Legend has it that only mighty patriarchs could endure the wild currents of the void and travel through it freely. Yet, the dimensional tear could not devour that blood-bone palm. After it was taken in and washed by the wild currents, it was still intact. What exactly was that? That was not the bone of a human being. Divine Phoenix Island's successor, blood-bone palm flames, all the clues seemed to lead towards a certain truth. Could the legend be for real? Sword Sex Sealer shuddered uneasily, as though he had just recalled something frightening. What legend? The other sealers looked towards him one after another. Do you guys know of the origin of Divine Phoenix Island? Sword Sex Sealer asked instead. Another sealer replied with a frown. Initially, Divine Phoenix Island was just a lone island overseas. Legend has it that in an unknown era long ago, the skies rained with fire and the firmaments collapsed. Among that, a pure-blooded divine phoenix's corpse landed on that island. Thereafter, the island was named as the Divine Phoenix Island. At that point, the sealer suddenly paused. As though he recalled something as well, he was shocked and asked slowly, "You mean to say, that legend was too long ago and has always been spread through the mortal world? It was created by storytellers. There's no way it can be true, right?" Another sealer refused to believe it. Phoenixes were definitely divine spirits that were as strong as perfected immortals. In the cultivation world, there had never been accurate records about the existence of divine phoenixes on Tianhuang mainland. Nobody had seen a pure-blooded phoenix, and the only things left were figments of the legends. Prior to this, if anyone said that there was a pure-blooded living being in the world that possessed a might comparable to a perfected immortal, nobody would believe it. But now the sealers present went silent. Suddenly, Overlord Palace's sealer said, "In the ancient manuals of the fiend sex, there's a legend about the phoenix race. It said that the phoenix race is a mighty race that's even comparable in strength to the dragons. They wield the strongest and most frightening flames in the universe and can incinerate all living beings. Male phoenixes are called Fengs, while female phoenixes are called Huangs. Pure-blooded phoenixes, also known as undying divine phoenixes, are reborn through nirvana each time they incinerate themselves and become even stronger. Therefore, in Tianhuang mainland, be it in the cultivation or mortal world, there's always the saying of a phoenix undergoing nirvana for a rebirth through flames. That saying is an explanation of the capabilities of the divine phoenixes." Another sealer asked, "What's the difference between the two?" Overlord Palace's sealer replied, "The ancient manuals recorded that phoenixes would always leave something behind during each rebirth. When the undying Feng is bathed in flames, he leaves behind a drop of divine phoenix essence blood. When the undying Huang is bathed in flames, she leaves behind a piece of divine phoenix bone. At that point, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. They made the connection between this person from the Divine Phoenix Island and his blood-bone palm with the terrifying flame that was burning on it. They were close to the truth. You mean to say that his right hand is actually a piece of the Divine Phoenix's bone? A sealer exclaimed. If that deduction was correct, that Divine Phoenix bone would be the greatest treasure throughout Tianhuang mainland or even the cultivation world and was irreplaceable. In that case, it would naturally explain why the dimensional tear was unable to devour that bone and why the wild currents in the void could not destroy it. It would make sense for the Divine Phoenix bone to be an immortal object. Even a mighty patriarch would be tempted to get his hands on it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sealers had a tacit understanding and set their sights on Su Zimo's right hand. They could not conceal the greed in their eyes. All of them were golden cores reaching the end of their lifespans. Now that they were sent into the ancient battlefield with the successors of their respective sects, it was partly due to the threat that they would be able to provide. On the other hand, all of them harbored thoughts of seeking out opportunities or treasures to increase their lifespans so that they could continue cultivating and break through to the nascent soul realm. Since the divine phoenix bone was an object left behind by the undying Huang's rebirth through nirvana, it would definitely possess unimaginable divine power, and if they could get their hands on it, they might be able to extend their lives. Although Su Zimo was able to kill illusion fiend cult sealer with the bloodbone palm, his internal injuries had yet to heal up and his vitality was still draining, almost completely depleted. Demoness G was in a similar condition. To everyone, Su Zimo and Demoness G were two dead people. All they had to consider was how they were going to get their hands on the divine phoenix bone in the ensuing fight after severing Su Zimo's hand. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the human emperor's palace's entrance, descending upon Su Zimo. A massive power sucked Su Zimo, causing him to rise slowly. Go on. If you manage to survive, I hope, you can still remember me. Demoness G tilted her head and leaned in Su Zimo's embrace like a weak girl. Although her eyes were filled with sadness and reluctance, she faked a smile nevertheless. Su Zimo did not say anything, but he did not let go. Throughout history, there would only be a single successor chosen for the human emperor's palace's appearance. Right now, as long as Su Zimo let go of Demoness G, he would be able to enter the human emperor's palace rightfully. However, he knew that if he were to let go, she would definitely have no chance of surviving. Su Zimo did not care about the relationship between Demoness G and Ji Yaoxue or ponder about what it meant to be her tripod. The only thing he knew was that if Demoness G had not sacrificed herself to buy time for him earlier on, he would have been killed by the sealers of Formless Monastery and Illusion Fiend Cult and would not have lasted till now. He held on to Demoness G obstinately and refused to let go. To the many cultivators, this was a choice that seemed foolish, even stupid. It was precisely because of this reason that the both of them stopped in midair during the rise, unable to head up or down. It was an undeniable rule that the human emperor's palace would only select a single successor. Right now, Su Zimo's choice was challenging the rule of the human emperor's palace, challenging the might of the human emperor himself. The sealers were delighted upon seeing that. If Su Zimo were to enter the human emperor's palace successfully, they would miss their chance of seizing the divine phoenix bone. How foolish! He doesn't know what's good for him. Cultivator sneered. Another cultivator shook his head and sighed. To think that Mad Blade would be such a sentimental man. Isn't that right? Not many people would have the courage to make such a choice. If he entered the human emperor's palace, not only would he be able to survive, he would also be able to obtain the human emperor's inheritance. Who could resist such a temptation? Snowdrift Valley's Ling Han bit her lips and looked on with a conflicted expression. What did his choice represent? It meant that at this moment, this man was willing to abandon his life and the human emperor's inheritance in order to save Demoness G. Even if there was only a sliver of hope. As a woman, she felt a tinge of envy towards Demoness G from the bottom of her heart. Let go! Demoness G frowned deeply. Her eyelids were so heavy that she could not make out Su Zimo's face clearly, and her frail voice carried a hint of anxiousness. Don't feel guilty. The reason I saved you is because you saved me before as well. If not for you, I would have been killed by that damned monk long ago. I'm just repaying you right now. There was still no response. Let me go. It was still silent. However, Demoness G could sense him hugging her even closer. The both of them hovered in midair in a stalemate with the human emperor's palace. The remaining few sealers were already on their way. The two of them were already at the end of the road with no strength to fight back. Even without releasing their powers as golden cores, the sealers could kill the two of them with just power at the level of Foundation Establishment realm. Die! The first sealer to arrive was from Sword Sect. Buzz! The sound of a sword buzzing rang out and an unparalleled sword beam flashed. Instead of aiming for Su Zimo's vitals, it tried to sever his wrist. Su Zimo looked at that sword without moving. Given his current condition, any Qi refinement warrior would be able to kill him, let alone the sealer of sword sect. Swash! The sword beam struck the column of light from the human emperor's palace and created a ripple before vanishing instantly. Su Zimo was unharmed. The sealers were alarmed when they saw that. All of a sudden, as though it was agitated, that column of light shone brightly in a bedazzling manner. Countless beams of light shot forth and instantly penetrated the body of Sword Sect's sealer. Poof! 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 Flashes of blood gushed out continuously. The sealer's body was punctured by the illusionary beams of light, and the next moment, he exploded into a blood mist without a corpse left. Upon seeing that, the remaining few sealers were shocked and terrified. Among them, Heavenly Dipper Sect's sealer had already released his secret skill which struck the column of light. The column of light shook and shot forth countless beams once more, engulfing the sealer of Heavenly Dipper Sect. That person was rather impressive as a glint of determination flickered through his eyes. Roaring, he released his power as a golden core, wanting to fight against the light beams before him. Bang! He turned into a mist of blood and died on the spot. Although it was only a column of light beneath the human emperor's palace, its might could not be challenged, and it was enough to suppress everything, killing with a single touch. The others hurriedly stopped in their tracks and escaped, not daring to linger. They only came to a stop outside the boundaries of the human emperor's palace before turning back to look with fear in their hearts. The man and woman were still hovering in midair within that gigantic column of light, hugging together without separating. The sealers looked grim with indignant expressions. There was no way they could get their hands on the divine phoenix bone given the current situation. Let's wait a little more. There might still be a chance. After a moment, Hollow Monastery's sealer composed himself and said slowly with a shimmering gaze, "That's right," Overlord Palace's sealer said in a dark tone. "He's only a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, and yet he dares to challenge the human emperor's palace? He's bound to fail. If this carries on, the both of them will definitely die." The few sealers nodded in agreement. If the two of them were dead, the human emperor's palace would either disappear or select a new successor. No matter the outcome, the successor of Divine Phoenix Island would lose the protection of the human emperor's palace. At that time, they would have the chance to sever his wrist and fight for the divine phoenix bone. Right now, all the sealers had to do was wait. Demoness G leaned in Su Zimo's embrace motionlessly, and it was unable to tell if she was dead. Su Zimo's aura was also getting increasingly weaker. Raising his head, he looked at the mysterious entrance of the human emperor's palace and narrowed his gaze with a resolute expression. It was as though he would never relent nor compromise. A long time later, just as Su Zimo was gradually losing his consciousness, a change happened in midair. The two of them started rising slowly, as though they were pulled by something. In the blink of an eye, both of them entered the human emperor's palace and disappeared. There was a deathly silence. Upon seeing that, everyone was dumbfounded and even forgot to breathe. How is that possible? A long time later, Hollow Monastery's sealer murmured to himself with widened eyes and a lost expression. The human emperor's palace actually came to a compromise? Overlord Palace's sealer chuckled bitterly. Since the human emperor's palace was sentient, it naturally possessed the intent of the human emperor. Throughout history, the human emperor had been the strongest emperor and was unparalleled. Since the human emperor's palace represented him, how could it bow down and relent? Furthermore, how could it do so for the sake of a mere Foundation establishment cultivator? If everyone had not seen it for themselves, none of them would have believed it. Was it pity, or was there some other reason? Nobody knew. The entrance of the human emperor's palace closed. Bang! Boom! Boom! The ancient palace shook and dust fell endlessly as it rose into the air slowly, disappearing beyond the horizons of the heavens. The clouds dissipated and the thunderstorm subsided, spilling warm sunlight everywhere. The skies were clear once again. Yet, there was a murky fog in the hearts of all the sealers. The human emperor's palace had long disappeared. However, the paragons who managed to survive and the sealers of the supersex looked in its direction for the longest time with conflicted expressions in silence. They felt an inexplicable sense of repression. That man should be dead, right? A long time later, Heavenly Dippersex Paragon asked hesitantly. Overlord Palace's Pang Yu nodded. He should be. After a moment, as though he was trying to convince himself, Pang Yu repeated with conviction, he must be. That's right, he's definitely dead. He's already so badly injured. Unless there's some divine method to resurrect the dead and regrow flesh, he's definitely dead for sure. That's right. The human emperor's palace only contains its inheritance. How could there be anything to save his life? Almost at the same time, the remaining paragons heaved a sigh of relief, as if a burden was lifted off their shoulders. All of them looked at ease and smiled gently. The sealers present were expressionless as they exchanged glances. All of them could tell of the worry in the other's eyes. To old people like themselves who had lived for hundreds of years, the reactions and deductions of their juniors felt more like lies to make themselves feel better. Even they were unsure if the successor of Divine Phoenix Island was still alive. That was because nobody knew what was inside the human emperor's palace. It would be fine if the Divine Phoenix Island's successor died in the human emperor's palace. If he survived and was reborn. Everything else aside, none of the paragons who had entered the ancient battlefield this time round, Hang Chuyu, Pang Yu, Monk Ju-chan and the others included, would be a match for that man. That was because all of those paragons would be fearful. Subconsciously, all of them were hoping that the successor of Divine Phoenix Island would die, instead wishing for his survival so that they could fight him once more. In this battle, the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects were defeated so badly that their confidence was destroyed. Clear Heart Nunnery's sealer murmured. The fact that they're able to produce such a paragon is a clear sign that the light of Providence is shining on them. Could this generation be the rise of Divine Phoenix Island once more? It's probably unsuitable to refer to him as a paragon anymore. That's right. Given his potential, bearing, guts, and methods, he can be called a monster incarnate. Not just that, he's a rare monster incarnate throughout history. The few sealers were clear about how much of a stir it would cause once news of this spread to Tianhuang mainland. The entire cultivation world might be moved because of this. It's all right, Hollow Monastery's sealer said calmly. No matter how strong that lad is, he's only at Foundation establishment realm. His future is still unknown. Given the firm foundations of our sex, we have rare monster incarnates as well. That's true. If he meets against the legacy disciples of our sex, he shouldn't have much of a chance of winning. Everyone conversed for a little more before separating. The battlefield was left with nothing but a pile of corpses, as though telling a tale of how tragic that battle was. A month later, Xianxia City. The arrival of a piece of news caused a huge uproar. A monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island, and this generation's pure maiden of the Fiend sex, entered the human emperor's palace, and their fates are unknown. Where did you get that news from? It's fake, right? Throughout history, the human emperor's palace has only allowed a single person in. How can both of them enter together? It's absolutely true. A senior brother of mine witnessed it personally. It's said that the corpses beneath the human emperor's palace can form a mountain, and there are rivers of blood. More than half of the paragons from the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects are dead, and some were crippled on the spot. How can that be? Aren't there sealers? The sealers died as well. I heard that at the end of it all. A few sealers tried joining hands to fight the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island, and were even killed in return. Wow! What's the name of that person? Mad Blade. In a small little mansion with 2 stories within Elixir Yang sect, Tang Yu stood in front of a window. Her hands were behind her back, and she frowned slightly in deep thought. The news of the human emperor's palace was truly shocking indeed. However, what she was more worried about was Su Zimo's situation. The strangest thing was that although she tried scouting for news from multiple sources, nothing returned. as though Su Zimo had vanished into thin air as nobody caught sight of him at all. At the side, Uncle Liang could read Tang Yu's mind and said with a smile, "Young master, you don't have to worry. Given Su Zimo's methods, even if he can't win, he can definitely escape alive." "Yes," Tang Yu nodded. "I'm not worried about him, but I'm confused. Given his personality, since he chose to fight for the human emperor's palace's inheritance, how come there is no news at all? For certain people, their glamours can never be contained. Ever since he entered Xiantian City, Su Zimo caused an earth-shaking change to the state of the entire place. The 4 mounted bandits were the first to be removed, followed by Poison Sect. Even powerful super sects with formidable foundations such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect were swept away by him. How could there be no news of a cultivator that was so aggressive and domineering? Uncle Liang, when I heard that the name of monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island was called Mad Blade, I even suspected that he's Su Zimo," Tang Yu said coldly. "Both of them make use of sabers and have knowledge of the Sea Calming Manual. Furthermore, they are both at the Tsunami Blood Realm and are at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment." "That's impossible." Uncle Liang shook his head. "Although both of them use sabers, Su Zimo has his perfect grade blood quencher, while this monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island merely used a supreme grade spirit saber. Moreover, it's said that this person is extremely tall and bulky, and is a burly man with a rough appearance. The two of them differ too much in terms of appearances." Tang Yu nodded. There was truly no way to explain it. Although they had their similarities, their differences were even more. Uncle Liang continued. "Also, although Su Zimo is strong, he isn't at the state where he's able to take down the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects, let alone a couple of sealers as well. Back then, in the Elixir Pool sect ruins, Su Zimo had to take a long time before baiting the sealer of Glass Palace to death. In terms of actual combat strength, Su Zimo was clearly far inferior. However, the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island fought against a couple of sealers and even killed them in return. The difference between them was too great." Tang Yu nodded. "No matter what, I hope that fellow Taoist Su can return safely." At the entrance of the mansion, Su Xiaoning hugged her knees and sat on a stone step with a worried expression. There was a pitch-black demon beast beside her. A cold glint shimmered between its half-opened eyes. It was Night Spirit who was guarding Xiaoning. "Heis!" Sighing gently, Xiaoning murmured, "All the cultivators in the city are discussing that monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island and Mad Blade. But there's still no news of brother. I don't even know how he's doing right now." Growl. Night Spirit opened its eyes and yawned listlessly. Xiaoning frowned and asked, "You're saying that brother is fine? How do you know that, brother? You've been with me the entire time and you haven't received any news either." Sitting up, Night Spirit extended its paw and gestured in a human-like manner while crying out repeatedly. Xiaoning's eyes widened. While others may not have understood, Xiaoning did. Her heart skipped a beat as she exclaimed, "You mean to say that Mad Blade is—" Night Spirit gestured with a shushing hand sign. Understanding, Xiaoning clutched her cherry lips immediately. Instantly, the worry on her face disappeared and she grinned, causing her eyes to look like crescent moons in a painting.